Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another CCT tournament. My name is DK Truman, and I will be taking you through the first series of the day and of the tournament. It's going to be an absolute beaut. Level Up versus Namiga. We got some pretty interesting teams qualifying, well, playing this tournament this time around in CCT Season 4. We've got One Move, Polyanitsia, DMS, Passion UA, Matreshka, Dragon Esports Club, Level Up, Namiga, Bushido, and Quantum Team, with the playoffs being filled by Navi Jr. and Virtus Pro. But of course, we start the day off with some group stages, and those group stages will involve Group A and Group B, and we will start it off with Group A. As we can see here, these are the teams: Bushido, DMS, Dragon Esports, Level Up, and Matreshka will be playing up against each other. So that's going to be a doozy. Definitely interesting to see, because not all of these teams are playing with the same lineups that they have been playing with recently. There are some slight shifts and changes. And we'll be doing the first match of Level Up versus Namiga. I'm confused right now. It's Level Up versus Namiga, but Level Up is in Group B and Namiga as well. Oh, never mind. Wait. I think the visual might be... I don't know. Are they in Group A or Group B? Production. Because I think there might have been some changes, some swaps. Okay, well, regardless, we're going to go to the roster to see what these teams consist of. Taki, Izawa, Pro, Miao, Shishak, and Antoha for the side of Namiga. Couple of interesting players there. I have seen some more of Takizawa coming up recently. They have been together for a solid 2 days now. That's how long this roster is together. Always interesting to see, but they pretty much made it just ready for the CCT tournament. Of course, Namiga, a organization that has been around for the longest of times, and yeah, I don't think they're going to be leaving anytime soon. They're always ready to put up another roster. They kind of remind me of Team Empire from back in the day, but they'll be taking on Level Up, and that is actually a I mean, right now they're called Level Up Mars Bahis. I have no idea what Mars Bahis actually is, but the Level Up roster will be Matson, the Spartan, Focus, Jeezy, and Shak. Jeezy, I know, he's a very, very talented +4 Turkish player, and should turn some heads because the guy is incredibly talented. But the question is, will this Level Up team be strong enough to take down the new roster of Namiga? It's not going to be an easy battle at all. It's going to be quite a difficult one, to be fair, to try and take him out. It's a 3-game series, probably. I do hope to see some fun little pickups, some heroes that you normally don't get to see too often. There has been okay, so it is Group B that we're starting off with. In the last qualifiers, and even now, like, the shift with the patch notes has really destroyed Wind Ranger safe lane, for instance, and they are playing a lot more of the also Mirana barely gets played anymore, but you're getting to see the big bulk heroes come back, even though auras have been also heavily nerfed. But there are some, you know, currently there's a match going on with a DK plus Bristle back as 2 of their cores. They're actually getting destroyed right now. But that's just an example. There are not any very big surprising heroes, I would say. Like Broodmother's still very good, but Meepo doesn't really get picked up ever, unless you're Jabs, I guess. But nonetheless, it is a curiosity to see how these teams are going to be playing. So Spartan likes playing micro heroes, so that's always interesting. GZ, more of a playmaking kind of guy. Nyx Assassin, Rubik, very good Rubik. Focus likes Pudge. I like Pudge. I like Focus. Hopefully Focus plays Pudge. That would be fun. But of course, it all depends on what they will be going for in the next couple of pickup in the draft once they are all settled in. I don't know if they're in the lobby yet, or, you know, any durations, but hopefully we'll be ready to start soon. Okay, we'll be heading towards a short little break because it seems they are a little bit delayed, so we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It took a little bit longer than we would have liked, but we are back and the draft is starting, as we can see.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Not gonna lie, I have a curious question. Is this supposed... Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was curious about the visuals there. But okay, now we have it sorted out slightly better. Let's see, the bans coming up. Yeah, the Primal Beast is an interesting one to go for first phase ban. The ones from Level Up are 100% guaranteed. Like, those bans all make sense. Naga, SD, Tusk, 3 very strong supports. +5, +4 supports, mostly +5. All 3 have a save, and that's kind of where you see what you see in this patch. A lot of teams tend to one pump burst hero down, so if you get like a disruption save or a snowball save or Song of the Siren for that matter, it could really extend the fight and make it problematic. Considering you have your bristlebacks, you have your DKs, you have Ursa coming back into Dota right now. A lot of teams are playing big tank heroes. Obviously, there's also the SF and Luna still being played, but like heroes like Mirana are kind of gone. Windranger's dead after the nerf, just straight up murdered. So I don't expect to see Windranger coming back anytime soon. But what the last couple of bans are the Clock and the Morph. A lot of good +5s are taken out. Pango first pick. Against Pango, you know, I always like going just for Grimstroke immediately against Pango. I think it's such a good pickup. Soulbind, the moment he pops out his Rolling Thunder. But Grimstroke's not in that good of a position these days. Also, the fact that Clockwork and Tuska both removed means you can't force the bounce back as easily. I mean, obviously you could go Bloodseeker, but that here is also just... That here is not good at the moment at all. What are they gonna go for? Because the thing with Pango is it could be mid, it could be off lane. It's got a pretty solid flex. They're gonna go for the Voker. It, like you paired with Tornado, you remove his shield, so in that regard, it's pretty nice. But Voker in general, in this patch, the mid Voker is really strong. We've even seen some safe lane Vokers from like Watson. But the mid Voker, you go for like Mage Slayer, and then Pango does almost no damage anymore. You skill really hard because you're more of a right-click Voker than you are the, you know, the big wombo combo Speared Vessel. Like the old one was Speared Vessel, Midas, Blink, and then you spent like a gazillion bucks and you still have nothing. And then you go like Ags, maybe, if you have Faces Void. But in this case, you tend to go for the for a bit more right click, you go Mage Slayer, or some of them go Witchblade. There's even like the Mjolnir build, but I think it's probably the Mage Slayer. I think the 40% spell damage reduction against a hero like Pangolier is too much to give up. But of course, the Pango could easily go off lane in case they want to. They've even banned the puck on the side of Level Up, expecting it to go to a possible off-lane Pango. And Nemiga removed both the Marcy and the Dark Willow. A lot of +5 supporting heroes have been taken care of. So if you want to play like an SF +1, it's starting to dwindle in your choices for +1. Lich? Okay, I've seen Puppy play Lich. I mean, his Frost Shield's pretty good. What, 60% physical damage reduction? That's not bad. And obviously, he can pump out a lot of damage, has that Sinister Gaze stun that could even skill into later game. I think Sinister Gaze now, as well with the changes, right? You can cast spells while you're Sinister Gazing. I think that was one of the changes made in like 2 patches ago on Lich. So you don't need Ags to do that. Ags just makes his Sinister Gaze AoE. Yeah, there we have the SF. I'm surprised that they banned the Marcy themselves, considering they could go SF Marcy in that case. But Pugna is also solid. With Pugna and SF, you have a lot of tower push. Because SF, very likely going to be a safe lane SF. So then you've got the level 15 talent of Presence, Aura affects buildings. And then you blow stuff up. There we have the Grimstroke. Yeah, Lich Grimstroke. Grimstroke, of course, to counter out the Pango. And with the Lich, you got Soulbind into Double Chain Frost. Also add in Centaur. So you got Inkswell target on your side, because if you play Grimstroke and you don't have an Inkswell target in your team, you're going to have a bad time. And then you got stun in the lane. You can overwhelm a Pugna. It's actually also pretty good against Pugna, because if Pugna defensively decrepifies an ally and you throw out your Phantom's Embrace on them, they can't get rid of the Phantom's Embrace. So it's actually kind of counter synergy. I'm liking this. I'm really liking this level up a couple of picks so far. It feels incredibly solid. But is it going to be enough is the question. There are still, of course, more picks to be made. Which is it going to be for an Amiga? I mean, they have their safe. They still need a +5, very likely. That lane... That lane's against an Essa, Grimstroke plus Centaur. Undying? I guess Undying could be okay. It's a way to bully him out. It lanes nicely with SF. You don't have like any control at that point on Amiga, so that's one big problem. Treant, I think you still get crushed in the lane though. Maybe the healing might be enough to keep you alive, but it's not easy. Unless you put the SF mid and get a different safe laner, which is also possible. Then you just get like Monkey or something. And then you should... you can even play Pugna +5 at that stage. But then your last pick would be a +4. Which isn't the wildest. You just get Rubik last pick. It's a pretty okay Rubik game. They go Earth Spirit. Okay, so that's very likely their mid. However, not guaranteed. There's still the potential +4 flex. But very likely, considering a lot of mid Earth Spirit has been popping up after TI. I mean, 9Z has really been pumping that one out as much as humanly possible. So there's plenty of that hero coming up. I like it. The only big downside is Soulbind. You get Soulbound, you're stuck, you're dead. Like, that's just it. You get Soulbound, you're stuck, you're dead. So will you get stuck and get dead? That is the question. The band's coming out. Alchemist on one side, Treant on the other. Yeah, they're expecting the last pick to be a +5. I think Treant would be a pretty okay one. Obviously, you're playing against Centaur, so Overgrowth is always going to be important. You have dive heroes on your side already with the Earth Spirit and the Pango, so they have tools to get on top of the Grimstroke plus Lich, which is very important. Otherwise, they can just run away. Unless you want to go wild and go like Mars +5, which I personally wouldn't mind, but that's just me. I honestly would pretty much love it. Would be cool. Troll removed. Yeah, I mean, what other heroes are there that they could go for? Any good melee heroes left? I don't really think so. Yeah. If you ask me 10 times, I would not, like 10 different heroes. Dawn would not have been one of them. Dawn is very solid. I personally love Dawn, but it's surprising to me that it barely got any picks in this patch, considering when it goes to daytime, you see the entire map, which for me, for pro players, that would seem to be a very important aspect, but they just like kind of fully ignore it, and that's super strange to me. With the last pick DK, they are super tanky. I don't know if Nemiga has enough damage to go through these level up heroes, like the Centaur plus DK that are going to be frontlining. Then you've got the Soulbind to hold in place the Pango / Earth Spirit, and if you get a Soulbind on both of them, they're very dead. Then you got double Chain Frost, double DK stun. You got the Voker mid going bananas. Actually, I don't know. He should have a good time in the laning stage, in the early laning stage at least. Later laning stage might be a different story, but early laning stage should be pretty solid for them. So yeah, I kind of dig it. I definitely do slightly prefer the level up side. I don't know, because player wise, I don't know the difference in like MMR, because both of these are reasonably new stacks of level up. Literally their Nemiga, their stack was created 3 days ago, I think. And level up, I don't know how long they've been together, but they have a little bit more experience behind them. I would say with Spartan, Matson, Focus, even Jeezy has been playing in a lot of different tournaments. And a lot of different stacks. I just checked. So Spartan's rank is like 1100 immortal. Dude doesn't grind enough. But Matson, for instance, the mid laner for level up, is rank 21. And I think that's the Iranian flag. Cool. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Mars level up Mars Bahis. I don't actually know what Mars Bahis is. I would assume it's probably Marsbet. That used to be a team, and I assume they became a sponsor this time. Up against Amiga, both teams really unchallenged so far, but I think the experience on the level up side with the players that they have should give them a slight edge this game. I also really just enjoyed their draft. I think it's a very solid, strong draft, and they should have a pretty reasonable time here in this showdown. But we'll have to wait and see how it is actually going to turn out, because it's the first round of the new tournament, guys. These teams, have they played on the new patch? I don't think they've played on the new patch. I know they play qualifiers and stuff, but that's actually on a different roster for almost all of these teams that are playing. So let's hope that it's going to bring us some absolutely fantastic Dota. I am happy to see Earth Spirit at least, because that means we're going to get some big plays. The only big downside I think Earthspirit has in this patch is its late game potential is still fairly weak. I've seen a lot of Earthspirits do amazingly in the early mid game, and then when it comes to late game, just crash down and do nothing anymore. So I do hope to see a little bit of a change in that, because I think this game is probably going to go late, considering all of the heroes being played, because one team is going to be playing aggressive. That's the Radiant side, with the SF, with the Earthspirit, with the Pangolier. Like their lineup is go, go, go before it goes late. Because when you go late and you're up against a DK, now the hero does like 400 base damage at one point with his auto attacks, and you add crit on it, plus it's all cleaves all over the place. Even Voker is one of the stronger scaling mid lane heroes into the late game, so that's going to be pretty hard. But on the other hand, Nemiga are playing, dive Dota pretty much. They have the 2 saving supports, Dawn ulti and the Decrepify from the Pugna, plus the heal, of course, from the Pugna. So they have like battery sustain lineup where they can keep on going until they break the enemy. So I'm looking forward towards this match, and let's get right into the game. Hopefully, momentarily. There might be a slight pause at the beginning of the game, but that is very... I mean, that's just very Eastern European, right? That tends to be the case when games get played in that region. The moment the game starts, they're going to pause. The break was the drafting took so long, they all have to get their bio breaks. But yeah, I'm actually gonna quickly ask production, are there any issues right now? Because it's taking a little bit longer than I initially would have expected it to take. Okay, so just a 1 more minute pause. Okay, so looking at these lanes that you pretty much have, you got Centaur Grim versus a SF Dawn. Dawn's actually very good at trying to keep SF alive. I think that's a very nice one to have. Then you got Pugna Pango against a DK. Okay, against a DK Lich. Pugna Pango against DK Lich. I don't think they can kill the DK. They can kill the Lich. And one of the best pluses of Pugna plus 4 is that tier 1 tower should be dead by like 6-7 minutes in the game. So if they keep aggressively pressuring the DK and Lich, then you send in Dawn through the gateway once at around 6-7 minutes and a couple of Nether Blasts onto the tier 1 tower. It drops DK's force to jungle. The problem is DK can jungle very easily. Yeah, that's kind of the big issue. DK doesn't really have any struggles with jungling at all. So even if you quote unquote push him out of the lane, it doesn't really do that much. And then you have the mid matchup of Earthspirit versus Invoker. That one I've seen some Vokers crush Earthspirit, because Earthspirit is okay in the first couple of levels, but Voker is just really strong in every level. I think in the very early game, it should, the Earthspirit is just a little bit too weak. Obviously, if the Voker makes a mistake, you can run him down. That's going to be a big one, but I don't think that's going to be as easy as said, because of course Earthspirit is a melee hero, so he has the advantage of blast-hitting creeps. You would think Voker does actually do a lot of right-click damage. Surprisingly enough, with this new Invoker build, and one advantage that Voker has is you don't need bottle. I think that's especially important in a matchup like this, where The bottle is not a requirement, so you can put that into stats, which gives you a better chance at last hitting creeps. Okay, the delay on the game is actually significantly longer than I initially expected. I do hope that there are no actual big issues arising that could hinder us from enjoying said game. Okay, we're going to go to a break right now because it seems the delay is going to be a little bit longer. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gents. That was a lot faster than we initially expected, but we are now back in for some Dota and looking forward to seeing what they can do for us here.
I will commit this to memory.
The two lineups are ready to rumble, and rumble they shall. Do we get any early fights? Any early engagements? Well, I don't really think that they should be encountering each other unless DK walks a little bit too far. I'm curious about this Matson guy. I really am. Rank 21, immortal from Iran.
Begins.
I mean, the other one, of course, that we know of is Mikey, Iranian mid laner that is very talented. So I'm curious if Iran just has a big ass boot camp area to train all these superstar mid laners. But let's see, early fight. Love, aka Antoa has to run away. Dropping low, will be forced to TP back to the tier 2 tower bottom. And then walk it off. So he's not having a great time at the start of the laning stage. But it did make sure that the DK did miss a couple of creeps in the first wave, at the very least. And SF didn't really have an issue. I think he probably got every single creep in the bottom lane. So not too much loss there for Nemiga just yet. Interesting going for the DK stun at level 1. I've seen a lot of teams go for the DKs go for the breathe fire for just last hitting and also damage reduction in the laning stage. But I do like seeing change ups in choices. Centaur Stomp, not going to connect. It is a lane that is very scary for the SF. Obviously, you have Dawn to defend, but if you just, like, get stomped on with an Inkswell, you're very likely dead.
It isn't out.
Focus. Just getting right click back. It's a DK. He doesn't really care about Pugna's right clicks when of the lower right-clicking heroes in the game. And there we have Earthspirit bottling his Water Rune. Matson, he's going for 2 Wraith Bands to just get the stats. Doing a pretty decent job. Earthspirit, one of the biggest downsides of Earthspirit, that's why I think he also struggles in late game, is his farming potential is... It's okay, but it's not great, because you don't really farm that well. So if your laning stage goes poorly, recovering on Earthspirit is incredibly hard. You're going to have to get kills. If the enemy team is adept at dodging the gank attempts by having, for instance, good vision around the map, Earthspirit's games can be completely worthless, and they can be pretty much put into support position as they have no effect for the rest of the game, except for like rolling in and then instantly dying, which in this case is very likely, considering you're up against a lineup that has a stun or control spell on every single hero on level up. So it's not like you can roll in, use a bunch of spells, and then roll back out, because they just like DK stun, center stomp. You know, even the Grimstroke silence, just the Phantom's Embrace is enough to kill off a Earthspirit. He does get really tanky though at one point by the item build he goes for, depending on the item build, of course, that he goes for. But you know, it's still a strength hero with good strength gain. He's trying to dodge Matson there, who's going to get first blood. TP attempted and I guess cancelled, because Matson's not going to get gone on, and that's pretty big. Earthspirit gets first blooded by the Voker in mid, and Voker is not a hero that struggles too much, because he can just look, he's back to almost, he's over half HP just from right clicking creeps. Dude's back in perfect position. He's gonna pick up the Water Rune, and the Voker can continue in that mid lane without any big problems. That's why you don't need the bottle, because the hero has it innately. Weird that heroes have innate,
For the dead.
that you have that much sustain to just be able to survive it. Oh, Shishak countering the stack. Focus. They can't kill him. He just doesn't die. He gets annoyed a little bit. That's the extent of the power that they have. Maybe? Okay, they do have Shield Crash, Swashbuckle in 3 seconds. He is taking a decent amount of damage. He might actually be in trouble a little bit. Swashbuckle comes out. Inkswell in response. Meow. Oh, he dies there because they couldn't really decide on a target here. And now the rotation from Spartan is needed. Is it going to be enough even? Nice stroke coming out. Shishak, the grab fight to keep himself going. Meow wants to turn this one on to Spartan and keep Shishak alive through it all. So Spartan's going to die after the TP, and Shishak's not dead just yet. Earthspit comes in from the side. They catch out Jeezy, and another one comes in for the side of Nemiga. So a very big fight in the top lane that results into 3 level up deaths. Okay, I did not expect the DK to go down, mainly because you normally have support, I guess. And now the Earthspirit's still top. Focus needs to run away. Luckily enough, Earthspirit doesn't have the shortest cooldown on his rolling boulder.
Dire are scanning. Dire's
So he
top
will be
tower
able
is
to
under
get
attack.
back. But Focus might be forced to jungle, mainly because his supports are just not there. They are...
Radiant are scanning.
Oh,
Dire
there's
are
a little bit
scanning.
of a battle here for the runes. XP rune coming in. Who's going to grab it? It is going to be Jeezy and the Dawn. I think the Dawn had an Invis rune. Oh, no, wait. Oh, was it Dawn Illusion? Man? I can't remember. Rolling Boulder connection onto Spartan, who just TP'd in. Because the Earthspit's still top. They have a level 6 Earthspit. They have a level 6 Pangolier now. And almost level 6 on
Dire's
the
top tower is under
Pugna.
attack.
So they have tons of tools in the top
Structures
lane.
are fortified.
Oh, rolling boulder in mid. Matson, can he get out? He needs help. But does our spirit center not have his level 6 yet? Oh, now Jeezy's in trouble. Center's just cutting the creep wave. Jeezy's being chased all over the map. Is gonna die. But level up is not... I guess they're content with just splitting the map and farming. Which right now, because they chased GZ forever, DK's got free farm time in the top lane. Foker, even after that death, is still top net worth. And Center's also not doing too shabby. The only difference is the supports of level up are hella broke. The Spartan doesn't even have boots yet. To be fair, he only needs his level 6. Oh, so Spartan's gonna die once again. That will give away that they have an observer ward in the area, so that should be an easy D ward later on. So Spartan dropping low, since the gaze knows he's dead. But this is how you activate an Earth Spirit. There's like Earth Spirit's a hero that can struggle a lot unless he gets active and he finds catches, and they're giving him catches. They're giving him a game. He is ahead of the DK, which is really weird, considering I still don't think that the DK should have even died a single time in that lane.
Tower is under attack. Radiant are
It is going to
scanning.
be daytime in 15 seconds, so that means Namiga is going to see the entire map,
Tower is falling.
which is always an important factor. If you time it correctly, you should be able to take an objective every single time 10 minutes hits. So now they see in mid. Okay, Jeezy actually does go in. They didn't see Matson being invised up, but there's going to be the Dawn ulti coming through. Center Stampede, charge in, can get a 2-man stomp. Are they going to be able to get the damage? Shock is actually dropping low with the Magnetize coming out. Matson gets knocked onto the high ground. Is very much stuck in the corner. Tried to get cliffed onto another edge, but is going to get taken down. Shock is going to be a third one to fall. And level up are crumbling right now. It looked like a really good engagement, but it turned out to very much not be so. If they have, in that situation there in the river, Soulbind plus Chain Frost, they win that fight hands down. Like, that's their only big team fight that they have is Soulbind Chain Fight. They have a lot of team fight, but they need those two spells. They need the Grim level 6 and the Lich level 6. And then you would destroy in that engagement. Because they would literally not be able to do anything against it. You're stuck and you're murdered. I guess until Earthspirit gets his levels, his Aghanim Scepter, but that should be like his 4th item this game. And the rotation going towards top. How did they not... Okay. I like that. There's still an observer ward there. They should have been removed ages ago. So Spartan's going to get jumped here. He tanks the gank for Focus to get away. That's going to be a big plus. And a pause coming out from the Invoker. Hopefully we don't have any technical issues coming up. But currently 11-2, 3k net worth lead for Namiga. And it's primarily because there's just no real team play, I would say. coming up from their opponents so far. Like, even though Level Up has an incredible good team fight lineup, they're not that strong yet. Matson's going for the Witchblade. I'm not a big fan of that choice, but okay. They're going in. Dawn, can they kill him off? Love, Tornado's going to connect. That should finish him off, and Matson gets the kill. Because the thing is, Mage Slayer is pretty important to have this game. You're playing against Earthspit, even SF and Pango and the two supports. There's so much spell damage from Nemiga, especially in the early game, that Mage Slayer, the magic damage reduction is incredibly handy to have, and the spell damage reduction from the right clicks. Witchblade is nice, but I don't think it does nearly enough for him to warrant that pickup on the Voker. So Spartan is now level 6. Focus also has his armlet done. GC's making big stacks, but it's going to be very important that they don't steal these stacks. They aren't a great stack stealing lineup, but considering how aggressive Nemiga has been playing, I think, yeah, Focus is going to TP in. He knows he needs to clear those stacks, otherwise it's going to get yoinked. That's going to jump up his net worths very heavily. Jack's going for the blink, has the blade mill already. Focus. Especially the big creeps, that should give him a good chunk of change. Center Stampede, Dawn ulti, Voker's in trouble topside, taken down. Shaq used the Stampede as well. Chainfrost did a lot of damage actually, but it didn't get a kill. Center Stomp comes in. They do find Spartan as well, going for the Earthspit. Will find him in the end. Shishak needs to be careful, but the magnetized damage just continues. Yeezy gets a kill onto Love with a random right click, but they lose 4 in the process. And Focus, I mean, is he getting Mask of Madness delivered? I think he is. He is trying to continuously farm, but losing a 4 heroes against 2, you know, it's another one of those engagements. Yeah, your DK is farming, but they're farming your team. And I think them farming your team is a little bit scarier. Takizawa is second net worth with the Pango still at the top. That's impressive. Earth Spirit, you can see, you know, even with all these aggressive fights and engagements, he's not doing too well in terms of net worth. Easy is just going to rush the shard for the instant dispel of, well, stuns or magnetize.
Radiant are scanning.
And this Pango went for full auras. Like, he's got the mech, he's gone pipe. Like, this is a... it's hard. It's going to be hard to kill off Nemiga, especially once Crimson Guard comes in to play later as well. There's going to be a jump up. Dawn, ulti. They can't even kill off. Ooh, there's the double Chain Frost coming out. That's a lot of damage very quickly. Bangalier rolling further. They find 2 kills. Roll in onto the dire side. Matson, actually, the silence is nice. The Phantom's Embrace holds in place the Pango. He's going to get taken down. The rolling bolt continues. He's trying to get the magnetized damage to go forward. Takizawa will be repping his ulti. DK stun holds him back. Matson now is going to man fights. The fear comes out. Matson's in trouble. Actually, in response, they will be able to get the Earth Spirit, keep everyone alive except for Spartan. Takizawa is going to try and get away. Sunstrike's not going to connect, just off the mark. But just like that, that net worth advantage that they had on Nemiga is obliterated in one team fight. And this right here is Chainfrost, as Soulbind Chainfrost Focus with the Invis Rune, even finds himself the SF to finish the job, make it a full team wipe, and immediately TP out. Big stuff coming out from Level Up right there. Their team fight is impeccable if they get their spells off. And also if they're finally together, which in this case they were.
Radiant's bottom tower
For the tier 1 tower bottom lane push coming in. Now even going to get some wards down. Folks closing in on his BKB. And then going Nullify immediately against the Decrepify, against the Pango Shield. It's a very good pickup. It's very early though. Wow, that's funny. They both got stomped up, and there's going to be a Soulbind onto 2, hold them in place. The Phantom's Embrace on the Pangolier. Swashbuckle back, gets Phantom's Embrace once again. Will be getting the rolling. No! Interrupted, but he is so incredibly tanky thanks to the Shield Crash. Rolling Thunder, still not going to get thrown out. There's the DK stun running forward, and the full lockdown is there for Level Up. You know, I did mention that every single hero on their team has a stun, and you can really see it come into play here. They are going to go for the SF. Can they kill off Takizawa? Yes, they can. Shock dies from the Requiem response. Now they need to be a little bit careful because they also lost a Spartan to the Dawn there. And they're going to back off on Level Up, but they didn't get focus towards top network. They just play together. Their team fight's insane. If they play apart, it's absolutely atrocious. Net worth wise, pretty much even Stevens. Yeah, the Nullify is also going to be great against stuff like that Solar Crest that we just saw. Crimson Guard later will be countered by it because, I mean, I don't think they have it yet. But, for instance, Pipe, I still don't understand why you can't Nullify your Pipe, but, yeah. But now DK's got his BKB, Mask of Man, his Dragon Armlet, and now is going to go Nullifier. Level 16 against the mid-level 11 Earth Spirit. That mid-tier 1 tower has taken 1 auto attack. Oh, but it seems they're going to go for the SF on the side. Poker walks in. There's going to be a Soulbind onto 2. Pango can't roll because of it. The EMP connects. There's going to be the Chain Frost bouncing around. They get dragged back. Double kill comes in. Earth Spirit's actually chasing through, but he can just roll out. They don't have a blink to jump in front. But a nice double kill. Luckily enough, the SF did not get caught or killed. Earth Spirit's going to see if he can get himself a rune. It's an amplified damage rune, not a bad one. Tormentor gets grabbed. That's Dawn's shard, so he gets... Oh. Ooh, not that many points in extra, it seems.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Was a very nice Sunstrike attempt, though. Oh. Earth Spirit. Nice silence onto 2. So Spartan dropping low. Will die to the Magnetize. Easy with the silence just in time. Can they get the kill? There's the Inkswell. The stun possibly coming up as well. GZ is actually the one in trouble, and they're going to chase for more. 2 kills from Amiga. And the rest of Level Up on the run. Matson with the ice wall placement. Can he dodge the Rolling Boulder? Yes, he can, but can he keep dodging the Rolling Boulder attempts? Matson's going to get slowed down. Nice Tornado, but the Rolling Thunder comes in, and they will find the Poker. Doesn't have a 4-staff yet. But doesn't have a way to disengage, and they're actually probably looking to steal the Tormentor here, which would be a very big steal if they can secure it. That's 1,400 gold. I'm making sure that... Okay, Pugna gets it, so now you can AoE Spirit Siphon, Life Drain on his Pugna ward. I mean, they don't have, like, illusions on the side of Level Up to one-shot those, but it's still very obnoxious to deal with. Going in, they get the control on the Earth Spirit. They were considering going Roche, it seems. And now it's actually going to get picked up by Level Up because Nemiga completely dipped out on the area after losing the Earth Spirit. So that should be the first Aegis of the game going to Level Up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it takes a little bit longer because they actually don't have a Roche lineup in the slightest. DK picks up the Aegis. Matson, they are smoked up, heading for him. Rolling Thunder comes out. And a nice Rolling Thunder. Locked down Hurricane Pike to try and get himself back. Center Stampede as well. Matson, can he disengage? He is invised up, but he's next to a Sentry Ward. Dusted up. Tornado onto 2. So Spartan's going to get taken down. Meow chasing further. Matson's trying to push him back as much as he can, but he is stuck. Will go for the TP attempt. Is going to be able to get the TP to safety. When in doubt, just TP. Easy peasy. And Focus is almost done with his Nullifier. Has that Aegis, so feels a little bit more confident in walking far forward. Wait, who is going for the Ags? Was that Easy? On the Grimstroke? Someone was building Ags. I'm curious. I would love to see that one. I love the Grim Ags. It's so good. Especially if you get like SF illusion.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The rest of the illusions aren't great though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, going in. Dawn ulti use. Centaur. Soulbind actually holds those two in place. Meatball comes flying out. The entire BKB do. Oh, Nullifier onto 2. Will be able to roll away. Rolling Thunder comes out in response. The DK gets feared off. SF goes in for the fight. Pops the BKB. Rolling Thunder still onto. Like, the problem here is they're all in a cliff area and they can't help each other on the side of Level Up. DK's on one end, Voker's on the other, and the Centaur's in the third position. So they are just constantly in a really rough position to take that engagement. It was a nice Soulbind Nullifier combo. Now it gets thrown out again. We'll be able to kill off the Earth Spirit. And DK still has that Aegis, so he doesn't really fear anything. But they need to be careful on the side of Level Up. They have a really good team fight, but they are... like, a couple of their engagements are just very weak.
Radiant are scanning.
Matson going Shard plus Blink. Shard obviously, because if you soulbind the enemies and then you throw your EPA on them, they still get dragged closer to each other, so it's easier to hit that soulbind onto soulbind plus Pain Frost onto 2.
As a diving
Focus with the haste rune. He's he's in there. Hurricane Pike trying to keep himself out of harm's way. DK of course doesn't have a blink dagger or anything, so he doesn't have the best tool to instantly engage on his enemies. So Takizawa on that SF is keeping up with Focus the entire game.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're focusing on the tier 2 tower top, whereas Level Up are pushing out 2 waves.
Radiant's top tower.
Sorry, Nemiga are pushing out 2 waves. Level Up are only pushing out the singular.
Radiant's
Focus.
top tower is under attack.
Going in, Nullifier gets used. Quick kill onto the Pugna. However, they are going to go in for more. Chase D, Percenter Stampede, get them out of there. Soulbind gets used by Jeezy. It's not going to really result in much, but he's at least baiting out the Earth Spirit, chasing him forever while the rest of his team dies. Earth Spirit's still going in. There's going to be the Ink Swell. Not going to be able to stun him up, but they lost the SF, Dawn, and Pugna in the meantime. So it's great that the Earth Spirit killed off the Pugna, the Grimstroke. But honestly, it's completely worthwhile, especially because he soulbound the Earth Spirit. And Earth Spirit didn't get connected to anyone. He couldn't roll back in to help his team, because then he would connect to his team. So he was forced, GZ forced him to chase him, essentially. And then they didn't have the Earth Spirit in the fight, because if he rolls back, you know, he binds to someone else, and then they both die. So even in death, GZ did a very good job there. Yo, Pango. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next. So he's got Shard, he got Blink added. He was so farmed. He, like, all his farm just stopped at one point. He was top net worth, dueling with the SF for that position, and now they, like... He's just above the center, but only barely. The one big saving grace is their supports are still very farmed. Antoa on that Dawn, even though I think he's called Love now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is very farmed. That is also one of the big advantages of a Dawn. Is the fact that you can always just farm jungle and side lanes, and then when your team needs you, you can just pop your ulti and then join them. It's, you know, global presence heroes are perfect like that. Just the Spectre, and they just profit. But Dawn at least can be a support. The other ones, I mean, Nate's Prophet can be a support, but doesn't really get played that much like it that way anyway.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And now it's level up again with the pressure. Daedalus next item for the DK. He's got the SNY also done, so status resistance comes into play. They don't have the best stuns on Nemiga, except for Rolling Thunder, I guess. Oh, speaking of Rolling Thunder, I just heard it being popped. And then we have a very interesting pause moment by the Voker, who is actually not anywhere close to the fight. Which is even more interesting. But the one pausing is nowhere near the engagement. Okay. There we go. And Rolling Thunder continues. Soulbind thrown out by GZ. They do get connected together. Dawn ulti comes in. Focus does do a decent amount of damage. Takizawa with the Requiem of Souls comes out. Chain Frost is bouncing a little bit. Not the actually, it's doing a lot of damage on the SF, keeping him out of the fight. But Matson needs some help right now. DK doesn't have his BKB. They bought back onto GZ. They only lost the two supports on level up at the very least, but they bought back onto GZ. And Shak now is in a lot of trouble. Needs to try and dodge and weave his way out of there, but he's going to get controlled up. Was left behind, and a big fight there for the side of Nemiga. And that's pretty much what they need. They need to kill the supports first. Otherwise, you're going to have your Ink Swells to dispel stuns and debuffs, and you're going to have your Frost Shield to remove all the damage taken. Foka needs to be very careful because Meow is hunting for him.
Radiant are scanning.
Matson does have BKB TP though, and there's no Basher just yet.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, drag back, coming in onto the Earth Spirit, and they get the control, and they take him down.
My face be the last thing you see.
Dire are scanning. Dire's
Takizawa,
top tower
he's
is under
done
attack.
with his own Daedalus, going for... I don't actually know it. I assume he's going Daedalus into
Dire are scanning.
Titanic, maybe? They're looking for him. Blink forward by the Lich. Won't be able to reach Takizawa. Needs to be... Look at that big fit. But they will find on the side a little puggy Pugna. Will be an easy secondary target for them. Roche is up in a minute, and that would be Aegis number 2, which gives you the banner. But that SF, you know, one hit came out onto the Lich and it looked pretty dangerous there. Nice blink out from Meow. That's the delay on the Centaur Stomp. Earth Spirit's going Shiva. Is he going Shivas? He has the recipe of Shivas. And he only needs the plate mill. But Ags is also very important to get. Ags is so important to get this game. Just against the Soulbind Chain Frost combo. I don't think the Voker's played with this team a single time this game. Like, again, he's completely, he's top. Obviously, he's pushing out the waves and such, but he is just never together with the rest of his team. Oh. Her Spirit, just being a little bit nosy. But Roche is important not to give away. They're chasing it after Jeezy. Jeezy does not have a buyback. Throws out his Soulbind, knows he's about to die. Goes for the TP attempt out, but is going to get taken down in response. They're going to go for the Pugna. Nullify gets thrown now. Dawn, he has Ags on Nantoa? 60% evasion, I think it is, inside the Dawn ulti. And DK blinks onto the... Okay. He blinks onto Pangolier in the middle of his Rolling Thunder. What is going on, Level Up? In the Roche pit? Pango rolls into the pit, DK blinks into the pit, and then just gets unlocked, giving away the Aegis. That's a way that you can do it. And it will be the Aegis going in the Radiant's favor, plus the banner. That was a really bad fight. Like, Jeezy should not have been there, first of all. He shouldn't be in the front. But also, the rest of the team was just like... I mean, Madsen was on the other side of the freaking planet, of course. Takizawa going for the Daedalus, which he now has the money for. He has the Satanic Daedalus done. This SF is pretty freaking huge. After that fight, Pangolier probably has his Axe now done as well. And then Basher would be a very big item if they can secure it. Dude, I swear to God, someone should remove the F9 button from Madsen. Because every single time they pause, it's Madsen this game. Leave the pause button alone. You might also just... Oh, wait, Madsen is Iranian, so it might be that he's actually playing from Iran and has some internet issues. That's actually a valid reason. Not looking too great with the constant DCs. especially the positioning on the map. But the fact that Antoa has Ags, and look at his net worth, 13k net worth on the Dawn. Now DK is kind of required to go MKB. Otherwise, the Dawn ulti that has like 70% or 60 or 7, I'm gonna have to check out. Dawnbreaker Ags. Let's see. How much do you get in the ulti? 60 or 70, I think. %60 evasion is what you get in the Dawn ult. And the healing improved to 120. So you're going to need probably Vocal with a Scotty. And you're going to need an MKB on the DK. Which you don't want to get, but, you know, at this stage... Do you even have space for an MKB? Like, that's another point. Do you... Like, what do you put away? He has a Mask of Mana, so he can still remove that or make it into a Satanic, possibly.
Time to earn myself a badge.
But the game is still very close. Okay, level up is ready. We get an instant fight afterwards.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
DK and Foker are on the other side of the map, splitting it. Jump in. Silence comes out. There's going to be the Dawn ulti used.
Radiant's top tower.
And they're going to back off. So Dawn ulti on cooldown. Center Stampede. They want to re-engage. DK is there. They go for Antoa. Focus gets the kill. Turn their attention to Takizawa. He's got the Aegis though. Rolling Boulder. He's actually dying in the Rolling Boulder on the... Pango will be able to roll just out of there. The damage is immense coming out from Focus if he gets the time to right-click some targets. And Madsen going for the man fight, but Madsen, he's up against the BKB target. Will they get the kill? Yes, they will take down the Earthspade. Big fight was made happen. Madsen is going to get taken down. Focus is still chasing for the Pangolier. Inkswell, not even going to really be a necessity right there, and it will be the TP out from the SF. So it's a 4 versus 3 trade with technically 5 versus 3 because they popped the Aegis as well. Focus going for the Swift Blink. He knows he needs to get a little bit closer to his targets. But that DK damage, he almost kills off the Pangolier in his Rolling Thunder. That shows you, like, if he has Armlet on, he has like 450 right-click damage. He's got the full Satanic now delivered. He didn't even take damage in that fight. No one hit him. They just ignored him completely. Pango just finished off his Ags. Really?
Speed the brush.
37-minute Ags. Doesn't have a Crimson Guard either, I think. But of course, the pipe was more important in this game. But Takizawa, he's going for the Butterfly next. I mean, if he goes for Butterfly, then it's definitely going to be the DK going for MKB. There's, like, he'd probably... I don't know what he'd replace with, though. But the game is still very, very close. Less than 1,000 gold advantage. Earthspirit's closing in on his Ags. He's actually not that far of finishing off the Aghanim Scepter.
Bounty.
Alms for the dead.
And Madsen going Scythe of Ice. The Insta Hex, Soulbind, Scythe of Ice. Like, that's the thing with Soulbind on Grimstroke. Late game, you've got so many single target items as well coming into play. Like you could double Hurricane Pike so that you can be able to just smack them from miles away as well. Love would be a very nice kill if they can secure it. Focus, center stampede, because they know that the Dawn ulti is... I mean, it's a guaranteed save every single team fight. Now that the Dawn is dead for 70 seconds, doesn't actually have a buyback. They might just knock on the high ground with the Elder Dragon form. Yeah, he's swapping in his Satanic. Meow. Get the blink back to safety, or at least attempt to. Meow does get slowed down. GZ with the silence throw up. And Meow will Rolling Thunder. He can't use anything else because of... Yeah, he'll be able to get himself back. He's going Nullifier. I mean, sure. Nullifier is kind of a good item this game. You're up against the Frost Shield. You're up against the Inkswell. You're up against a Alacrity DK. Mowing away at your buildings. Look at those range racks. Done. Jump in, BKB There's going to be a Soulbind onto the two. The SF is in trouble. The SF is going to get controlled. Sunstrike comes out. He's trying to lifesteal heal. Chain Frost is bouncing all over the place. Oh, the damage isn't going to be enough. No, it's not nearly enough. They finally do manage to kill off the SF. Does buyback immediately. Chasing in deeper. Dawn ulti finally comes out. Will get the stun up onto the Voker, who's going to get taken down in the process. And the chase for the rest. Buyback actually coming out from the Voker. Center Stampede, jump in onto the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's going to lose his life. DK is still at half HP, even more. But his Elder Dragon form has just ended. They're going to go for the Pugna, get the stun lock on him. Rampage for focus. And he is hunting for blood right now. Has the money for his full Swift Blink if he requires it. Voker did buy back, so he does need to be a little bit careful on Matson, but it's 3 buybacks used on the Radiant side. And Focus, he's full HP, full mana. Dude does not care. There's going to be a jump stun in onto the SF, and with that, it should be the game secured here for level up. GG gets called, and Focus with a 15-1-7 scoreline shuts down Nemiga. And in this case, their team fight was exceptional, obviously, but yeah, the DK was just huge. I do think that a very important factor for this was Soulbind. I think Soulbind was probably the most important factor here. Because the Earth Spirit and Pangolier, a lot of the time, they get Soulbind bound. They can't move. Then you throw a Chain Frost, DK stun, everything they had onto that, and they just crush him in the team fight. Plus, late game DK is kind of broken. It's a range Sven, as other people would say, and it's just so much better than Sven. And it's so much stronger. But that was game number 1. It was a very close affair, and honestly, I expect this to be a 3-map series because both these teams are playing really well. Game 2, will we get a different draft? Maybe a couple of changes in their heroes that they play on the side of Nemiga could get them the victory here. We'll have to wait and see after the break. We'll be right back.
last thing you said.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for game number 2. Draft is starting right now. As we can see, we have Level Up with the same bands and Amiga with the same bands as last game. I would assume there are some slight changes coming up in their banning. Not letting DK through until the very end would be a very important one, but I still think like considering what we saw last game, yeah, Tusk ban, that one makes a lot of sense. They want to play that SF on Amiga, so it wouldn't be too surprising if they also banned like Marcy probably. Or the Clockwork. I think Clockwork right now is really solid with the control. That it brings to the table. Level Up. What heroes are still left that are scary for first pick material? They went for first pick Pango last game on Amiga, but obviously Grimstroke countered it really heavily. Morphling. Morphling would have been a... I think Morphling is really good at the moment. The Voker band. That one's that I really like. The Voker was... He didn't play like a super perfect game, and he was never with this team, but it just does so much here. Pango, immediately go for the Grimstroke. Hard counter. You can set up possible Doom offlane as well, so you get Soulbind, Double Doom combinations to play with. I would assume that's an Amiga ban immediately. They banned the Lich and Clockwork. They don't ban the Doom. Huh. Okay. That should be free Double Doom. And then you get, I guess, front running Pulse 5. I mean, Grimstroke could also be a Pulse 5 in most games anyway, but GZ does play it primarily, I think, on the team. Or at least I know he plays a lot of Grimstroke. What are you afraid of? Because Grimstroke hates being dove on, but is also a counter to dive, which is kind of a weird one in that regard. Yeah, Puck. Actually, Puck is a really smart ban because Puck does not care at all about Grimstroke. Like, phase shift by. Can dodge the silence and such, and the Phantom's Embrace, so it's not really that problematic. And also, if they go for another centaur pick, Puck would be really good against them, which I wouldn't put it behind them that they just go for another centaur. I still think Double Doom, for obvious reasons, is ridiculously good. They're gonna go for the Marcy, which got banned last game in the second phase by Namiga. So this time it does get scooped up. Snapfire plus Elder Titan. The ET was actually a level up ban last game. So Antoa ET, we've all seen that. It's very good. They have a lot of good team fight on both sides so far. Even if as a post 5 Antoa supports Marcy. Sorry, I said Antoa yeah, it's Antoa on the ET. But it's the Spartan probably on the Marcy. It could also be a safe lane Marcy or an off lane Marcy, because that also does get played. I think Focus probably plays Marcy safe lane. Luna. Okay, it's not going to be a safe lane Marcy, but very likely going to be a plus 5 Marcy then with the Luna safe lane. So that's your tower push. That's solid team fight coming into play as well. Elder Titan's okay against Luna because you reduce base armor, which if you stand next to Luna, which is a lot of armor on Luna gets so much agi in her build that she usually has around like 25 to 30 armor, and that gets removed, and then it's like 2-3 hits for. I mean, I'm still assuming they're going to go for another game of SF on the Amiga. They could also go DK themselves. But it depends really on what they pick here on Level Up. Sand King. So they don't really have any Soulbind combo yet. There's the SF pick. That's not really a surprise. I was really expecting the Doom to come out, Soulbind Double Doom. Now it's... I mean... Actually, Soulbind Double Lucent Beam is pretty good once you get your level 25. However, if you get your level 30... you're level 25 on Luna, and you so Lucent Beam a Soulbind target, do you then get 4 Lucent Beams? With 8 glaives bouncing around? Because that would just essentially be Chain Frost. And a lot of chaos. I would love to see that. Earth Spirit plus Shaker Ban. Okay, Earth Spirit last game. He played pretty well. I don't think it was the biggest problem, but considering they ban out the Shaker, you expect an Earth Spirit or something along those lines to be played, or Pango mid, because that's also still a potential pickup for an Amiga. They could just pick a different offlaner and put the Pango mid, which Shaker would destroy. Time's ticking down, boys. What's it gonna be? Actually, there's like so much reserve time left. It's insane, comparatively. I don't know if they want to play this Pango mid or safe that or offlane. That's kind of it. Because they could also go for a Doom themselves, essentially. Actually, Sand King could also very easily go mid. So they could still go for the Doom here on the side of Level Up. I immediately thought of Sand King offlane, but obviously let's also go mid. So much, really, the flex in that mid position is SF could technically also go mid. Slardar. Okay, so it is going to be a Pango mid. Slardar offlane. They have a good minus armor draft. And there we have Timbersaw coming in. Okay. Okay. Timbersaw, I would assume, is going to be mid because Timbersaw destroys Pangolier. Yeah, it's going to be a Timbersaw mid. Okay, so one side has the minus armor draft, which is the Namiga side, and the other draft has a Timbersaw. And this is a hard game to predict because they have the ET with the armor reduction, SF armor reduction. I think Pango also does armor reduction. Like all 5 heroes of Namiga have armor reduction. And Slardar, if he has an okay lane, which I guess should be doable, he can get a nullifier pretty quickly, which is going to counter the Timbersaw's Ags. I do think the Timbersaw is going to destroy that mid lane. But I think the Amiga can take this. I think minus armor drafts are really, really, really strong. I don't know if they're strong enough to circumvent this game, but I think Nemiga has a... They have a really good timing around the 25 minutes. If Pango doesn't get crushed too hard, they should win it. If Pango gets destroyed, that means that they can't kill the Timbersaw anymore. Because then Matson is just going to be jumping all over the place in the early to mid game. And they will be able to hold them back, take them down. Same with, like, if they get soulbound, you get, like, Slardar with Pango connected. You can't win a fight at that stage. So let's see. We started off with before level 1 smoke. Walk up the high ground, smoke gets broken. Observer ward gets placed. Actually counters the medium camp. Jump away. Force the level rebound at level 1, but it will be a early aggression that results into nothingness.
"30 seconds to battle."
I always find ET such an interesting hero. I always like the ET +4s where they stack their own triangle and then they just come running in and 3-shot anyone.
The battle begins.
But how are the lanes going to go? That is the ultimate big question here. Mid should be in favor of the Timbersaw normally. Bottom lane, I mean, ET is just going to right-click harass the entire time. Or at least attempt to. They need to dodge that damage. Top side, Slardar plus Snapfire is a lot of damage. Especially with the full bore. On Snapfire, he's going to constantly be able to get the slow in. If Spartan makes a mistake and doesn't have rebound, he is very likely going to die. Jump in. He already did use the rebound. Focus on to focus. But there is no bash with the deep just yet, so not the most amount of damage to be pumped out. So Spartan needs to be a little bit careful because Snapfire does have 3 iron branches in the circlet, and it is a universal hero, so the right-click damage of Snapfire is pretty big.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And in that mid matchup, Matson, actually, the Pangolier is doing a really good job so far. Matson struggling a little bit. Maybe a little bit more than a little bit. Five denies as well from the Pango. And the thing is, with Timbersaw, he's also a universal hero, so those iron branches at the start definitely do help with trying to secure some right clicks. He's got his bottle now done, so we'll be able to spam out his spells a little bit more. This time, you don't have like the big advantage of having a DK to back you up in late game. Luna is really, really strong, don't get me wrong, but it's not... The DK is... like, Luna has very big teamfight oriented AoE damage, whereas the DK is just heavy physical melee, like 1v1 damage that also cleaves, which is surprisingly enough, until Luna gets his Kanda. Once Luna gets Kanda, then all of a sudden, single target is a tool. It's Lotus. Rune timing, coming in, focus, taking a lot of damage in the top lane. Meow going for the Luna. Can the Luna get away? Yes, he can, and Focus is going to stay alive. Has the healing loads available as well towards bottom side of the map, both offlane are struggling a little bit in terms of last hits. One big difference is Sand King is a hero that can vary. Oh, he actually went for the invisibility on Sandstorm. What? Okay, I did not expect that. I'm gonna check out Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Because normally you go for the other one because you farm so much faster with it. They probably did nerf it though. Yeah. Technically, Sandshroud has a higher win rate, but it's only picked 8% of the time on Sand Kings. The other Dust Devil, that's the one that you normally have, is taken 91% of the time. And the main reason for that is you just farm so fast. GZ takes a lot of damage there from Love, but Shaq is just, he's in a position where he's just going to constantly keep pulling the creep wave into a jungle camp, into a creep wave jungle camp to keep farming. Matson steals the water rune in front of the Pangolier, but the Pango is almost a full level ahead. Of course, Matson still has about 2 creep waves to clear. While bottom lane, there is a chase onto GZ. Will be onto down top side, folks. Dropping low. He has a healing Lotus. Can he stay alive? He's going to try and get the damage in onto the Snap Fire. Snap on the run. Can he get away? Shaq is going to get taken down, but Spartan is going to die as well. And that's going to mean Meow gets a double kill, including first blood. That's a lot of gold to the Slardo, who's going to have his power treads done. And just like that, he jumps to second net worth. And this is the thing with Slardars. They are terrible when it comes to farming. But if they get a good lead, they are really hard to stop. They're looking for Takizawa, who's just juking them. Burrow? What? Okay, you didn't see that? No one saw that. No one saw that. Topside focus being hunted by Love. There's the Observer Ward. TP in from the Timber Saw. Cookie gets thrown out. Focus. They're in the trees. Mats is going to chase for Love on one end. There's going to be a TP attempt out. Love will be able to TP away. Shishak looks for Jeezy. Misses the Scatter Blast. And Matson will at least get a kill for his rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But my lord, couple of whiff-a-doodles coming in. But Takizawa in top net worth, Pango second, Meow third. Speaking of Pango in mid, Matson still not level 6, so he doesn't have the chakram yet, but he does have a big ass power shield rune in the bottle, so shouldn't die anytime soon. Jump in on the Pango, Rolling Thunder. He's gonna get the full roll going. Scatter Blast misses onto Spartan. He's gonna get locked in position and right click down by the Elder Titan. In response, Matson's trying to get the kill, but he doesn't have the mana to use all of his spells and get the kill secured.
Radiant are scanning.
There's the rune picked up by GZ on one end. But Love will die to Matson, who'll right click him down. However, they are a little bit behind at the moment. Going in, topside focus with the Eclipse. Is it going to be enough damage to kill off the Slardar? No, it's not. Slardar is level 6 now as well, chasing in GZ. The minus armor comes in and big damage. Matson misses his chakram. And now the Timber Saw, he's just getting smacked. Needs to disengage. Gets broken in the meantime as well. Chakram is available. Will be able to find a kill, but can he get out of there? There's a Timber Chain, but he doesn't use it in time. Swashbuckle is there. The minus armor is doing so much work. Yes, the Spartan's going to be a 4th one down. A Third one down. Third one down in the top side, and a big, fat, juicy... No, fourth one. Sorry. Big team fight for Nemiga. That's the minus armor coming in.
What you'll find laying around.
Radiant's
You have...
middle
I mean,
tower is
Pango
under
doesn't
attack.
even have Lucky Shot yet, because Lucky Shot gets armor reduction. Elder Titan's Natural Order does armor reduction. Slardar's Bash of the Deep... Corrosive Haze does armor reduction. Snapfire's Lil Shredder does armor reduction. And Shadow Fiend's Presence of the Dark Lord does armor reduction. 5 heroes that do that. I mean, Roche should die, like, now. The Spartan being chased by Meow. Scatterblast comes in. And this Slardar is just unleashed. Also, the weird thing about Sand King going for this facet is he's playing against the Slardar. They have him as detection. Like, at one point, Slardar's going to get his shard. And then he's just going to Slithering Crush. And then your invis on Sand King does nothing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
K net worth lead here for Nemiga. The minus armor draft seems to currently be working very solidly. Mortimer's Kiss is in, onto Jeezy in mid, spread the love on towards Focus. And to be fair, last game they also struggled in the early game a lot on level up. Though this time they don't have that big wombo combo team fight that they did in game number 1. They've got decent team fight, but it's not anywhere close to as good. Top side, stomp onto 2. And the double stun comes out. You can't, like... I really don't understand this facet from the Sand King. Corrosive. They literally are playing the counter to Invis heroes. The ultimate counter to Invis heroes on the opposing side. I mean, maybe not the ultimate, I guess. Okay, Matsun kills Takizawa, but Takizawa, he's SF, so Requiem of Souls gets cast towards mid. Cheesy in a little bit of a pickle. Rolling Thunder comes out. And Pango wants to get the kill onto the Marcy.
Radiant's middle
Rolling
tower
Thunder
is
pump
under
faked.
attack.
I love this as well from the Pango. He's going for Mage Slayer first item. You're playing against Timbersaw. If you get a Mage Slayer hit off on him, that means the Timbersaw's damage is going to get reduced by 40%, which is ridiculous because he only has spell damage. Same with against the Luna and the Sand King. Currently, they only have magic damage on the Dire side. So if you get a pipe, okay, in this case, Mage Slayer or pipe, and Mage Slayer is gonna do wonders. It just does too much.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Easy has his level 6. Can go for Soulbind. There's going to be a jump in from Meow. Missed jump though. Stomp in response with the Mortimer's Kiss. This Spartan is in trouble. He's just going to straight up die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
And they should be able to focus on the tier 1 tower towards mid. Easy wants to take a fight here.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And look, top side. Corrosive Haze! Yay, true side. Congrats. Jump in onto Shishak. They will at least get the Snapfire.
Dire are scanning.
But look at the position of SF and Pangolier. Oh, they're going to go in onto the SF. Silence comes out. That interrupts his ulti, but he'll get the ulti off maybe in a second. Requiem of Souls. He does get taken down, but Focus in response is in a world of hurt. And Matson's actually just running away. I don't really know why. Why is the Timber Saw running away there? And now that Jeezy's about to die, Timber Saw goes back in.
Dire's top tower.
I guess he wanted his blink, but now he's just going to die because the Slardar also has his blink. Slardar also has an Ogre Axe on top and is closing in on his BKB. So yeah, they're getting absolutely destroyed this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
And with the minus armor draft, they can take Roche in no time.
Dire's bottom tower is
Ooh,
under attack.
8-0 for Slardar. When's the last time you seen a Slardar pop off like this?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Who wants cookies? Well, too bad.
Tanking does have his blink. Timber Saw has his blink. And Luna, what does Focus have? He's got Mask of Man, is going for the Manta style.
Radiant
Then
are
afterwards
scanning.
wants Butterfly.
Dire's middle tower
I mean,
is under
yeah,
attack.
sure, they have decent single target, but they also just kill him with magic damage. Takizawa takes the gateway topside.
Dire's
And
top tower
Focus is
under
walking
attack.
right towards the SF. Oh, actually. Immediate counter ward. So they just use it for a launch pad. However, in from comes Meow from the side. Gets the catch onto Spartan. Marcy's going to be an easy finish. And Roche is going to walk up topside, so they will be able to secure that first age of the game. Unless they want to contest this on level up. But they're 10k behind in 15 minutes. And the smoke just ended.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Roche is already dead. They will find the Snapfire in response, so they'll find a freebie, but Aegis on the Pangolier. I would have really liked to see it on the Slardar, mainly because Slardar is the one that is 8-0-4, so you don't want to give away that kill streak. Jump in, SF, drop in low, Epicenter comes out. Is it going to be enough damage to kill him off? Nice stun onto two, so Spartan drop in low, Air Splitter comes out, and Soulbind onto the two. Focus running forward, will be able to get the kill onto Love. Snapfire TP's right in towards the bottom area. There's going to be a Rolling Thunder from the Pangolier. Trying to get a lockdown stun onto Focus. With the Mortimer's Kisses, Slithering Crush coming in. Kill gets secured. In response, Shishak Snapfire is even going to get taken down. There's a Timber Chain available. Yes, he does drop. But this Slardar is still a very scary hero. Obviously, the Timber Saw can kill off the Slardar, but he needs to get the catch and not get jumped himself.
Soldier's fortune.
Dire are scanning.
All things considered, it could have been a worse fight.
Dire's bottom tower is
It wasn't great, though. It was pretty bad. Close to horrible. But it could have been worse. Matson almost done with his Kaya. Pango, he's got Ags plus Mage Slayer already done. Like, dude's absolutely stacked for cash. Ooh, they really want that kill. Timber Saw's back. They hit him with a silence
Dire's
from the
bottom
Phantom's
tower
Embrace.
is under attack.
Jack's got the blink. He's so close, but they don't see him.
Radiant are
There's
scanning.
going to be the jump, silence, first life gone. They have Phantom's Embrace for the second life as well.
Under attack.
but they're gonna just back off. Silence is gonna throw now. GZ throws out the soul bind on the side. Shaq, he got hit. He can't hide. He can't run away. Double kill gets secured. The minus armor draft is doing too much damage. And the Bango gets himself that kill onto Shaq.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, so Spartan with his ulti trying to get some farm, but he's gonna just be another goner. And the rest of Level Up are on the run.
Dire's bottom tower is
Blink
under attack.
BKB done on the Slardar. He's going for the shard next. I mean, even with 909 score line, Slardar is still not that farmed, and that really shows exactly Slardar's farming capabilities. But he's having so much impact. Spots out Focus. Focus is juking perfectly though. That was really well done. Burrow in, going for the Elder Titan, missed the burrow there. Elder Titan's going to be just fine. On the side, jump in. Meow going for the kill onto the Timber Saw, which is going to get stun locked completely. No Timby Wimby movements. Shaq's now on the run. There is no epi. Oh my god. Shaq is missing every single possible burrow strike he's ever used this game. And Shaq trying to disengage, but he can't even use Sandstorm because it's not going to do it. I mean, you could use Sandstorm just because you can use Sandstorm so that you can do a little bit of damage maybe. But
Dire's structures are
yeah.
fortified.
That Sand Shroud facet is horrible this game.
Tower is under
The Spartan, some damage onto Meow. Going for the man fight, but Meow can just walk it off. There's not enough damage from the Marcy coming out. And Focus is trying to farm up, but it's not
Radiant's bottom tower
it's not
is
the
under
end
attack.
game hero that you want it to be. They're 16k behind right now. Haven't taken a single tower yet on the side of Level Up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they want to go for the Tormentor.
Radiant's
Getting a free shard. I mean, Marcy's is okay, I guess. They already have the shard on the Grim.
tower is under
Who will get it? Could also go to the Sanking. And he does get it. So Shaq gets the Epicenter buff. I mean, it's big AoE teamfight damage, but if you get hit by a Mage Slayer, your outgoing damage is reduced by 40%. That's why Mage Slayer is so freaking good.
Thanks, sweetie.
And Timbersaw, yeah, he's going the Aghanim Scepter on the Timbersaw, which for obvious reasons is really good. The downside is I don't think it's nearly enough. This Snapfire is about the same net worth as the mid Timbersaw and Sanking, and hell, even the Luna. This Snapfire, 4, 5, 16 assists. Oh, Focus. Oh, Focus. Meow. Gets the catch onto Focus. The kisses come out, and Focus is an easy kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Takizawa, the Spartan, taking the gateway there. Requiem gets used to send him back. Mask of Madness, Takizawa is trying to get the kill onto Spartan. That's actually kind of a fun one. But Spartan gets the TP away while Shaq is trying to cut as many creep waves as possible. Matson in the top lane doing the exact same thing. Bango's here, and Matson is actually running out of mana.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
While Shaq hides in the tree line, is going to get the blink away before the damage comes through, but how much can you disengage? You know what's the most fun part about this? Is if you have the other facet, I'm just going to keep hammering on it. If you have the other facet on Sand King, and they tried to chase you, you can still do a lot of damage to them while running away. Just also a nice feature about the other passages. Pulling Thunder, focus topside, has the Manta, is Gleipnir caught? Because Pangolier has Gleipnir. He actually kills the Luna without the Luna being able to use Manta.
Need to come to this.
Le perfecte stunlock.
You have done great service.
I guess the biggest advantage they have is the pushing power of Nemiga is not that good until SF gets... Okay, he's level 17, never mind. He has presence, aura, effect buildings. They have good pushing power. Never mind. There's nothing good. It's all horrid.
Dire's
Absolutely
middle tower
horrid.
has fallen.
Precious bounty.
Now shall the battle
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, how much more can they get? They tried to burst down the Pangolier with the epicenter. It doesn't really do much. It's got 2.5k HP. And he also has Mage Slayer, so your damage output is just null and void. Not going for the TP out, we'll be able to disengage. Easy. Will he be as lucky? SF. Couple of right clicks. One more, the stomp comes out. Takizawa gets the kill, and a killing spree for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Chase in. They will find some Spartan bottom side.
Okay, I'll give them a head start.
now shall the battle turn.
I don't really think there's a comeback potential in this game, like last game had. I think this game is pretty much done and dusted in that sense. Like maybe they can throw out one hurrah fight, but SF is top lane while they're trying to get a catch bottom.
Dire's
And he's just
top tower is under
breaking
attack.
buildings, taking names. There's fortification. They're still looking for a catch, but Snapfire just TP'd out. And he's going to join his team. While they lose their top set of racks, they're still looking for a catch bottom side.
Dire's top tower
They've got the Roshan's banner, so that's going to be one full set of
has
racks.
fallen.
They can turn their attention towards
Tower
mid.
is under attack.
Luna is cutting the creep wave at the very least.
Dire's top
But
barracks
top
has
lane,
fallen.
no creeps are being cut, so they're constantly going to be
Radiant's middle
creeps
tower is
streaming
under
right in.
attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Second fortification coming out. They still have the Roshan's banner top, actually. Still hasn't been taken
Radiant's
down.
bottom tower is under attack.
Not that it really matters, but it does give vision, I think. Crimson Guard delays it a little bit,
Dire are scanning.
but
Radiant's
not
bottom
really.
tower is under
The creeps are
attack.
also coming in
Dire's
through
middle
mid.
tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They at least still have a tier 2 tower bottom, so they can't get megas, but I don't really see a reason to stop this. Charge in. There's going to be a nice epi burrow. Burrow. Epi coming out a little bit later. They will lose 2 on the Dire side. Immediate buyback coming out from Focus. Rolling Thunder gets himself out of Dice. Takizawa still has the Aegis. It's going to get slowed down in the meantime. Burrow strike in. All 3 cores of level up, trying to hammer away at the Shadow Fiend. But again, he's got the Aegis. Focus is going to die back. Matsun is going to get stunned. Now GG gets called, and we are going to a game 3, which is not really a surprise because we definitely expected that to happen.
Radiant victory.
And this was a minus armor draft. Plain and simple. It's very hard. If every single hero on the opposing side does minus armor, it's very hard to fight into it. Especially because considering with the Slardar and the Pango, they have good pick-off potential. And level up. They're... Like last game they won because they had exceptional team fight. This game they had okay team fight, but they just never, at least so far in the first 2 matches of this series, they don't go for those early rotations to help out their other lanes. They kind of just are like, okay, your lane's dead. I abandon you. Good luck further. I think in some situations they definitely need to make some rotations to help out mid lane, side lane, something along those lines, because this was a real big struggle. They just snowballed from that position, and obviously, yeah, top lane went horrid for the Luna. He got destroyed. Slardar was like 5-0 at 6 minutes, and at that stage it's hard to recover. But that was game number 2. We're going to game number 3 after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 was a complete one-sided affair in favor of Nemiga. Now we are headed into the draft of game number 3. Will Level Up be able to stand and hold them back is the big question. Do we get any interesting bans? Yep, there's the Respect Antoha Elder Titan removal coming in. Shadow Demon and Tusk are both not banned yet. So I assume one gets banned, the other gets picked in this case. Because Level Up do have first pick. And, well, they did lose the Voker. That would have actually been a nice one because they played a very good Voker in game number 1. Let's see, Pangolier actually gets banned. They did play Pango twice, and they do flex it on Amiga, so it does make sense. Pango both games was very effective as well. Shadow Demon pickup. Are we going to get to see the Tusk on the opposing side? Or do they prefer something else? So also an interesting question. Maybe they do have a preferral for some other choice in this case. What has been really effective so far? Last game, yeah, I mean, obviously the Minus Armor draft worked really well, but you can't just pop another one of those out immediately with like a Slaughter first pick. They have played SF twice in a row, so I think that might be a preferred pick. So I still think Tusk. You pick Tusk. You kind of force Level Up to ban the SF because SF Tusk is a very strong lane. Puck. Okay. It did get banned in the second phase last game, if I'm not mistaken. So their mid laners already showing, and then they can focus on banning heroes that are good against Puck. Not a lot of heroes are good against Puck. I mean, there are a bunch of heroes that are okay against Puck, but Puck is obnoxious. You could go for like a sniper mid if you really want to just bully out the Puck, but not too many people go for the sniper pick. Yeah, they ban out the SF. They know that they play SF. They've played it twice. They're good at SF. Not like you can really be bad at... Well, you can definitely be bad at SF, but it's these days more of a right-click hero. And the Tusk. So the double combo of removing those pesky heroes. Amiga, they have a Puck, so you have initiation. You probably want something to group up on top of the enemy, which means you're looking at maybe a Centaur off lane. You could Stampede, Dream Coil, and then the moment you hit a long range, far away Dream Coil, you just dive in with your entire team to kill them. Shaker ban. I mean, Pango can't be picked. If they ban Shaker, then you're looking for something. I guess Shaker is pretty good against Puck, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a worthwhile removal. Unless you want to go for either creep summoning, like Lycan or something, or an illusion-based hero. So PL is still in a very, very terrible position. Luna takes 3.5 years to think of the most obvious safe lane hero in this patch. Luna is obviously very solid. We've seen a lot of Lunas versus Dusa games as of late. Shadow Demon is pretty good against Luna because you can save against Eclipse, and you also have a way to create illusions based off of his illusions. Level Up are going to pick up the Centaur plus Rubik, so GZ is going to be able to get some good spell steals. Lucent Beam, Dream Coil, the Puck Silence, the Luna Eclipse. I mean, Luna Eclipse it's really good late game if you can manage to steal it in a good position, but most of the time it puts you in a rough spot. Snapfire, Cookie Stun, Kisses, Steel, also fan-freaking-tastic. And Treant. So you got your Treant 5, your Snapfire 4, Luna safe, Puck mid. They only need an off-laner for Nemiga. It's something that lanes well with Snapfire. Kunkka's not banned. Mars is also not banned. Mars would be really good for Nemiga here. Then they have insane team fight. Kunkka would also not be bad. And you've got like big auras, you can't Centaur Stampede running away, disengage. I mean, okay, you have Shadow Demon Disruption, so you do have a save against it. Then I'd probably go Mars. Mars, Snapfire, insanely strong lane. Then you got Dream Coil to hold the enemies in place. You got Arena, Overgrowth, like they cannot run away. Yeah, there we have the Dusa. Dusa versus Luna matchup. Kind of what you expected. And DK Sniper both banned out. Mars is gonna, yeah, Mars gets removed, makes the most sense. And other bans, I mean, laning up against a Dusa, you don't want to go Doom because it's terrible against Dusa. You want something to control a Centaur from, or anyone from running away. I mean, they have Puck already, but that kind of does that. Could also just go Bulky Boy that never dies. If you Underlord, I guess Underlord is a pretty good one. Then you got big auras. You have Luna and Puck for the damage with the Snapfire. You have a AoE route to make sure the enemies can't disengage. Yeah, I'd like that. I like that a lot. You're gonna go Void Spirits. Yeah, they needed something against the puck. Then you're looking at, honestly, so many heroes are okay. Void Spirit. Some people still go for the Lena, for instance, but Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, any of the spirits is okay against puck. Maybe Storm less so, but the other ones definitely. Because even Earth Spirit's got the silence. Storm kind of, you get silence, you die, so it's a little bit sketchy to play that one. And Amiga, last pick. I mean, they have a wide variety of heroes that they can choose. You can go Underlord, you can go... Honestly, Timbersaw's not even the... Shed Demon is kind of annoying. They're going to go for Sand King themselves. I assume he's not going to go for the Invis Facet. Wait, he is going for the Invis Facet. Why is everyone going for the Invis Facet? Does no one like going Bloodstone anymore? I'm going to quickly check. Sand King. Radius decreased. Yes, I know it got nerfed. Duration decreased. Yes. But it was still broken, and it still is broken. I guess this game is slightly less problematic because they don't have Invis detection innately. But last game, it made no sense to play it against Slider. The Sand Shroud. Looking at the drafts. Yeah, I like Amiga's draft more. I think Jeezy can have a really good game. But Amiga's just got so much magic damage. And it feels like they can ignore the Medusa nearly every fight. So yeah, I'm gonna go Amiga on this one. That they take the series. So it's... Unless Jeezy plays an absolutely fantastic game on the Rubik. I've been kind of disappointed with, in general, the impact that Dusa has in games. I think the hero is very lackluster most of the time. The Void Spirit is pretty nutty in terms of damage output. Laning wise, Void Spirit puck, yeah, 50-50 lane. Void Spirit tends to have a slight bit of an edge there, maybe 60-40, but it depends on rotations. Speaking of rotations, Snapfire is always a good rotation. It's not easy to get the catch onto the Void Spirit as a Snapfire. And on the other side, Rubik is an okay rotation as well. But same story, it's not easy to get a catch on the puck. Especially this game. Like, they first pick puck. They have, let's see, they have Telekinesis, Center Stomp, and the Aether Remnant. They have 3 stuns to hold the puck in place. And if you miss any of them, or if puck dodges it with Phase Shift, you're not going to hold them in place. Whereas in response, on the other side, you have Mini Stun, Lucent Beam, you have Burrow Strike, you have Dream Coil, you have Overgrowth, you have the Treant Shard, and you have Snapfire Cookie. They have a lot of stuns and control for the Void.
Stomped.
Не хочу тебя типнуть без
I
негатива.
guess someone is stomped.
A tree killed you. A tree.
I mean, I think if you look at the stats, there's probably a lot of people killed by trees every year. I mean, the stats on people dying from cows and vending machines, like, let's see. People dying by vending machines. "37 deaths have occurred from people
30
rocking
seconds
vending
to
machines."
Resist the Cobra.
Vending machines are more deadly than sharks. There you have your very strange statistic.
Lost in the woods, are ya?
Lost in the woods, are ya? Well, there's a... Oh, that block was kind of perfect there, but in response, Shishak still trying to run away, is looking to be first blooded by Focus or the Dot from Spartan, who will get first blood with that blood grenade. There's still a bounty rune that needs to be secured, so that should be 3 bounty runes for level up. Okay, first blood, 3 bounty runes. Not a bad start. Meantime, Puck mid lane up against the Void Spirit. Puck has had destroyed him in game number 2. Game number 1 was kind of even. I think he actually had some... he struggled in lane, but that was a Void Earth Spirit versus a Foker matchup. And Luna lane. What a default TI lane. Which actually had terrible win rate at TI, but after TI it's been completely stomping. The healing coming out from Leech Seed is just insane in the early game. AoE healing that also damages the enemy. What more could you want? Oh, so Spartan disruption dodges just in time, but can he get taken down? Yes, he can. Okay, takes a little bit longer. Meow on the run right now. Focus does do a decent amount of damage, but Shishak just hiding behind the trees, and Focus doesn't want to walk too far forward. Otherwise, it puts him in a very precarious position. Shishak. Luckily enough, it's only... Oh, nice root coming in, but Shishak is going to get taken down. Focus gets the kill. And Meow on that Sand King only has 5 last hits at the moment. Creeps are pushing towards his tower, so that should help him increase it a little bit. While bottom side, we have a little bit of a duel, making sure that the Lotuses get secured for the Radiant side. At least one of the Lotuses, because the other one went to Spartan top side. Interestingly, the Puck went for curveball on his facet. The facet you don't get to see too often. I've seen it a little bit more at TI and such. I'm not a big fan of it. It feels weird. I mean, the speed and duration multiplier is pretty nice, I guess. Or disengaging. Well. It just feels like push and pull has more value with the rest of your kit. You know, Dream Coil, even though it's a slight push or slight pull. You also have a Sand King, so you have Burrow that groups up, Snapfire with the cookie. Oh, Takizawa is actually in trouble. Got dragged back. Jeezy and Shaq together get the kill. And Luna falters. So far, Nemiga struggling in the lanes. And game 1 and game 2, both games, Nemiga crushed the laning stage. Catch in onto the Shadow Demon. Cookie Stun is going to connect, but Meow, he's got 4 Shadow Poison stacks. One more, and he is a goner. Disruption comes out, and he will get rooted, blasted, taken down. That's going to be the bounty rune as well to be secured here for the side of Level Up, and they're looking really, really strong. At least in the early game. The Shock needs to be careful. The Shadow Poison stacks are stacking up. Madsen will be able to drag the Snapfire back. Wants to go back in. That's 4 stacks, and that is another kill. So Spartan is doing a lot with that Shadow Demon pick. This is the reason they banned both games. Because it is so freaking good. They even are making sure that the rune is going to be picked up. For the Void Spirit, Disruption comes out, hold in place the puck. He takes so much damage in a short amount of time. Shadow Poison stacks are coming through. He's actually going to go back in to make sure the silence lasts on Spartan, but there's 3 stacks and he is blown up. Kill goes to, again, the Shadow Demon. Spartan! Single-handedly crushing them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Rough game is rough, and it's not getting easier. But Meow wants to farm the Ancient stack. However, look at the Spartan. He's got 3 points in the Shadow Poison as well. Epicenter comes out. Burrow is not going to connect. The Stampede comes out. So Spartan dies most of the damage. Has 4 Shadow Poison stacks. Needs to be careful. And Meow is going to die. Love did rotate in as well on the Treant. And with Focus joining the fun, this is a pretty scary one. Dreamcoil onto 3. There's the Luna coming into play. Does Luna have the Eclipse? Luna is level 6 and does have the Eclipse. Can they hold them in place and keep them at bay? Cookie Stun onto Focus. Medusa is in trouble. Medusa is going to get gone on and Focus is dead. They find 3 kills. And a big fat mistake from the side of Level Up. That's a painful couple of fights. Bottom lane, Sand King. He's trying to just stay alive. There's the Shadow Poison stack again from Spartan. Meow wants to go in onto Spartan, hold him in place. He's got 13 magic wand charges. Spartan is going to get taken down. And this time they keep Meow alive. Net worth is almost back to even Stevens.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Lost in the woods, are ya? Even though that hero's not in this game, I think. Can't remember who says that.
My path leads to riches.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Was it Luna? Might be Luna. I can't remember. I have a terrible memory in terms of voice lines. They're going to go for the centaur. He's going to stampede out of there.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's going to be on cooldown, so reinitiating is going to be rough for the Dire side if they want to take a fight. And yeah, Sand King is just trying to find farm on the map. He's going for the pipe first item. So just full aura build. I would assume Centaur is going to do about the same. Well, we see Matson farming up some jungle camp stacks. Actually, Spartan farms a bunch of them with the Shadow Poison dot ending. Now even going for the Ancients. Is it going to get stacked? No. Stack, unfortunately for them, failed.
Scanning.
But Focus is top net worth. Miel is second? How? His lane went so absolutely horrible. I did get a couple of decent fights afterwards. And he's been just farming up the jungle stacks the entire time. The Spartan nearby, there's the Eclipse being used. Bottom lane onto Shaq, they take him down. In the meantime, Spartan does get a counter ward going. They're going to go for Mia, who doesn't have a burrow. Has the Epi, but he's going to get rooted, locked in position. Can't get his spells off, taken down. Overgrowth onto Focus. There is a puck in the vicinity, but with the Stone Gaze trying to run away. So Spartan will be taken down with that Dream Coil usage. Matson and G stolen Dream Coil onto the puck. He doesn't have a way out. He's not getting any backup as well from his team, so he is dead. That's a big steal from GZ that he probably wants to hold on to for another fight. Love being chased by Matson, but it is a bit too deep, even though there are no rotations coming in to help.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Takizawa, he's got Mask of Madness done. Yasha's almost finished, second in net worth right now. Jeezy is very farmed on that Rubik.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they don't have any like big stacks for the Luna, but there are some big stacks for that Medusa. Once he heads towards his own triangle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They are smoked up though, looking for a catch. They want Takizawa,
Is under attack.
but Snapfire is going to break the smoke. And we'll get dragged back. If the stun lands, Shishak. This is very worthwhile that he dies.
You were not.
Because otherwise, if he doesn't die, Luna dies.
Ah, it is a shame. Wonderful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Takizawa doesn't actually have a TP scroll on the Luna. Is on the enemy's observer ward, going for the TP out. Center Stampede, they're trying to catch him. Dream Coil that was stolen gets thrown out. Takizawa immediately gets blown up. Love rotates through, has the overgrowth catch. There's going to be the Dream Coil of the Radiant side. Snap it onto GZ. Burrow strike in from Meow. Doesn't have the mana for Epicenter. Gets disrupted because of that observer ward. Shaq going for the TP out. Shaq gets out. Puck's going to chase for Matson. He does have an Astral Step in a second, and Focus is going to actually get burrowed on. Epicenter coming out onto the Medusa. Has the Stone Gaze, will pop it, wants to go for the man fight, but loses a lot of his mana in the process. Needs to be careful on the disengage. Puck is going to keep chasing for more. Focus doesn't get the mana regain from the Mystic Snake, and now the Burrow connects. Focus has no mana. Focus is dead. Meow chasing in after Matson. There's the Rubik TPing through. Has the Sandstorm. Gets the invis because of the Sandstorm. Jesus just chilling.
Dire's middle
And because
tower
of the
is under
arcane
attack.
accumulation facet as well, he gets a big ass Sandstorm there. Oh my god. Puck's got to be careful. This is another reason why you should get the other facet. Just saying. Now you give the Rubik invis. You know, all the little things add up. And stuff.
Dire's middle tower
Focus did
is
get
under
killed,
attack.
but they did manage to take down Takizawa early on as well. And Focus is 1,000 gold ahead currently.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Matson
top
is struggling in terms of farm. He's going for the Mage Slayer. So wants to reduce all the spell damage from especially this Sand King. You hit him with one nice little Astral Step onto every one of the Radiant side, and then they just do very little damage in these team fights. At least for the time being. Luna still needs a lot of farm to be able to actually get damage.
A prize.
Catch comes in. They're going to go for the tree, and he does have overgrowth, so you got to be a little bit careful. It does get stolen by the Rubik. Jeezy, Invis, and overgrowth. Jeezy is playing so well. Kisses come out. Centaur Stampede, they disengage. They force a bunch of TPs, and they get nothing out of it on the side of Nemiga. Jeezy seals Illusory Orb. He actually, with that facet, the Illusory Orb is better for the Rubik to steal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Because now it can get you solid vision as well with the curve. Okay, Meow.
Bottom tower has
Epicenter
fallen.
used. Won't be able to get a connection. He's running out of mana every single fight. He needs a bigger mana pool. Because
Dire
every
are scanning.
engagement I've seen this Sand King at, he just has no mana.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Focus in the front, he knows he can't really be killed. With the Luna out there, and Luna is under ward vision, farming top. There's still a tier 1 tower top as well, so they haven't lost a single tower on the side of level up. They have very aggressive observer wards bottom lane though. That good vision of the tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
Amiga gonna smoke up. It'd be a good catch if they can jump onto Jeezy. They really need to make sure that Rubik dies. He has a blink on Rubik, so it's not easy to catch him. Shaq has Stampede available. Sandstorm gets stolen again by Jeezy. Lift up, drag back. Meow is in trouble. He doesn't have a burrow. Center Stampede, they're gonna hold in place that Sand King. He's dead. And yeah, again, they get owned by Jeezy.
Is under attack.
Dude's just doing too much.
Dire's top tower has
Silence now gets stolen by Jeezy. Gets the silence off on the puck. Who does throw out the Dream Coil, but he forgets to jump away to his Illusory Orb that was still flying. He's gonna get taken down. The Mortimer's Kisses come flying out. They're dropping low in terms of HP. Takizawa is here. Has the Eclipse available, but gets silenced in the process thanks to, again, Jeezy doing the work, and now it's Takizawa all alone. They stay alive, lose no one on level up, and it's all Jeezy. This entire game is
Radiant's
Jeezy.
bottom tower is under attack.
Single-handedly carrying his team to victory. Meow, he's also going for the Bloodstone,
Dire's middle tower is under
which,
attack.
sure, but also no. Because they have no, they have Puck for the initiation catch on the Rubik. He needs to get that catch or they lose the fight. It's that simple. He needs to catch Cheesy.
I'll take your tribute.
And even then, they have Disruption saved.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower in mid does get secured.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Takizawa closing in on towards his BKB. But Focus is just that comfortable. He can farm the Radiant, or try to farm the Radiant's jungle. And because they're smoked, they're looking to go for the Tormentor, which I think Luna wants to immediately grab. This is big. Can they get it in time? They're rotating through. They're very close. They're going to steal it. Center Stampede as well. And Takizawa is dead. This is absolutely everything. They steal the Tormentor. At least they only get one of the kills, but Void Spirit gets his free shard. 8th Remnant can now doesn't pop off on creeps.
Has been denied. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
We want to go for Matson. Dream Coil connection. Can they kill off the Void Spirits? Mortimer's Kiss has come out. Silence is there. The Void Spirit is gonna falter, so they at least get something. But yeah, losing that shard is very painful for these supports, especially because Snapfire's shard is really good. And the other one that could possibly have gotten it was the Puck, who would have loved a free shard, considering he's building up into the Plasma.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
A prize.
Yeah, he's close to the Bloodstone. I still don't think that's going to really do anything. The Butterfly's done on Medusa now, going for the Scotty next. So the Bloodstone's going to get nerfed because of the Scotty.
Regeneration.
Void Spirit almost has his Ags as well, so then you're going to have to deal with double silences. Plus the Sanctuary. I don't even know what Void Spirit's other facet is. Because this one's too good. All damage barrier. Then you get the Ags, so then you just go. Top side, they go for the Void Spirit. There's the Eclipse, but the creeps are soaking up all the Eclipse hits. Disruption save from Spartan, and now the Luna is in a lot of trouble. Jeezy with the overgrowth that he stole previously is going to be able to get the control. What the frick is that? Okay, the Luna Orbit thing looks very weird on Rubik. But he's going for Ags. He's got Blink, Force Staff. Next item is going to be Ags on the Rubik. That's how comfortable Jeezy feels this game. And rightfully so. Because Sanking still no Blink Dagger. Like, he's going Shiva's next. Or what? Why is he going Shiva's? It does not. They have no. I guess the spell damage amplification, but they have no healing. Like, Centaur is the only one that has a bit of healing. And I guess the Shard of Shadow Demon, but. You know, that purges the Divas. Okay. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't just get Blink. Just to jump the back line. Now he has to walk into the back line. And also, you pop Bloodstone, you get the Demonic Purge. Good luck.
Dire are scanning.
Focus is so incredibly far ahead. He's 5k ahead of Takizawa. He's a full item ahead. Not like a small item. He's like a full Manta style ahead. In this case, almost a full Butterfly. I mean, Scotty's, I think, still a little bit more. Oh, no, actually, a Scotty is 5.3k. Oh, yeah, he's actually just Scotty ahead. DP's bottom, but Jeezy's going to follow him, so not a good target. Thor is just splitting the map as much as possible. He's going for the Holy Locket first item. Or second item. He has the Aghanim Shard. Is chasing for possible Spartan. Maybe cancel any TP attempts. Are they going to smoke up to kill the +5 Shadow Demon? I mean, it's a play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
There is a fight brewing. Trying to run away. So Spartan is going to stay alive. Trinity is going to get taken down before he can even pop his overgrowth. And look at Sand King. He joined the fight. Congratulations. Burrow gets stolen. Rubik has a better initiation than you do. Sand King is going to get control. Can he even pop the Bloodstone? No, he cannot. He is dead. Going for Shishak next. We'll get the TP away. Yeah, no. This Sand King is literally useless. And that should get them Roche. And it's not necessarily... Yeah, no. He just doesn't have Blink. He doesn't have Blink. He walks into the fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the down.
And they do manage to get themselves that Aegis. Onto the Deucer. Now you're going to have to kill him twice. Shishak is in a lot of trouble. Run, Shishak! No! Flips himself. He knows he's dead. Towards mid, Takizawa. They're going to go in. Eclipse. They finally get the kill onto GZ. That's an important one. Now they need to get out. Because they use Eclipse for that. Okay, Centaur Stomp. Sand King burrows to the side. Puck goes back in. Wants to go for the Shadow Demon. Actually, closely almost kills him. But now, Puck used everything. And dies.
Your death has consequence.
Like, Sand King burrowed out. He got away. And then going back in. They're just... There was no outcome that would be favorable in that situation. That's just it. It was just... You would not come out of that one unscathed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Luna is closing in on the Kanda. That will be a lot of damage added. But you're also up against the Centaur, who does have a pipe, has a Crimson Guard. You're up against Shadow Demon with the Shard with Disruption. And Rubik's almost got the Ags. If Rubik gets Ags, Epicenter Steal is going to be massive. Luna Eclipse Steal is going to probably pretty much be game winning. Puck's Dream Coil Steal is actually pretty funny. I mean, that's more. That's it. It's pretty funny. It doesn't really do them. Actually, now that I say that, GC does have decent right-click damage.
Invisibility.
Like 150.
Dire's top
So
tower
you do
is under
decent
attack.
amounts of damage with the Dream Coil Steel.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's
They lose the puck once again. They're going on the Centaur mid. And he's gone. They lose Shishak probably on the side as well. And Centaur gets a 2-man stomp in response. Yeah, I don't... Why would you even attempt to go for Centaur? I just don't know. Sorry. Gotta stay positive. Like, dude's got 4k, 3.5k HP plus Shard plus a bunch of defensive items. And Stampede. And now they're going to push the high ground. Folk still has the Aegis for about a minute and a half. Neo, not going to get caught by the Aether Remnant, but it does show how aggressive they are.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
And that is at least the creep wave cut by Takizawa. So they can't get more than just a tier 3 tower. And Takizawa also has his Kanda no done, which brings the danger of if he dies, they very likely just lose the game. Because he doesn't have a buyback available. Needs to be very careful. There is an observer ward still topside. Needs to make sure he doesn't walk in that area. But the Aegis of the Dusat will be up in 15 seconds. Oh, Void Spirit's got the gem. And he's looking for Treant. And he jumps on him perfectly.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Treant running away in the tree line. Amplified damage used by the Void Spirit. Treant's still chilling. Overgrowth goes for the TP attempt. Aether Remnant's not going to connect. He gets out. But they lose the set of racks in the meantime mid. So while Void Spirit's not there, not even an attempt at an engagement is being made by Nemiga. I mean, at that point,
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
like, this is the best chance to take a fight. Yes, Deuce has the Aegis for 2 more seconds. Oh, actually, Matson just solo kills the Puck top. The Puck doesn't have any defensive. He has a Blink, Bots, Parasma shard. No BKB, no Yules, no nothing. He gets silenced, he's dead.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they're gonna go for their tier 2 tower bottom. Then they're gonna just push up the high ground. There's not gonna be a snap fire. He does have a buyback. Glimmer Cape gonna keep himself alive. He's trying to run through the trees. Woo. But Shishak, he's keeping them occupied at least, but eventually he does get taken down. And there's the buyback. Puck is up in 10 seconds. Meow. They're just gonna lose the second set of racks without really any contention here. Actually, Focus doesn't want to go in for that one. Double jump. There's the catch onto the Sand King. Can he get anything off? No, Sand King's dead. No buyback available. Because he bought out everything for the Shiva's guard. He's 80 gold away from a buyback. Overgrowth comes out onto the Void Spirit. Takizawa, Eclipse does pop. It pops the BKB as well. He's trying to man fight. Needs to run away. Is in a lot of trouble. Eclipse gets stolen by the Rubik, who has Ags. So that's game. GG. They're all dead. All that Eclipse damage. They do have double buybacks, but they've got nothing left in the tank. He's just gonna keep that Eclipse.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Because it's gonna be back up in 80 seconds. Jump in onto Takizawa. Luna is in trouble. He's dead. No buyback available. They're gonna chase deeper, and GG gets called. Nemiga get destroyed, and it's all GZ all day long, baby.
Has fallen. Dire victory.
GZ played an astoundingly good game on the Rubik. And in my eyes, is definitely the MVP of the series. But the Sand King not having Blink Dagger is weird. Like, they never, without Blink Dagger on Sand King, they can never get on top of GZ or on top of Spartan. So, yeah, they can just live. It's that simple. The backline never gets jumped, so there's no problem in the backline. Nonetheless, Level Up take the series convincingly. Game number 2, they got kind of swashbuckled out of existence, but game number 3, they came back a swinging and they destroyed Namiga. That was the second game, the first series of CCT Season 4. We will have 3 more matches today. Next match is going to be up after a short break, and it will be DMS, the squad of Shigetsu and Dahak, Amelo, up against Quantum Team. Quantum Team is a team that stepped in and replaced Drake Clan, who was originally planning to play the tournament, but Quantum Team will now be stepping up in their spot. It is it's the Fezor stack. So we'll be back after the break for the next series. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another series here for the day. I was unfortunately a little bit incorrect. It's going to be Matryoshka versus Dragon Esports. So not the Dahak stack of DMS playing, but instead Matryoshka versus, as mentioned, Dragon Esports. Two teams that have been... Matryoshka's been around for a very long time. Dragon Esports, not so much, but they have been making their mark recently as well. Looking at these per the situation in Group A, we have Nemiga at the top with, Level Up at the... Level Up just won the series. So it's inverted right now. Nemiga should be at 0 points and Level Up should be at 3 in Group B. And these are the rest of the teams. But we are going to be covering a Group A match right now with Matreshka versus Dragon Esports. It's the first series of this group, so obviously no one has any points just yet. It's a hard group to make through because One Move and DMS are both very scary teams that they are going to have to face up against later down the line. And yeah, primarily that. They're very scary teams that you're going to have to beat. And it's not going to be easy in the slightest. Here we have the roster of Dragon Esports. It is Muxa, Dulrazi, Infernal, Daniel, and Mary Y. I'm actually curious. Okay, so Muxa is, for the people that don't know, Lil Pleb. And on the Dragon Esports Club side. And then they are going to be facing up against Matreshka, which is a Russian-Belarusian stack. And yeah, I mean, I think Dragon Esports probably are. But it's not going to be easy in the slightest. We saw it in the previous series. You know, the quote-unquote stronger team isn't always going to be the victorious team. And here we have it on the opposing side. Matreshka, Dizzying, Igor, Kurubat, Batla, Groom, and Death Domain to finish off the roster. I would say it's probably more favored towards Dragon Esports Club. I think they are just more experienced. And, you know, Lil Pleb is a big player. Mary Y is one of my favorite +5s. And a lot of it's going to come down to the drafting that both these teams will put into the mix as well. Going to be a very important factor here. And as I can already hear, the draft is starting momentarily, so we'll be jumping in to see if we're going to get to any Naga +5s. Because I remember Mary Y was one of the first ones that played the Naga +5, like way before the rest did. So here's if he pulls out something else that's interesting. Obviously, I would assume they're going to ban Naga on both sides. Alchemist first phase ban from Dragon Esports. Interesting. Very interesting. Don't see too much of the Alch. I mean, I see a lot of Alch, but I don't see it like first phase scary material level Alch. It's most of the time just there. But they do ban out the Naga. They do ban out the... That hero actually got ignored last game completely. Bristleback removed by Dragon Esports. My god, they must know something's up. Because first, ban the Alch. Second, ban the Bristle. They don't want to deal with bulky. And Matreshka is just removing +5s. Like, this is full-on hate towards Mary Y. What, next is going to be a Tusk removal? Oh, Nature's Prophet taken out. NP is not a bad one, actually. I think NP is... I don't know if I like it as a core, though. I mean, as support's also not that good. The one plus that it has is it's able to be anywhere you need it to be in team fights. They ban out a primal beast as well. They really hate bulky heroes. Pangolier. Okay. Really solid. We've seen the Grimstroke counter to it. And the fact, of course, that it has its flex potential. Makes it a very solid first pick material kind of hero. Shadow Fiend. Okay, then you gotta ban out Clockwork Tusk. Or Marcy. Oof. Definitely Clockwork, I would say. I don't know if you'd go for the Marcy or the Tusk removal. Probably Tusk. You'd kind of just want to make sure that this SF doesn't get a full free lane. And then, you know, the threat is they can always flex it towards mid and get a different safe lane, like a Monkey King, and get a range support, like, I don't know, Disruptor. I mean, maybe not Disruptor, because roll-up counters Glimpse, but something-esque. Quap removal. I mean, my Quap wouldn't have been a bad choice for themselves, forcing the Shadow Fiend to at least not be a mid Shadow. I mean, no one really plays mid Shadow Fiend, but every mid laner still knows how. Luna Band. Then we still have what Dusas to deal with. I don't think he really cares about Dusa. Marcy's going to be picked up. Yeah, they did ban out the Clockwork on the other side, but there's a Tusk available. But your safely duo is pretty much going to be Shadow Fiend Marcy up against a Pango plus Snapfire, maybe? I think that would be a pretty good lane matchup. Snapfire is also really strong in this patch. Farm's incredibly fast. Has a lot of damage, and a little bit of added mobility is always a plus. Ooh. So Pango mid? Or are we gonna get to see some like Mary White Pulse 5 Enigma? Which he has played in the past. And there's the Tusk. Okay, with the Tusk, it's probably going to be Pulse 5 Enigma. Pulse offlane Enigma, so you have Tusk plus Enigma, which is a very, very painful lane. And on the other side, Rubik, I would say. Like, if you really want to counter Enigma, you get Rubik. If you like never want him to use his ult, you get Silencer, but no one plays Silencer. So probably Rubik. Or at least BKB piercing interrupts of the black hole are going to be a necessity this game. Beastmaster offlane also does a really good job in that regard, because you then have Roar to pierce BKB. Matreshka. What's it going to be? Are you going to try and counter the Enigma? Or are you just going to completely essentially ignore it? Gyrocopter. So they are probably going to put this SF mid. Unless they're making this a support gyro, which I doubt. But yeah, I was thinking, because the Alchemist is banned, Gyro or Monkey King are the other two heroes that are good against Enigma, because you blow up the Eidolons in like one fell swoop. In this case, the you use Flak Cannon and you shred right through the Eidolons. But it does mean you force the Shadow Fiend to go mid, which is not bad necessarily, because it's up against Pango, so you actually do have a pretty okay lane. But do you then go, if you play mid SF, do you go right click or do you go magic damage SF? Personally, I like right click SF. Yeah, there's the Rubik. Oh my god. Oh. Now using Black Hole this game is actually scarier for the Radiant side than for the Dire. Sorry, for the For Dragon Esports Club, the team with Enigma, it's scarier to use Black Hole than it is for Matreshka. Because if Rubik steals it, and he has the AoE facet, that Black Hole becomes huge. And because he also gets the Arcane Supremacy, he also has the extra cast range on it. It's really just too much value. And Dragon Esports Club. I'm liking Matreshka's draft so far a little bit. I mean, maybe. They definitely need an offlane hero like a Mars. I mean, Mars is not even that great because you've got the Tusk and the Pangolier on the opposing side, but you need something. Centaur. I think Centaur would be nice for them. On Matreshka, they need a frontliner. They need an initiator. Otherwise, they're just waiting to die, primarily. Drow Ranger. Okay. Interesting. Very good against both SF and Gyro because of their base armor. I like it. I like it a lot. Then you have a Tusk Drow lane, or possibly, maybe this is just a Pango +4. Unfortunately, they banned Quap themselves. This Drow Tusk is not a bad lane. Yeah, they ban out Centaur. That's a good shout. I'm actually thinking Matreshka could go absolutely insane and get something like a Lycan here. And just run at the Drow every time. I think that would be a very solid one. Next Assassin and the Chen both removed. I can see Mary White go Pango +5. Underlord ban. They go for Visage. What? So it is going to be a +5 Enigma. Huh. Okay. So they force the Gyrocopter pick and then swap it to a +5 Enigma. That's actually pretty smart. Like, they never meant to make this an offlane Enigma anyway. And now they have forced their hand to pick the Gyrocopter. 5-head plays. That's neat. That's very neat. Kunkka's okay, but I like Dragon Esports Club. draft more. I love the fact that they kind of like bamboozled them with their picks. Focus a lot on countering the Enigma, and Enigma is just a +5, so Drow is really good against Gyrocopter and very good against the Shadow Fiend. Definitely gonna need to get a BKB this game, but should be just fine. Needs Marcy could be a bit of a problem though. Marcy is a psychopath kind of a hero. And just jumps you and tries to nuke you down. But overall, I like Dragon Esports Club draft more, and I would expect them to take the dub. The good old dub. What do you guys think in chat? Give me your predictions. I also think Dragon Esports Club in general are slightly better. I mean, I've always rated Lil Pleb pretty highly, for instance, and Mary Y. I think he's an amazing +5 player. But yeah, SF mid. Who would have thunk? And then you're going to have a Marcy Gyro against the Visage. Because that's the thing. Marcy Gyro really wants to aggress in the lane. But if you try to get aggressive against Visage in lane, he'll just blast you. And the Tusk is there to also to help out. Wondering if he's going to go... I would assume he's going to go for the not tag team. He's going to go for... Oh, he actually went tag team. Oh, okay. Interesting, because I've seen the other one on Tusk be insane when it came to tower pushing. They actually they they buffed tag team in the last patch and they nerfed drinking buddies. I mean, drinking buddies was broken. The movement bonus decreased from 25% to 10 to scaling up to 25%. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Level 1, 25% movement speed buff is stupid.
"30 seconds to battle."
Let us fight!
Oh, the Zine gets towards the tier 1 tower. They tried to snipe him, but he crept past them. Not that bad. And so far, it will be the pickups 2 for 2.
Battle begins.
And Mary Y taking the gateway to the other side. So you have a Drow plus Enigma lane up against a Kunkka Rubik. Okay, so the Kunkka is just going to have a field day against those Eidolons. I think this lane might be a little bit of a... I don't know if it's going to be a struggle that much. I mean, Kunkka should have the obnoxious. That's without a doubt. Oh, yeah, there's... Those Eidolons are just going to be free money the entire time. Especially once Kunkka gets more points in the Tiebringer, he'll be able to one-shot them once he gets the Blades of Attack added in.
Unfriendly fire.
Nice.
And looking at these lanes, know. I would assume mid is just pretty even, slightly favorable for Shadow Fiend because he's one of the stronger mid lane heroes. But it also costs him a bunch of mangoes at the start to bully Dual Rizzy out. And now that he doesn't have any more mana, he should be just fine on the Pango. Visage Tusk versus Gyrocopter Marcy. So Gyrocopter going for flat cannon is just going to be a lot of AoE harass damage, which means the soul assumption charges do stack up quickly. And then he just also throws a lot of damage out with the... I mean, he's even got 2 mangoes on the Visage. Just for big, fat, juicy harass damage. Oh, Mary, why? All them Eidolons going to the Rubik. Not ideal. A lot of damage, but not enough to kill off the Gyrocopter. Dizzying in the meantime, top side. Kroom is being slowed down. And Muxa's just chasing him with those frost arrows. Kroom does have a healing Lotus. Ooh, nice drag back into the torrent. Muxa, can he kill off Kroom? Yes, he can. Oh, actually, it's Mary that gets first blood. But it is still the kill being secured. Mary with the blood grenade. Damage onto the Kunkka. Can he get the kill? That's going to be a second one for Mary. And double kill for the Enigma. Okay. Not bad. Definitely not bad for the Enigma. Obviously, Muxa doesn't like dying, but Mary now also has the Ring of Basilius. And a fat Enigma can be a very big problem. Even though it's just a support, it's because he's a support. It's the reason why he can become a very big problem. Because he can just, if he sees a Rubik, for instance, he can just black hole the Rubik. That simple. He doesn't have to get the 4-man, 3-man big black hole plays. No, he just needs to catch a Rubik, make sure he doesn't get the steal.
Radiant are scanning.
That should help.
Well, mid lane, Dual Rizzy is taking a little bit of damage, but the bottle, he'll be able to just constantly sustain himself.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Mary actually has 2 points of Malefice instead of the 1. Now he has 2 points in demonic summoning, so more stronger Eidolons. But the problem is this Tidebringer whip. He's got double bracer, so can he one-shot them? Bottom lane and Death Domain does get taken down. It's also the Death Toll Visage, so he gets big money from every kill that he secures. And that is a good way for the Visage to get out of control. Going for the drums build. Mary Wise closing in on his mana boots.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
Snowball in onto Igor in mid. He doesn't have the mana for Requiem of Souls. Rolling Thunder comes out. They'll find the kill on the SF. Immediately turn their attention to the Rubik, which snatched the shield rune. Is that going to be able to keep him alive, though? Kroom. Dual Rizzy has his own big shield. There's going to be the bottle pick up. And Groom will get the TP back to safety because there was no way to interrupt a TP.
Good.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dizzying even rotating top to try and push out the tier 1 tower. Mary walking in. Muxa with Exus Vampire here. They don't want to go on anything. SF joins the fun, so then you definitely don't want to go on anything. Infernal's almost level 6. Once he gets the familiars, he can go for some tower pushing. Dizzying takes the gateway back. Exus Vampire spots out the gyro, or the gyro spots out the tusk. X mark, he can dodge it pretty easily. Snowballs in towards the creeps. They lose Mary Y. 4-man rotation. Exus Vampire is going to be chased down. Has the ice shards blocked. Will throw it out. Is going to get stunned up. Igor with the Shadow Rays should be able to finish the job. And Igor gets a double kill in the top lane. Infernal now is level 6. So with the familiars, with the drums of endurance, should be able to get the push in towards the bottom tier 1 tower. Well, Muxa still gets chased down deep and loses his life in the process. The domain wants to get a catch, but Mary Weiss staying a little bit further back. They're going to need that Pango to make some moves soon, because they're struggling to recover.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dorazi, Rolling Thunder, goes in on the high ground, gives away that they have an Observer Ward in the area. Are they even going to have enough damage to kill off the Shadow Fiend? With Mary Y rotating in, maybe. Gonna jump in onto Mary Y. Record comes out. Igor's going to get taken down, but Mary is dead in response. Throws out his mini stun onto the Marcy. Groom here. I mean, it's a Pangolier with max level swashbuckle. It does hurt. While Dizzying takes down the tier 1 tower in the top lane. In the meantime, with Wise, we are still very close to even Stevens. Dorazi going for the Diffusal Blade first item. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under
Interesting. Seen a lot of just like pipe builders, but considering he has Visage on his team, who is building a pipe, I like it. A bit more of an aggressive build, so that he can make space so the Drow can keep farming. Snowball in, cliffs himself by accident on Exus Vampire. Not the best position to be in. Is about to lose his life. Death Domain, can he get taken down? Infernal is dead. They will find a 3-for-1 trade. Kuro Kami gets a double kill plus the Eidolons with that whip. That's a very big value whip right there. But a big fat team fight for Matreshka, who rotated in. And that Tusk Snowball. Ouch. Igor, he is going magic damage SF. So this is what I was curious about, because he is playing mid SF, but I wouldn't be surprised if he would play mid SF and then also go for the physical damage build, considering you want to have that single target damage. But he's going magic damage with the Kaya Sanj. Kaya... Yashikaya. Kaya... No, it's Kaya Sanj, Yashikaya. Yep. With the Yashikaya. It's very confusing to me in terms of the naming. Bring back Trident. The triple threat. And mid, death domain. Aisha's block, he just used his rebound. Very wide. Don't want to use black hole, but with the Malefice, does have enough damage to kill him off. He does use black hole. Does anything get stolen? Needs to get back before the Rubik steals it. Actually, where's the Rubik? Rubik's nowhere to be seen.
Were you watching? That's how it's done.
And now some stacks being made / farmed on the Matreshka side. They do have very good stack clearers, especially the Gyro with max level flat cannon. But Kurokami is top net with at the moment, going for the Ags after his Blade Mill. Igor is done with the Kaya part of his Kaya Sanj, Kaya Yasha. Yasha Kaya. I keep saying it incorrectly. And Muxai's got the Dragonlance done. He's going for his own Yasha, which probably will be a Manta style. All you want on a Drow is a lot of agility. Agi makes the world go round. Dorzy spots out Groom. There's the Diffusal Blade as well. Chase onto the Rubik, lifts himself back up. Rolling Thunder's not going to connect. Groom is gonna survive. But there's a chase onto the Kunkka. Nice sidestep there against the Ice Shards. But they should be able to lock him down. Rolling Thunder comes out. Ghost Ship in response. Are they going to actually have enough damage is the question. Rolling Thunder, they're going to back off. They get 2 spooked. The rum buff plus the Admiral's, like the double rum buff essentially with this innate. And also the X mark, bro. Dude's got like triple rum buff. There's... Kunkka's a beast. A bulky beast.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And he is already 2 pieces in towards his Ags. Igor is almost done with the Yashikaya. Dizzying is... I find it surprising that Dizzying is bottom of all the cores in terms of net worth. He was... I mean, he did go jungle pretty early, I guess, against the Visage, because the Marcy left the lane early on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But he's also... He's got 4 assists, died 0 times. Oh, Kurokami. This time, he does not have any backup. How did... That looks so weird. Tusk Walrus Punch and then got lifted up by the Torrent. But they do manage to get the kill on to Kunkka. Hopefully for them, slow him down a little bit. Groom, he is going to get caught out. Knows he's dead. They find 2 kills. And with, of course, the Rubik dead, Black Hole is a spell again. All you need to do is find someone that you can actually use it on. And that's easier said than done. Because you're going to need a Blink Dagger to get close. He does have his Mac now done on the Enigma. So he's going to have auras. Then you're going to have Visage with auras. Everybody's going to have auras. Oh, Mary. That was a quick death. That was a very quick death. Exis Vampire is almost done with his Blink. So then you're going to have Tusk Initiation in the team fights. And the save. Especially the save is going to be important. Against the Kunkka X Mark. Ooh, jump in onto Muxa. Gets tossed down to the low ground. But Exis Vampire front running it. Silence gets stolen. Requiem gets used. Drow on the run. Tusk cannot get the snowball save going in. Muxa's actually being healed by the mech. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Muxa is dead. Exis Vampire is cliffing himself so very much. They have the high ground vision here the entire time, but Death Domain's going to get taken down and a quick counter ward comes through. But Muxa is taken down. That was a very strange fight. Especially with the Tusk getting completely stuck on multiple angles there. Then snowballs to the low ground, is stuck surrounded by enemies. Aishar's blocks himself back up to the high ground where he's stuck behind a tree. Like, all over the place. But he does have that blink dagger now. And Mooks gonna continue farming bottom side. This is actually bottom of all the cores now. So the safe laners are struggling the most this game. Smoke up, Igor. Smoke gets broken immediately. X's Vampire. There's a jump in from Death Domain. Blink out. They're gonna back off, and that is a smoke gank wasted. Well, Inferno with his pipes going Crimson Guard next is farming up in the and pushing top lane. It was weird that you have your aura builder and he's not with the rest of the team. Oh, Infernal needs to get himself out before he gets caught by the X mark. There's a rotation in from the Tusk as well. Snowball save, dodge, ghost ship. One is not going to connect, but two will connect onto X's Vampire. In comes the silent from behind, and there's the control onto the Tusk. I don't really know what they were thinking there. Like, Tusk was the only one rotating through. You knew Gyro just TP'd in, so probably the rest of the team's coming as well. You should have just backed off. Black Hole gets used. It is going to get stolen, and it is stolen. Black Hole available now for Groom. Doesn't have the mana for it. Actually, he used Black Hole, but missed. But the plus side is he just has to wait another 2 minutes and then has a Black Hole that he can use willy-nilly freely in a team fight.
Is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I will miss my reflection.
While Dizzying is closing in on towards his Ags, Igor got silence up, turned their attention to Kurokami. He is reasonably tanky. Okay, he's very tanky. He has his ghost ship in 10 seconds. But they do manage to get the control. Ice Shot's blocked. Death Domain is going to be the target. And so is the Shadow Fiend. They find 3 kills. And they will turn that into the tier 1 tower mid, most certainly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
That is a very solid engagement. Gyrocopter is actually James Bond, 007.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, I like this from X's Vampire. He is placing the Observer Ward where the enemy's Tormentor is, so that if they go for Tormentor, they can try and make a quick play to catch them off guard. And possibly steal the Tormentor / kill them. A very good ward position, especially considering Tormentor's up in 5 seconds. X's Vampire is now even going to just wait for the experience room to spawn so he can steal it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, the Dire's Tormentor gets secured. Mary Y gets the Malefice with the stun duration increase. That also summons Eidolons. And smoked up is Matreshka looking for a catch. Bought out the idol. It does get scanned out, so they know that they're hunting, but Mary is the front runner, and Mary Y is a very quick kill. Shadow Fiend also has the Blink Dagger reveal there. Rolling Thunder comes out from Dual Razi. He's going for the Shadow Fiend with the shard. We'll be able to get the turnaround as well. Looking to kill off the Rubik. Roll up got stolen, but there's the X mark, and Dura Z made an oopsie daisy.
Dire's bottom tower is under radiant.
That was a very big mistake.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So debuff lasts long, like X marks the spot lasts quite a while. 3 seconds. So you need to get out in the middle of that Rolling Thunder, otherwise you're dead. In this case, he didn't. And then he dies.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So their Death Domain is going to get killed off on the side. Roche is not dying as fast as they'd like. It's actually dying very slowly. X's Vampire jumps in the pit, spots out that Roche is almost dead. There is a black hole available as well. Rubik is dropping low. Rubik is going to get taken down. One more hit. Muxa needs to get rid of him. Now the black hole can be used by Mary Y. He's looking for the targets. Gets a 2-man. No, the ghost ship connects. And Mary Y doesn't get the black hole that he wants. They have the Aegis as well on the gyrocopter. And a buyback from the Tusk. They want to re-engage, but they don't have anyone locked in position. This buyback, ooh, the slow just barely hits onto Kurokami. Can they catch up to him? Snowball chase. And that should be the kill. They will at least find the Kunkka. But they lost a buyback there. And the Aegis was secured for dizzying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Urazi's got the Diffusal plus Ags now, going for the Blink Dagger next, and the Shard, obviously, that he's got. Drow's going gun, Hurricane Pike after the Manta. Drow's Ags and Shard are also really good to have.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Towards mid. Looking for a possible fight here. Actually, bottom lane. Ghost ship comes out from Kurokami. Connection onto Visage. Visage is not taking as much damage as they would like him to take. Snowball in onto Dizzying, but they do. Okay, Infernal's still alive right now. Trying to run away. X-Mark's going to send him back. Rolling Thunder comes in from behind. They already lost a lot. Now it's going to be Dizzying losing his first life. Kurokami is going to lose his only life. And surrounding Dizzying, silence him up, going for the gyrocopter. He doesn't have enough damage to sustain to stay alive, and they will find a triple kill there from Muxa. They already lost 2 of their heroes on the supports. They got killed completely somewhere else. And an absolutely astounding couple of kills there. Muxa, aka Lil Pleb, will be able to take the tier 2 tower bottom lane. Yeah, Gyrocopter needs a BKB. SF, you know, they don't have BKBs on the Dire side yet. But the big problem with magic damage SF is once BKBs come into play, your damage output is almost non-existent. That is by far the biggest issue I always have with watching SFs. It's just at one point you do nothing anymore. With the magic damage SF. Igor. They tried to catch him, but he will be able to get away. Muxa, he's gone for the Chrysalis. Okay, so he's actually going Daedalus on Drow. That's just a stupid lot. Loads of damage. Yorazi, he's going Basher next. He has his Blink Dagger done. Mary Y is going Vlad. So Mary Y, also in that fight, bottom lane, you saw so much damage thrown on Visage, and he just walks it off because that's the power of Visage. It is kind of nuts how much damage the hero can shrug off thanks to Gravekeeper's Cloak. The first hit you take is 80% damage reduction. Then every hit afterwards, the layer gets pulled off, which is 20% less. But if he even gets the shard on Visage, it's really hard to kill him. Then you have Snowball Save, the Visage Shard, a whole bunch of other tools that they have at their disposal. Okay, there's going to be a control on Diego. Shadow Fiend, they don't have Invis Detection though. And is going to eventually get taken down. Infernal gets the kill secured. And the tier 2 tower is the target.
Radiant are scanning.
If the next row is still 3 minutes away from even potentially spawning, so that's not going to be a target anytime soon just yet.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
X's Vampire, he's actually
Radiant's
2
top
pieces
tower
in towards
is
the
under
Ags
attack.
right now. He's almost done with Ags on the Tusk. So at that point, he can just toss the Gyrocopter towards the rest of his team, and then they just obliterate him. Or you toss everyone away from your Drow, which is also a viable strat. Speaking of Drow, he built up the full BKB after the Chrysalis and is now turning into the Daedalus. This Drow is I mean, he is huge, but the Pango is right behind him as well.
Top tower is under
That's the
attack.
scary part. The Pango is also really farmed Infernal. It's going for the AC next.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's
There's
top
so
tower
much
is under attack.
damage, sustain,
Radiant's
and
top
more
tower
to come
has
out.
fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's all outer towers gone. But it's not... I mean, you could definitely go high ground against this Dire lineup, Radiant lineup. It's not really the strongest lineup to defend high ground.
Dire's bottom
That's
tower
actually
is
pretty
under
weak. Like,
attack.
Gyrocopter's Flat Cannon, that is their high ground defense. That is it. And they're pretty much getting ready for Roche. 2 minutes until Roche respawns. The Radiant side is smoked up behind Dizzying. Try and use him as sort of bait. So they jump him and then rotations come out. Tusk actually TP'd towards mid, which gives an avenue for Matreshka to take a good fight. Because Drow's not there. Tusk's not there. Mary Y was under... Yeah, they saw him. Smoke gets broken. Mary gets blown up. But Roche is not up for another minute. So Mary even has time to just respawn. No punishment coming out. Requiem of Souls also been used in the process. So that's going to be on cooldown for 80 seconds. SF manages to grab the rune, the shield rune, with a nice X mark play. Roche is up in 30 seconds. Both these sides take Roche pretty quickly. Oh, actually, SF doesn't have the... I mean, still has the minus armor, which is always nice. He's closing in towards his Ags. But they're actually bailing out on the side of Matryoshka. They're abandoning Roche, which is now up and ripe for the taking. Exus Vampire spots out Groom, won't be able to get the catch. Exus Vampire going deeper. Aisha's block does get stolen. He has a shard on the Rubik as well, so he's got the upgraded ice shards.
Where's my pension?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And into the pit they go. That's going to be a very quick first Aegis. Sorry, second Aegis, because they now have the banner on the Tusk. The question is, will they wait for the Tusk to finish up his Ags? Because he is 600 gold away, and it makes it easier to push high ground with the Ags on Tusk, because you can just knock Gyro away and then finish the game.
I have punching for you.
Just a note for the caster, the Drow's name is pronounced Muha, not Muksa. Oh, Muha. Muha ha 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 ha. Sorry. Or I just call him Lil Pleb. I actually knew that, I just always... I don't know.
Amazing what you found.
Also, I thought he was Bulgarian. I mean, yeah. Oh well. Regardless. Death Domain. Quickly jumps back, closing in on towards the BKB. But now they... Oh, they're going to go for the Tormentor. They are very close as well. Luckily enough, they managed to secure it. So Marcy now has rebound on enemies that he can use. And also gets the movement bonus himself. But Tusk... Yep, that's the Ags to be delivered to Exus Vampire. And, you know, they have a lot of pushing power. Drow Ranger, Enigma Eidolons, Visage Familiars. The problem is really getting there and holding that position is not easy, and it's actually fairly scary.
Dire are scanning.
Net worth wise, Matryoshka are only 7k behind. It's not that much. Gyrocopter is getting bigger. Gyrocopter is... He's got BKB, Daedalus, Ags. Is going for Satanic next. I think they should probably finish this game. I don't actually think you fear the Gyrocopter that much as Drow. The big problem is if they get on top of the Drow, it's a... Drow dies super quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Most
attack.
heroes. Almost all heroes. But yeah, high ground push. They have the banner. Muha has the Glacier as well. Jump back. This Reckon use. Exus Vampire on the Tusk is dropping low, but it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. During the BKBs, they at least tried to get rid of the banner, but the bash onto Yegor. The Shadow Fiend's going to be chased. The bashes from Durazi are just too big. Double kill for Muha. Going in for the mid-setter racks. There is no Gyrocopter buyback available. He is 90 gold away from a buyback. Well, to be fair, the bounties just spawned, so if someone grabs it, they can buy back. But they're going to go in onto Kurokami. These Durazi bashes are huge. And Muha just forcing them all the way back. That's going to be Rax number 2 and probably Rax number 3 because they push so incredibly fast. That was a really nice blink out of there by
Radiant's top tower
Muha.
is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And the full set of racks is going to take only a couple of seconds. Room, blink, lift up onto Muha, but he still has the Aegis. Rolling Thunder from Dual Razi is going to get the full lockdown onto Kunkka. That's going to be another death coming in. They lose Groom. Buyback comes up from the Kunkka. They want to go for one last hurrah. X-Mark control. Igor gets the Requiem off. Heals up a little bit, not even that much. Muha might lose his first life, will lose his first life. Can he get himself away? He has the blink. Does he get the blink off? No, he does not. Is gonna get stunned up and taken down. So they stay alive. Gyrocopter comes in, going for Infernal. X's Vampire is still nearby. And Infernal on the run is going to get chased by the homing missile. Kurokami's got the X mark, wants to get it onto Infernal. Vis is going to get dragged to the low ground. He's going to be annoyed a little bit. Does still have stone form. And that's going to end in a second. X's Vampire is going to snowball in. There's the Tusk here as well. Ice Shards block. Okay, going in deeper. Death Domain, he might be on the wrong side or the right side. Dizzying is going to get knocked out while he popped his BKB, so that's going to be on full duration. Kick got stolen by Groom in the meantime, and Infernal still not dead. Black Hole gets used onto Groom. They get the kill. Infernal is finally going to die, but Yegor pops the BKB. He's going to get bashed, trying to Requiem, and can he get it off? Gets the cast, but he dies immediately afterwards, and that should be the game in favor of Dragon. Roar. And indeed, the GG was called. So Dragon Esports Club take the game, and with that, take a lead in the series. I love the drafting ideas behind them. They pick up the Enigma, which we know that Mary Y also plays. It forces them to play the SF mid, or that's the reason why they pick the SF mid, change the SF to mid and pick up a Gyrocopter as their safe laner, because they don't want to be caught off guard by an offlane Enigma. But then they just put the Enigma to the pulse 5. You know, he can farm. Mary Y is really good. He can farm and do whatever he wants. They pick up the Vistas themselves. Superbly played on Infernal. Barely, he only died 3 times that game. And they bided their times, built up a ton of auras. Like Kunkka, I'm actually curious, did he even have an aura? He had Ghost Ship. So he had Blade Mill, Ags, BKB on Kunkka. No, not a single aura. He's like, I give the rum buff. That's my aura giving to my team. On the other side, you had a mech, a Solar Crest on the Enigma. Then you had, well, I count the Tusks, passive as well. The tag team as sort of an aura. Then you've got Drow aura. And you have the Visage with a Boots of Bearing, Crimson Guard, Pipe of Insight. There's just no damage. He also had the Craggy Coat, so there was really no damage onto the Visage in the late game. That was a really well played out game number 1. But of course, that's the first in this series. Will we get a 2-0, or will it be instead a turnaround and a possible third game coming in? We'll have to watch after the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 about to go live here. We have the draft already starting. My name is DK Truman, and this is game 2 between Dragon Esports Club and Matreshka. Matreshka looked pretty solid in game number 1 in their early to early mid game, but lost control over the game when it came to the later portions where Dragon Esports Club did have their number. Not that they were really being outfarmed, it was just, I think the biggest difference was the draft issue they had. Gyrocopter could not get anything going that game, and that was mainly because Drow range just destroys him as a hero. You don't have the same range as the Drow has. They also had Snowball save to keep the Drow alive. They had a bunch of auras coming out from the Infernal Visage, so it was hard to get those kills secured. But new round, new chances. Here we have the first couple of bans. Pangolier. They really don't want to play against that Alchemist Bristle on the side of Dragon Esports Club. They banned both of them out again. And Matreshka, they're going to go for DK first pick. Okay. When in doubt, grab the ranged Sven. I mean, as a hero, it's always just really, really, really strong and tanky. So in that regard, it is very solid to secure. And it still, even though it doesn't really, but it get used that way, but it still has flex. It still gets put in the safe lane. It still gets put in the mid lane. I don't really think it gets used in any of the other lanes. But the Voker comes out on the opposing side. I love that. I think Voker in general, in this patch, if you're a good Voker player, obviously, but Voker is really strong right now. It's been the strongest it's been in years. It does just kind of shred. And that's because the right-click Voker is a thing. It gets played because it's really solid as well. Well, there's a couple of... Okay, puck ban against the Voker, sure. Viper and SF ban. The SF ban, because everyone plays it, Viper because it's annoying. That's just it. Viper's just annoying. You can't win the lane as a DK against the Viper. Clockwork for Dragon Esports Club. That sets up any safe lane hero that they want that's ranged. I would probably not go Drow because DK... he's got so much base armor. But you're thinking more of like Luna's, for instance. A Luna is a solid hero to pick when you have a Clockwork to defend it in the lane. Okay, Phoenix Sunray does percentage-based healing / damage. So, if you have the Phoenix, if you have any more tanky heroes on your side, this Phoenix is going to be so much value. Because the Phoenix will just constantly keep buffing your, like healing your heroes. Like Earthspit, for instance. Percentage base. So if you get triple strength cores, for instance, that Sunray is going to do too much healing in those team fights. And it's also as a counter because it also does do percentage-based damage, of course, on the opposing end. So it is solid. Timbersaw, a hard counter to anything strength-based. That's probably that is their off-laner, so... I mean, DK is going to be the safe lane in this case because Earthspit got picked up, and Earthspit either is a plus 4 or a mid. I wouldn't be that surprised if they're like, okay, let's flex the Earthspit. Nah, I think Earthspit mid should still be very good because Earthspit can go for a Spirit Vessel to counter the Timbersaw if need be. Timbersaw Snapfire. Lots of damage. The Clockwork Snapfire combo as well. You hook shot into cogs, hold the enemy in place, and then you just pump out those Mortimer Kisses for ungodly amounts of damage. Which isn't too shabby. Ungodly amounts of damage tends to be pretty good. Enigma, this time from Matreshka. It doesn't show if it's a support or an offlaner, though. However, if this is a plus 5 and you're laning against Timbersaw Snapfire, you are literally useless. Like, you can't help the DK at all. Also, it's interesting because the Phoenix's egg is so it would be very hard to kill it, but because of the Snapfire pick, you counter the Phoenix egg so hard. Little shredder, and it's gone. Let's see, Gyrocopter ban, Luna ban, all the safe lane is... Actually, not all the safe lane is. They're still not sure if the DK is a mid or a safe lane, which makes sense, because you could always flex the DK towards mid. It lanes okay against Fokker, it doesn't die. And you probably don't want to lane a DK against the Timbersaw anyway. Against Timbersaw, you want... probably Ursa? Or... maybe Monkey King. Some people go for Troll for some reason. Medusa taken out. And Matreshka, what's it going to be? Last pick is going to give away how their lanes are going to operate. Going in. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna hang? Come on, 30 seconds left. Okay, so Matreshka, I just don't know what they're looking for. Weaver. So they're playing Weaver safe lane, which doesn't care about Timbersaw at all, or shouldn't, primarily. They have not the greatest lockdown on Dragon Esports Club. Okay. You know what would have been a perfect hero this game if his shard didn't get completely destroyed? Bloodseeker safe lane would have been perfect. But now it's not really a viable hero anymore. I don't think you want to flex the Voker to like offlane Voker. I mean, personally, I would love to see it, but because then you just put Timbersaw against DK mid and you would destroy mid. But your lane is going to be... Sorry. I actually don't really know, because the Earth Spirit could be mid, but the Earth Spirit could also... Are they putting DK offlane then? I don't know. I have no idea what Matreshka is doing. Could also be Earth Spirit 4, which I think is the more logical one. Earth Spirit 4, Enigma offlane, DK mid, Phoenix plus 5, and Weaver safe. That one seems the more logical choice. But, you know, It's not always about logic. About what everyone likes to play. Drow Ranger. Yeah, Drow isn't the greatest against DK, but is good against the Weaver. And if you get Ags, the healing reduction from the crossed arrows is really good against the Phoenix of Sunray. So it is going to be +4 Earth Spirit, offlane Enigma. Okay. That's a lane Drow can get destroyed in. He does have Clockwork to back him up, but if you get pushed back into the Eidolons, there's a very, very, very good chance you die. I still do like it. I still think it's very solid. The Dragon Esports Club draft, I don't know if they have enough control to deal with the Weaver, though. But again, Weaver is not really being picked up because the hero does have its vulnerabilities, I would say. It dies very quickly if you stun it once. For instance, you catch him in the cogs, and he bounces around a little bit, he's dead. I'm gonna go Dragon Esports Club. DK, but it might just be DK can carry thing. No, I'm gonna go Dragon Esports Club. I think player-wise, they're better, and draft-wise, it's too close of a 50-50. That I think that they do have a solid advantage when it comes to this game and this draft. Any of the lanes specifically, I mean, Voker should farm nicely mid against the DK. Not really a problem there. Clockwork Drow could get overrun by an Earth Spirit plus Enigma lane. Speaking of Enigma, he did go for a Belt of Strength. Like, his opening items are 3 Iron Branches and Belt of Strength. That's a very strange opening build. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's definitely out of the ordinary. And then on the other side, it's a Timber Saw plus Snap. So Snap is pretty okay against Weaver because you can probably get rid of the Swarm pretty easily. But Timber Saw is terrible against Weaver. Weaver could just Shikuchi around the entire time, and it's really hard for them to control that lane. They can kill off the Phoenix pretty decently, though. And mid, are we going to get to see an opening little tickle? Igor wanted to go for the bounty. Didn't level Dragontail to get it secured, but it is going to be, should be 2-for-2 bounty rune trades. And Clockwork is already running towards Kurakami, but he's going to take so much damage from the Eidolons. Low as well. He's got 800 HP on the Clockwork. Base HP on that hero is ridiculous. I mean, he's got the exact same HP as the Earth Spirit, by the way, but Earth Spirit has double gauntlets of strength and an Iron Branch, and Mary Y on the Clockwork only has 2 Iron Branches. So he has 5 strength less in terms of items, but 5 strength more in terms of stats. And the mid lane. Yeah, Igor, he's not... He did get a point in Dragontail, but Breathe Fire is going to be good to make sure that the Voker doesn't get the last hits. It does how much? 30% damage reduction at every level. First blood secured bottom lane.
And a point well taken.
Before he got his level 2, battery assault, control, holds him in place, then you tickle him down. And they also find the Enigma afterwards. That bottom lane is not going the way I expected it to. Not in the slightest. And towards mid, Dorsey versus Yegor. Yeah, that's about the same. Well, dizzying, not keeping Infernal really from getting any farm either.
Denied.
But that Drow Ranger kill and an assist, not too shabby. Should be just fine for the most part. And dual Razi in mid has the double Wraith Band as well for the extra armor against Yegor. And just in general, right clicks. Universal Heroes, baby. A lot of damage onto Groom. Will be able to stay alive. Has a rolling boulder if he wants to get aggressive, but that might just cost him his life. Kurokami has those Eidolons to push him all the way back. Battery assault. Seeing if he can get the kill in. Mary Y dropping low, has a magic stick. He'll be able to stay alive with it. Not even gonna need to use it. Top side. Ex's Vampire dropping low. The last burn. Is it gonna be enough?
I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. They lose Ex's Vampire. Nice hit from Death Domain. While bottom, Muha does get taken down. Now Mary Y needs to be a little bit careful. With a couple of levels, they are starting to get a bit more aggressive in that bottom lane and making sure that they can make their mark. Because they have a lot of damage. But they need to just get the control in, so the Earthspirit needs to get a good position where he can catch him. Oh, in mid, Yegor dropping low. Walked back in, so the cookie got Durazi out of harm's way, and then he walks forward to just get scatter blasted in response. Bottom lane, there's Mary Y coming in from behind. They're going to go for Muha, but there is Death Domain as well. Muha, that's going to be a walk of shame. Mary Y is going to be a second one dead. Double kill coming out for Kurokami. Dizzying even rotated through, and yet now there's no TP on the Drow Ring, so he's just going to have to walk, and very likely walk to the jungle, where he will be forced to farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's a push on to Durazi in mid. Nice DK stun. Good rotation from Groom. Durazi trying to get himself that shield rune, which is probably the best thing. Maybe haste could have been better, but with excess Vampire joining in mid, it'll be just fine and dandy. Very wide, trying to secure the enemy's XP rune. Same with Death Domain. Very wide. Looks like Groom is gonna be able to yoink it in time. It's not gonna be two for the Radiant side. Nice catch from Groom there with the rolling boulder. And Death Domain, both the supports that tried to steal don't manage to get the grab, and both of them get taken down. As punishment for their crimes. Their insolence. Currently, it is Kurokami on top net with Dizzying second. Igor bottom of the course, but they're all very close to each other. In terms of net worth, Groom is looking for Muha once again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Muha on the run. There is a gateway taking by Dizzying. Mary Y is going to walk up the high ground, and Dizzying quickly gets a kill. That gets his level 6, so now he has the time lapse. Rolling boulder in onto Muha. He's trying to run away. The bugs are going to connect. He has a silence with the gust. Pushes back the Weaver. But the problem is the Earth Spirit is right on top of you, and Muha is dead.
Life is all again.
Wait, can you use multi-shot while moving now? Oh yeah, that's the facet he has. Okay, did not know that. That's weird.
Invisibility.
What have we
Dire
done?
are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dora Z trying to get some damage in on the tier 1 tower in mid. Ex's Vampire is coming in from behind. There's the MP. He needs the mana on the Voker. He kind of ran out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're trying to go for the DK, but he's so incredibly tanky and reasonably fast. While they focus on the matchup mid, Inferno is going to get taken down bottom lane. Kurokami used his big black hole for it. Get that first
Radiant's
kill
bottom
onto
tower
the
is under
Timber Saw.
attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle
But
tower
it's a
is under
1k net
attack.
worth advantage for Matreshka right now. Dizzying is closing in on his Maelstrom. So just for farming purposes, Death Domain caught inside the cogs, battery sold from Mary Y. The problem is there's no one else there. Rotation from Groom to help out. There's the slow coming in. Dive from Death Domain. He should die to Dora Z. And will be taken down. Illusion Rune scooped up by the Voker in the meantime. Groom being body blocked by illusions, but should be just fine because Dora Z doesn't have more. All of his spells are already used. Dizzying will be able to Shikuchi out of there. Gets silenced up. Can they catch up to him? Timber, he already did use time lapse, but he is going to be able to get away. They might steal some creep camps though, as Dizzying is going to go for the TP back to Fountain.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dizzying. Yeah, it's really hard for them to kill off this Weaver. That's the only big plus that they do have. The hero is definitely a hard catch to make. So they can, of course, upgrade that by, like, I don't really know what, like, Voker Gleipnir now. Rod of 8 to Snapfire, maybe. The Drow Silence, I guess, is your best tool, but it's also not great. And both sides just content with farming next to each other. Enigma has his boost of bearing. Next item is going to be Blink. You normally see Enigmas go for, pipes, Crimson Guards, other defensive aura tools before they even consider going for the Blink Dagger. But he's a little bit more aggressive in that regard. I mean, obviously, it's the coolest if you get that big black hole catch and blow the entire enemy up, team up. But realistically, they do have a couple of ways to interrupt the black hole. Push back onto Mary White. Clockwork is going to get the hook shot away. Mua just content with continuing to farm in the area. Top lane, Inferno's slowly pushing the tier 1 tower. Spots out dizzying. Oh my god, that damage. Excess Vampire is going to get controlled up. Has a little Shredder going for the Phoenix Egg. Can't get the damage in. The right clicks to kill off the Phoenix Egg. And they will lose Inferno as well. Rolling Boulder in onto Dual Razi. The Voker is in a lot of trouble. Mary Y has the cogs to try and hold them in place. And the mana has been drained as well. Dual Razi is going to invis up. Mary Y sacrificing his life to get the Voker out of there. And will he? Oh, that Magnetize just constantly continuing forward. Dude, these Magnetize continuations are ridiculous. Groom did an absolutely astounding job, and that is a big team fight. 4-for-1 trade coming in towards the top side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And towards mid, Excess Vampire, Snapfire is in a lot of trouble, needs help, is going to just get chased down. Groom. This pulse forward, Earthspirit doing too much work. Jaeger on the DK, his mana's going to get drained, Inferno's going to walk in. Jaeger went too deep. He doesn't have as mobile of an escape as Groom does.
If you come back, I'll kill you again.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Groom, can he get himself out of there? He's trying to roll further, but he's going to get mini stun taken down. And they find a second kill, looking for the tier 1 tower mid as their prize.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Topside, Death Domain, tries to get out, but Infernal is... He's got the Yule Scepter now as well on the Timber Saw. I like that choice. It's a little bit more... It's not like the most ideal control for Weaver, because of course he can just Shikuchi immediately afterwards, but it is something more controlling.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DK going in onto a black hole onto 3. The cookie from Excess Vampire actually pushes the Drought into the black hole. Oh, if he did not use cookie on the Drought there, Drought would have been able to gust and cancel the black hole instantly. Excess Vampire, sussy agent coming in clutch. Man's on a mission for the wrong team. Spot out Death Domain. He doesn't have dive. He does drop the Phoenix Egg. Will immediately lose his life. Dorazi is going to get stunned up, and they're going to be able to get the lockdown. Yeah, the problem is you're up against 2 Blink Daggers and a Earth Spirit. However, Inferno still does do a lot of damage if he gets a hold of you. Groom is going to get chopped down. Jaeger is going to get caught. Who's actually the one that gets caught in this engagement? It's a triple kill for Dual Razi. In comes Dizzy on the Weaver. Tries to go for the fight here. is going to get chained towards, and now is in a lot of trouble. He's going to get caught inside the cogs, and Dizzying is dead. They lose 4 heroes for that.
Regeneration.
And that right there is
Dire's
disaster
middle tower is under attack.
for Matryoshka. They had such a composing lead, and they just lost 3k net worth, almost 4k experience, just like that.
I will commit this to memory.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's no black hole for another 60 seconds.
Dire's top tower has been denied.
1k net with lead is all they've got.
Are scanning.
On Matryoshka's side, they're going to go in onto Infernal. Kurokami is going to get silenced. Hook shot comes out, and they get the control. Enigma is dead. Mary Y, though, is in trouble. And the Drow is actually going to be the target here from the Earth Spirit, but Timbersaw goes in deep on towards the enemy side. Is going to lose his life to Yegor. While Groom is keeping the rest of the Radiant side distracted. Cash comes out on the side. Drow range. Can he pump out enough damage here to kill off the Dragon Knight? He is dropping very low. The silence comes out. Sunstrike, is it going to connect? No, it misses the mark.
Radiant's courier has been
And
killed.
DK gets out. I'm surprised they didn't continue for the kill onto DK. I'm really surprised. I would have definitely expected them to try and kill off the DK there as a consolidation kill. They do spot out Death Domain. He tries to get away, but will be caught on the dive. The Timbersaw wants to be unkillable, but he just isn't at the moment. He's going for the pipe.
Spout.
Always a solid pickup. Especially against this Magnetize. And like the supports are doing a lot of damage on Matryoshka. But you got to be careful now because Enigma is closing in on his BKB. BKB Black Hole. They only have one way to interrupt it. And that is a perfectly aligned hook shot in the pocket. They're going to go Roche. Yeah, Roche is going to head bottom lane in a sec. Mary Y takes the gateway.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are
Yeah,
scanning.
they know. Rocket Flare is going to connect. He knows. He knew something funky was up. And he doesn't fly like that, fool. Vernal. From behind Death Domain. Phoenix is nearby, has the egg available. They're going to go for Exus Vampire. Cookie himself back. There's the egg drop, but Infernal's going to try and get out. Kurogami black holes the Timbersaw. And Dizzying is actually going to get caught inside the cogs. Can he get his cast off? He's trying to disengage, gets pushed right back. Hookshot comes in, they lose Dizzying. But Muha gets the TP away with no HP left. Okay. That Domain does get the TP to safety. Groom will be able to roll back out as well. By golly. What a couple of close affairs. Hurricane Pike done on Dorzy. So the Vokers got Witchblade, Hurricane Pike.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
615 is his score. I mean, they probably should go roast themselves, actually, with the electricity buff. Mua's going to go for... Drow's going to go for the Tormentor. Drow is actually a hero that if you have anything... Like, Drow can solo Tormentor. And the reason why is because of the armor reduction from marksmanship. That's just straight up it. Any big armor reduction hero can solo Tormentor. It's just kind of BS, but...
Radiant are scanning.
It used to even be worse because you used to be able to put the Tormentor onto negative armor. Now you cannot. But still, dropping it to 0 armor means Drow can clean it up. Because the spell reflected damage does consider armor. So if you have a lot of armor, you don't take a lot of damage from the spell reflect, but you deal a lot of damage. So it's a wacky one like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They are looking to go rogues. They are actually in the pit. They do have the little shredder armor reduction. They have Drow with the electric buff going brrr, and that is the Aegis secured. First Aegis of the game picked up. Voker DP'd in. Dual Razi on the Voker is actually just straight up going to die immediately afterwards. Death Domain has the egg available. Dual Razi still not dead. Cookie to try and get him away with the shard. He actually is going to stay alive. The Drow, can they kill off the Phoenix Egg? One more hit? Yes, they do. The Phoenix Egg is dead. Muha has the Aegis. Also has a greater healing load, so it should be just fine. Infernal still chasing after Kurokami. Needs to be careful because he is losing a bunch of armor to the bugs. Hook shot in on the back line. Dizzying has a time lapse available. There's no big chase. Cookie stun will connect onto the Weaver. They won't be able to get the control. Timber Chain, Infernal still looking for blood. Needs to be a little bit careful. Has the Yules to try and stay alive. Kurokami comes in with the black hole onto 2. Drow Ranger has the Aegis still available. Pushes himself back. The roll comes in onto the Voker. They will be able to get the kill onto Groom. Dizzying's actually very low in HP. Will Shikuchi underneath the Snapfire. But Muha does not want to risk. Oh, maybe. Actually, X's Vampire gets the job done. And a lot of damage onto Yegor and Kurokami as well. So they can't chase deeper. Drow still has the Aegis. And I don't know how the hell X's Vampire manages to, when he gets gone on, kill the Weaver and then just walk away. That makes no sense. Muha, ooh, almost gets the silence on Death Domain. Close, but no cigar. Mua's gonna go for the Chrysalis. It feels he's lacking damage at the moment. And he still has the Aegis on the Drow Ranger. This is actually, you know, it's always a good... Drow Ranger is a good Silver Edge carrier. And you are playing against the DK. But do you really want... I don't know if you want to go for Silver Edge. Timbersaw should be the one actually being able to push the DK back. Speaking of which, Yegor is going to go for the Nullifier to counter out the very item that currently the Timbersaw is building. He's going for the Ags.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
My thanks.
And they will be pushing the tier 2 tower in the top lane, but the creep wave is being cut by Death Domain in the meantime.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wants to go for the TP out, and he does with the Sunray up the hill
Dire's top tower has
in towards mid. Muha TP's through. He's got the Chrysalis done. They're trying to get the catch onto Groom. Silence comes out. Earth Spirit. Tries to spell reflect some damage. Muha does need to be careful because he is actually pretty much out of mana on the Drow. And you always want to be able to just keep spamming those frost arrows. But with the Aegis still left for a minute 20.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They'll go for the tier 2 tower mid. Tier 2 top's already gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Speaking of top, Durazi looking. You can find a target possibly. But they're going to focus on using this first Aegis of the game to secure all outer towers on Dragon Roar.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And the tier 1 tower bottom lane is gone. One more outer tower is left for Matreshka, and then their side of the map has been cleared. They are going to TP in. Muha, 20 seconds for the Aegis to be expired. This is a good time for possible black hole shenanigans. So Muha needs to be careful. But there is, of course, the Mary Y hook shot. Their triangle is fought. All 5 Matreshka heroes in the Radiant Triangle. One rocket flare from Mary, and he knows everything. One rocket flare. He sends it the wrong direction, and it gets a little bit spooky. Texas Vampire, they grab both Wisdom runes spawning. Mary White is dead. That's the only BKB Black Hole interrupt they have. But they're going to back off. On the side of Matreshka, as it's a little bit too spicy. Timbersaw's got Heaven's Halberd, so he has the disarm against the DK and the Weaver. Specifically the Weaver. The DK, of course, can just BKB and get rid of it, but the Weaver cannot. He doesn't have a BKB yet. Might be considered greedy. Rolling boulder in. There's going to be the dust usage. Exus Vampire. Is he going to be able to cookie himself out of there? Meatball on Broom. Broom is dead. They find a 1-for-1 trade. Death Domain loses a lot of HP there. Sunstrike not going to connect. Almost got him taken down. There's a amplified damage rune in the river that Drow Ranger really wants to have.
I'll take that.
And so does the Weaver, to be fair. But it doesn't feel like the Weaver can fight. And Roche number 2, it will be a minute plus more until it spawns. Oh, topside, Infernal, Timbersaw is taking a lot of damage. Can he get himself out of there? He does have a lot of defensive tools. And yeah, he's currently still just fine. Though now it's going to get a little bit more problematic. Sunstrike's not going to connect. Infernal is still being chased up. They have the black hole at the ready. Snapfire is going to get controlled. Igor goes for the man fight. Infernal tries to use up the Enigma to keep him from black holing. And Infernal is still going to get controlled up, but his use is now on cooldown. Tornado thrown away by Durazi. He's going to get rolled on. Nice Force Staff. Get himself out of dodge, but the Gleipnir catch isn't going to be enough to get that big black hole that they are looking for. Kurakami on the side. He's looking for the blink black hole catch. Muha backs off. 2 right clicks is enough to get the kill on response. Buyback came out from Infernal as well. Igor is a little bit deep. It's going to get taken out. There's no Phoenix Egg left in the business. And a triple kill for the Drow Ranger. They backed off so incredibly far that eventually Matreshka went for a dive. And yes, it was a team fight victory, definitely for Matreshka in the end. But it was really hard for them to make it happen, considering how Infernal was already out of the picture at the start of that fight. 50 seconds until Roche is up, and if they get that Aegis on the Drought, they might be able to just secure the game here. Because there is no black hole for another 2 minutes, and Roche is up in 30 seconds, so that gives you about a minute and a half, let's say, before they realize Roche is up. A minute to kill Roche. Well, with the Alacrity buff coming up, with the Drow Ranger now done with the Daedalus as well, it should die very quickly. Though they rocket flared the pit, Roche did not show as respawn just yet. And they definitely know what's coming here on the side of Matreshka. Are they going to be able to contest? Infernal needs to probably join his teammates soon enough. Roche is up. There's the Torment to take. Sunstrike Almost gets this Torment to steal, actually. Very close to being able to yoink that one away. With the Observer Ward vision that they have. Muha has his BKB. Tries to get the random hits. But it's going to be a smoke v smoke action. 50 seconds for Black Hole to be back up. Are they going to go into Roche? They should have the counter of when Black Hole is back up. So, quote unquote, it should be safe-ish. Roche is going to get gone on. It's taking a lot of damage. There's going to be a jump in. They know Inferno doesn't have a buyback available. He tries to Tinder Chain himself out of there. Hookshot comes in for Mary. He catches them in the cogs, but Mary is going to die. They lose room in response. The Phoenix Egg is down. Muha needs to get himself back. Still has that BKB available. Mary White doesn't buy back there. Black Hole is up in 3 seconds. They're going to go for the back line. There's going to be a buyback coming out. Death Domain dropping low. There's no Phoenix Egg. He is dead. Muha pops the BKB. Kurogami, one more right click and he is going to die. They're trying to finish him off. Kurogami is going to get taken down. Muha turns his attention to more. There's the time lapse needed to get the Weaver out of dodge. Muha is dropping low, but Groom is going to die back. And Dizzy is going to get controlled because the Drow Ranger is unreachable. They control up Igor as well. That should get them roast. That should get them the banner plus Aegis. And it only cost them a singular buyback on the Clockwork. Oh, sorry, my bad. Dual-Razi also bought back. It cost them 2 buybacks. But the Drow Ranger did not die, even in Black Hole. He actually almost killed off this Enigma before Black Hole was cast. That's how much damage he did on the Drow Ranger. He's got an extra 4k gold as well. So he can build up. I mean, Swift Blink is a nice one because it gives you a lot of agility as well. Other options, Silver Edge. It's a pretty good one. I think Scotty would not be a bad choice either. It gives you a lot of agi, but I think Ags. I would probably say Ags against the... They do have a decent amount of sustain with the Phoenix and the DK's HP regen. Plus the Frost Arrows thing is just the hypothermia,
Amateur.
splitting and spreading in a team fight. But the amount of AoE damage he's already doing could be disastrous. Hopefully we don't have any big issues. We can get back into the game momentarily. He's got the... okay, so he went the Shard. Yeah, Glacier is also not bad.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gets you that high ground position. Attack range bonus. Bonus arrow per wave. 200 attack range bonus is ridiculous. Oh, Death Domain.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's just dead. Kurakami walks in front. I don't really know why. Kurakami is in trouble. Kurakami is also dead.
Dire's bottom tower is
Sure.
under attack.
Thank you, I guess.
Dire's structures are
So
fortified.
they know there's no Enigma for 80 seconds. What do you fear? With an Aegis Drow, they don't even have Timber Saw and Snapfire there. That shows you how much confidence they have. If 2 of your heroes aren't even there, they're going to walk right back in. Sunstrike not going to connect, but they will get the kill on the clock. That's a dieback. Well, it does need to be a little bit careful because the Timber Saw is still running. Dual-Razi also does not have a buyback. Going in. Drow Ranger. They're getting a little bit spooked right now with the Clockwork dead, and they're gonna actually TP back. They get them. They didn't even get the Malirax. Drow Ranger is level 25 though, so he gets the marksmanship chance. So now it's 50% chance. or the marksmanship to proc.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hunting bounties.
Double damage.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Now it comes down to trying to choke out the map here. They also have like a Snapfire with Boots of Bearing, Glimmer of Solar Crest. Obviously most of it gets removed by Nullifier, but that just... This Snapfire is huge. Exus Vampire has more defensive tools than the Enigma this game. Drow's got the Blink Dagger now as well. Tier 4 token. What's he gonna get? Ninja Gear. Ooh, more Agi. He gives the Voker as well 45 bonus Agi. Gives himself 90 bonus Agi. Groom gives himself a very rough spot. Yules to try and keep himself alive, but there's no way he can disengage.
You are too noisy to live.
Okay, up the high ground they go. Muha trying to bump out the damage. There's the Sun Ray coming in. A lot of damage onto Yegor. Mortimer's Kiss has come in as well. He has the BKB, will be just fine, but the focus is going to be the melee racks.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
And it's off.
And now a set of racks has been secured, but the Aegis has been reclaimed. Swift Link is almost... Actually, Muha has the money for Swift Link. Look at that net worth. Look at how far ahead he is. And he still has Swift Blink to go for. He can... well, which he's about to finish up anyway. And then... I mean, his boots he can replace for Silver Edge if he wants to. I don't know. Scotty. I don't actually know what he should get afterwards. Probably Butterfly. Very likely Butterfly. It's kind of strange he doesn't have it yet. Okay, there's going to be a jump in. They lose Mary Y again. Or, not yet. Fuel Scepter. That's actually the Wind Waker keeping him alive. But the bugs! The bugs! They're eating away at Clockwork. And he's going to die just from the bugs itself. Wow, that's kind of funny. On the other side, Infernal Timbersaw. He's going to lose his life. Yeah, he used his Wind Waker to keep his buddy alive. Now Muhan and Dual Razine need to run away. There's a chase. There's a very good chase coming in. He has a blink. Will be able to get himself back. Exus Vampire is... He's got Ags on Exus Vampire. Snapfire. Muha is still nearby. Groom is going to chase further. Kuro has that black hole available. Groom is almost dead. Muha pops the BKB. And a lot of damage comes out. He's trying to just keep disengaging. Phoenix Egg was used. Muha can he get away? Jump in from Kuro. And they lose the Drow. They're so low, but they're not dead. And That there, right there, is the clear distinction. Solo, not dead. However, even with those kills, they get no objectives out of it. There's nothing they can gain. It's a decent amount of gold. But they can at least push out the waves. Mary needs to be careful.
Radiant's middle tower.
Jump in onto the Voker. That's a big kill. That's a huge kill, because that kill will secure them the tier 2 tower mid. And probably tier 2 tower bottom lane as well. And maybe some hits on the high ground.
Radiant's middle
Because they
tower
still
is
have big black hole.
Radiant's
Jump in onto Mary.
attack. Radiant's
Hook
bottom
shots
tower
in.
is falling.
Snapfire is there. We'll keep Mary alive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But they don't want to buy back on the
Structures
drow
are fortified.
at all. Roche is up in a minute as well. Third Roche. Refresher
Radiant's
Roche.
middle tower is
Important
under attack.
Roche. But if the drow is up, they probably will lose a Rax. Actually, maybe both Rax. Dizzying and Diego taking a decent amount of damage here. They lose the melee Rax and they get out.
Bounty.
And they're gonna wait at the Roche pit. Ooh, the Swift Blink recipe is available. They're continuously giving him all the farm in the world. So now he has Swift Blink and he has money for buyback. I mean, he still needs Ags, my guy. Still needs Ags. And that's going to be the Roche. It does get spotted out. They take Roche with the bugs pretty quickly. Yeah, they also have Daedalus on the Weaver, and they have Boots of Bearing. It does drop very quickly. Daedalus on the DK as well. Aegis, Refresher, Cheese. They're trying to cut them off on the side. But oh, they're actually staying here. I would have expected them all to TP out on the side of Matreshka. Barry Y gets vision on the high ground. Through the flight vision, Infernal doesn't really know where he needs to go. Death Domain Yules keeps himself alive, but they find the Enigma. The Enigma is dead. That's the Refresher Enigma taken care of. The Phoenix Egg gets dropped in the middle of it. They need to right-click it down. They find the kill onto it. Dizzying Aegis is popped in 2-3 hits. Infernal on the side is going to kill off Yegor. He doesn't even need help of his cores. There's going to be the black hole onto Muha. Drow range is going to get taken down. Muha is finally going to lose his life. Buys back immediately. Second black hole comes out onto only the Clockwork. Infernal is still alive and kicking. Going for Kuro right now. Durazzi's been right-clicking from the side. Chop, 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 baby boy. No escape for the Phoenix either. Death Domain's going to get surrounded here. Shut down. And they're just going to go for the finish push. But my God, that damage from the Drow Ranger. Absolutely tearing them apart, Lisa.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Double
middle
full
barracks
buyback
is
forced
under
out, but they know that there is no buyback on the
Dire's
Enigma, and there's
turret
no
has
buyback
been
available
hit.
on the Phoenix either. Now the only one that has a buyback available on Matreshka is that Weaver. But we saw how fast he dies with the Aegis. They need to keep Muha alive. There is no, of course, no black hole for the duration of the Enigma being dead. Once he respawns, he does have it available, though. They're actually just finishing.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
DK stun coming in onto Muha. They're trying to go for the Drow, but the Drow is going to be eaten up. The Gobble stun lock onto Dizzying, has a buyback on the Weaver. They get the control. Igor DK is going to get controlled. He's taken down. They're going to go for the finish. Second tier 4 is melting. They need to hold out for 30 more seconds for the black hole, but it's not going to be enough. Muha is still very healthy in the area. And the Weaver dizzying, he just doesn't have the damage. He runs right and eats the cheese. Time-lapse keeps him alive for a second time. But Groom is now surrounded. We'll be able to get the roll out of there, but the Ancient is under siege. 5 seconds for Enigma. 4 Black Hole available. Voker DCs. They pause and unpause immediately by accident. But this is, fortification is about to end. But they have to be careful of the Enigma. Because a good black hole can still do a lot. It's also a very, 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 very terrible moment to DC. Just mentioning that. Close to as terrible of a moment to DC as possible. Drow is still, like, he's got 51 armor as well. That's the big key here. He has 76% physical damage resistance. And then you have the gobble up save, which we saw in that previous fight. He actually gobbled up the Drow and then tossed the Drow on top of the Reaver, which was funny. Groom going back in to immediately die. That's going to be no buyback available on him. But where is the Enigma? That's the question. Kurokami is back. There's the Phoenix Egg drop. They're trying to get rid of it with the little shredder. They should be able to have it in time. Black Hole gets used on too. But Kurokami, Muha's not there! Pop, pop, pop! Bye, they say. And that is G to the G. It will be Dragon Esports taking the W. Weaver is still not good enough, especially not against the Drow that immediately removes all of his armor. It just feels like Weaver doesn't have either. If you build sustain, you don't have damage. If you build damage, you don't have sustain. The hero just feels too weak as a safe laner currently. But it is regardless the win for Dragon Esports Club with a astounding performance from Muha coming in and Ex's Vampire. Ex's Vampire struggled in game number 1 a lot. Game number 2. On the Snapfire once again did look a lot stronger, but nonetheless big props there to Muha, or Lil Pleb as some people might know him, and that means that Dragon Esports Club will be continuing on with at least with a clean slate, because it was a 2-0 victory as well. However, that concludes it for me for today, and actually this was the only 2 casts I had this tournament though. Thank you very much for watching if you were here. My name is DK Truman. Next it will be Toltrus taking over for the last 2 series of the day. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to check out more CCT on the socials as well. There's CSGO, there's Dota, there's CS2 these days. There's a lot. Thank you very much, production. Have a wonderful day. And in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CCT Series 4, where we went through quite a few action-packed games in the first half. You know, it was a 2-1 series. Then again, in this last series that Anna was actually I happened to be watching that as well. It seemed like Dragon Esports might have just given that game away, but that Drow Rangers seemed to have been just too strong for the other team. But now we're moving on ahead to the remainder of the two matches, and it's actually going to be quite interesting because we're going to see, I believe, a series favorite come back to light, and that's going to be Team DMS. I'm particularly interested to see how they perform. They have some very amazing players, but they quite just can't, they can't snatch the prize. They seem to just miss out on that by just an inch. But we will see how exactly they do up on that tournament. But it's quite interesting to see, and I actually think it's quite refreshing to see that we are seeing quite a few close matches come up. I recall in the previous few series that we have gone through, there were quite a few 2-0s, but now the trend is changing. The teams are getting better and better. So there's not a lot of skill discrepancy that we are used to seeing. There's a lot of 2-1s happening, and I do believe that this series is going to be a 2-1. But before that, let's just go ahead and look at the groups for a second, because it is the start of the series. So we have two groups in this first stage of the tournament. Group number A, which houses Dragon Esports, which have currently hold 3 points, right? They've played one and they've won one. You have Matrishka, who's also played one, but they didn't manage to win. And of course, we have DMS, Quantum, and the Team One Move, who, I mean, if we're being honest, guys, Team One Move is probably one of the strongest teams in this tournament. Apart from Team Avulus, they're a team that actually played in the International a month ago. So that's going to be definitely, they're definitely the heavyweights of this group. But of course, it's going to be DMS versus Quantum up on this. We're going to see how exactly those two teams perform. But let's look at the other group. Let's see what the group number B has to offer. we can just go to group number B. But so looking towards group number B, you have quite a few teams that we are used to seeing. We have Team Level Up, who have played one of their games, and again they've also won their match. They're up 3 points now. You have Passion UA, you have Team Bushido, who I believe we will be seeing today as well. They're going to be playing against Passion UA. You have Nemiga. I think that's a bit of a play on the word enigma, but of course I could be wrong. It could mean something else. But guys, Passion UA is a team, again, we've been seeing them through the previous series. They've not managed to find their footing. I'm hoping this tournament is going to be different. I'm hoping that they can progress to the playoff stage, to the double elimination brackets. And generally, I do think that given the trend of this tournament, or given the trend of these series, that as we go along, these teams who are constantly improving, I do hope that Passion UA can do much of the same. But let's look ahead towards the rosters. Over here, we have the roster of Team Quantum. Is going to be Bashka on that position 1. I think I'm going to say RZ on that position 2. You have Kolya on the position 3. You have Somnia and Fizor playing those supports. Definitely, it's a lineup that, at least correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I'm not that used to seeing. I do know that they've played quite a few tournaments. I do know that they were in the Dream League Open qualifiers, but other than that, I haven't really seen much of them. But if we look towards a roster of Team DMS, then we're going to see some very familiar faces. It's going to be, of course, Shigetsu on the position 1, Melojule on that dominating position 2, and that when I say dominating, because he loves to play those sort of flashy playmaker heroes. And of course, you have the star-studded Dahak on that position 3. His Beastmaster is absolutely phenomenal. And then you have Problems and Till the End as that position 4 and 5. And I have to say, both of those names, they synergize very well, Till the End, Problems. But, DMS, definitely, I would say that they're expected to be the better team. However, guys, I would just like to point out that these teams have actually gone at it against each other in the Dream League Open qualifiers, and actually DMS lost that game against Team Quantum. So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly a team that is less experienced than Team DMS actually managed to take the game away from them, because Team DMS are no joke. Once you hit that mid-game mark, once you come out of that laning phase, Team DMS really go at it. They amp up the pressure so high that most teams just seem to crumble. But we'll see if Team Quantum can actually keep their success going. We'll see if Team DMS actually come up with their own revenge arc and actually put a stop to Team Quantum's disrespect. I mean, of course, there's no disrespect, but Team DMS, they're a fan favorite, and I certainly do hope to see how far they've improved. Of course, previous series, Team DMS did lose out on that lower bracket, but it was against Team Mouse. Team Mouse, obviously, they were an invited team. They are considered to be one of the better teams in the previous series. So there was no harm there. And of course, Dota is a constantly evolving game. These teams are constantly evolving. They're constantly improving. And I'm glad that these guys have stuck together. I'm glad that they're improving on their synergy. And I really hope to see what exactly they have to offer. I'm actually quite interesting to see, because Team DMS, they don't really change in the way that they play the game. They seem to play in this sort of it's a very similar situation where they're just going at it in that mid game. You get that farm up, the Hawk creates so much space, and if you let him farm, he just goes ham on that Beastmaster. Once Melojule gets those items up, he's rotating constantly everywhere around the map, and Shigetsu is as stable of a position 1 as they come, because he will get his farm. He likes to play those active mid-game oriented carries where once he gets that farm up, he joins the rest of his team and they just happen to take it from there. How Team Quantum will actually match against that pressure is something that's yet to be seen. I do think, because I have not watched the game that Team Quantum actually won against Team DMS, so I'm not sure what their recipe was for that game, but I'm sure that they have a few tricks up their own sleeve. It's going to be I can't say. I do not think that it's going to be a 2-0. I think we could potentially see a 2-1 come out. Which way that it goes, I really don't know. right? It's an unknown team versus the known team, so anything can really happen. But and again, guys, it is a new patch, right? We are coming across 7.37D, so of course you have those lots of niche changes. You have those nerfs to those, I would say, those support heroes, right? Or rather, not those heroes, but those items that are nerfed for those supports, mainly the arcane boots, and you have some sort of buffs as well. So we are seeing teams pick up the Tidehunter a lot more, and that's certainly a hero that would favor, I would say, the DMSs, how DMS choose to play. And meanwhile, if we talk about Team Quantum, they're actually a team, from all of the games that I've analyzed so far, they seem to be a team that rely very heavily on those meta heroes, right? They pick what's strong in the meta and they choose to go from there. So that leaves quite a lot of room out for those picks and for those bans, right? So if you ban out those meta heroes, it's going to be interesting to see what exactly Quantum can pick. Now, the good thing is Dota is at a stage where the meta is where you have several heroes to choose from. So it's no longer a state where you have around 1 or 2 or 3 heroes that are really strong. You have multiple heroes that are really strong. And overall, I would say from position 1 to position 5, all of those roles have their own respective dominating heroes, right? On the position 1, you have that Luna or that Medusa, who are really strong in the current patch, or even the Wind Ranger and the Lina, who are really strong, right? On the position 2, you have that Ember Spirit, you have the Lina. Again, you can play the Lina on the mid lane. You have that Earth Spirit that you seem to go the teams really prefer. And on the position 3, of course, you have the Hawk's favorite Beastmaster, who's really untouched. But guys, we will see exactly what these teams have in store for us as we head right into the drafting phase. And as soon as we get right off the bat, DMS are actually going to ban out that Invoker, that Wex combination, that Wex play with that Witchblade into that Dragon Lance. It's really potent. We saw it last game as well, particularly when you have so many spells to deal, you have so much control in those team fights alongside that sustained DPS. It does quite a lot. But meanwhile, Quantum are actually banning out that Batrider and that Naga Siren. So they really, they must have some sort of plan for this, because Naga Siren is not all that strong of a support. So what goes on in my mind when you ban out a Naga Siren is you do not want a disruption in those team fights. You don't want any way where those team fights are halted. You want to be continually fighting. You don't want a reset happening. So it's going to be interesting what exactly Quantum are going to be picking up for themselves. DMS, meanwhile, going for those meta bans. And of course, Quantum also did ban out the Batrider. It's a very heavy meta ban. We will see exactly what Quantum and DMS pick. Of course, until we really get down to the first 2 picks, you can't really say what the teams are going for. The bans, since I think for the past 4 or 5 years, usually bans are just meta heroes, right? So the Invoker, the Shadow Fiend banned out as well, and that's really mostly what we're going to see. The only caveat is that you ban out heroes that do very well against your own strong suit. For example, if you have a really strong hero, you want to be banning them out. You want to be picking up a Slark, so you might want to ban out that Bloodseeker. But it's going to be fairly straightforward meta bans for now. Nature's Prophet banned out as well. And we're going to be coming on to the picks fairly quickly. I would like to point out that Quantum are actually banning out quite a few heroes that can have that, I would say, split pushing potential. Those Naga Siren illusions can keep your waves lanes pushed out. The Nature's Prophet can keep your lane pushed out. And both of those heroes do seem to be banned. So are Quantum going for some sort of death push strategy? We will have to see. Of course, Nature's Prophet is not just simply a split pusher now. Nature's Prophet is quite a very well all-rounded hero, actually. And as we were talking about, guys, a respect ban coming out for Dahak, the Beastmaster banned out. We've all seen what Dahak can do with that Beastmaster. And I'm glad that teams are giving him that respect. But, Dahak can play phenomenal on some of those other heroes that Mars. I mean, I'm particularly interested to see whether or not DMS do go for that Tidehunter, that Ravage buff, it's not a lot, but it is significant in the sense that you can compare it to a 10% spell amplification for that Ravage. You have the Kraken Shell buffed up as well, so the debuff, the damage threshold for the debuff is now reduced as well significantly. So Tidehunter is just all the more tanky. Not to mention that Dota is in a current sort of aura-centric game, right? You have to have that pike. That pipe of insight, you really you might be going for that Crimson Guard, so you know those things can come into play with that Tidehunter very well. But now we're going to come on to that first pick, as DMS are going to ban out that Shadow Demon and instantly picking up that Sand King. We will have to see whether or not this is a mid Sand King or an offlane Sand King, but Sand King, one of the strongest heroes right now. That's lifesteal just coming out, very strong AoE team fight, very strong. You know, you can get inside the team, you can get inside the backlines as well, and it's nearly impossible to fight up against. You might, Quantum might want to be picking up that Doom. It's a very good counter. You disable the healing from that Bloodstone entirely, or you can go for that Ancient Apparition should you choose, but Quantum are actually doubling down. They're going to be going for that Morphling. Ideally, you can steal the Sand King's stun, right? You can even steal the Sand King's poison sting, but from what I've seen of Sand King versus Morphling matchups, it's something of a double-edged sword. Sure, the Morphling pick gives you a lot of versatility, you know, and you have that escape mechanism, you have that survive from that burst potential as well, but I haven't really quite seen a Morphling play from behind against the Sand King and still come out on top. As DMS going to ban out that Bristleback, we will see. As Quantum have actually picked up their position 1 quite early on, so DMS have quite a lot of time to be playing around this. Who did they want to be playing up against the Morphling? And in fact, it's going to be Quantum who bans out that Doombringer. That's really interesting, guys. As DMS are going to ban out that Omni Knight, definitely a hero that can, you know, that just providing that natural BKB to that Morphling, definitely something that you want to avoid, and also does very well against the Sand King. And they're actually going to go for that Bounty Hunter. It's going to be interesting. I'm not sure if this Bounty Hunter is going to be played up on the mid role. It's definitely, I would say, it's more of a pub strat than it is in competitive esports, but we have seen Bounty Hunters go mid and we have seen them be successful. But I definitely do think that Bounty Hunter offers a lot more on that position 4 role. Does offer a lot more on that lane as well, and in particular in those team fights, because that Shuriken toss, that damage goes through everyone that it passes. As DMS are going to pick up that Tuskar, I think, again, 2 very strong meta heroes that DMS have picked up for themselves. That Drinking Buddies can offer just a whole lot. And in particular, that movement speed buff should help out that Sand King quite a bit. They're going all into disabling that Morphling. The Dazzle pick coming out ahead. And this draft is looking quite scary, if I'm being honest, from DMS. That Dazzle, you can essentially Shallow Grave up as well to save your teammate from getting shotgunned down by that Morphling, or even getting shot down by that Bounty Hunter. But again, it works vice versa, because you can essentially morph up into the Dazzle and steal that, not exactly steal, but have your own Shallow Grave at the ready, so you do have your own mechanism to be saving up. Say you against the Sand King epicenter, that burst in comes through, you have that Dazzle Shadow Grave ready upon that Morphling. So definitely a good hero. I do have to say that in the form of a prolonged team fight, Team DMS are looking quite scary, and in fact their laning potential also seems quite scary. If I was DMS, I would be going for a hero like the Ursa, particularly as we're seeing a Phoenix come out. You know, Ursa would be a very good pick for DMS right now. And they could potentially position this Dazzle to go on that mid lane. Of course, we saw it quite a few patches previously where that Dazzle would have that instant refresh on all of his abilities, that permagrave up on himself, and that to his scepter, that that heal damage that's just coming out, that shadow wave, it just does so much. But I do think that meta has fallen off for the Dazzle, but you can still send a Dazzle down mid, and you can pick up that Ursa Warrior, and you can get that Snapfire, a guaranteed way to actually disable that Phoenix. You know, make sure that Phoenix egg does fall. You will inevitably have to pick a hero that goes for that BKB. You could even go for that Lifestealer, for example, but DMS, they're actually going for that Medusa. They're going all in into the fact that they're going to have a very strong front line, very strong burst potential, and they're going to have a very sustained team fight in the form of the Medusa, very tanky backline as well. And you have that Dazzle to make sure that Medusa stays alive for as long as he can. So DMS, a very well balanced lineup. Quantum, of course, they do have their own strengths. They do have that sustain as well. The Mars Arena follow through, but the problem that I'm seeing for Team Quantum is that it's their lineup seems a bit diversified, a bit too diversified, I would say. You know, you have that Bounty Hunter track goal that you want to be stacking up on. The Mars goes in with that Blink Dagger. The Phoenix dives in as well. You have that Bounty Hunter who's going to be giving you that track, but you have the Shallow Grave. Not to mention you have that potential for a reinitiation, or for that reverse, or for that team fight reversal in the form of that Sand King Epicenter coming in. You have the Snowball save from the Tuskar as well. You have the Shallow Grave. DMS have so much lined up for this for Quantum's engagement that we're really going to have to see what Quantum have up their sleeve to be stopping them. 4-4 heroes now. It's still not certain who Quantum is going to be sending down their mid lane. I do not think it should be the Bounty Hunter. I do think that they should be picking up quite a strong mid laner. Perhaps go for that Ember Spirit up on that mid lane. Perhaps even go for that Outworld Destroyer. You know, that OD, it couldn't do a lot. You can essentially wipe the Dazzle out, disable him from getting off that Shallow Grave, right? The Astral does so much there. The OD's ultimate will do quite a lot against the Medusa as well. So Quantum, I would be going for that OD pick if I were them. But again, they still do have options. You know, you have that Lina still available. You can go for that all-out burst potential. You can go for the magic build, or you can go for the damage build. But meanwhile, DMS, it looks like they're actually going to be sending the Sand King down mid. I do think that it's going to be the Sand King down mid. It's going to be interesting, though, whether or not this Elder Titan is actually going to be going for that position 3, definitely, or that position 4. In the early stages of the game, we have seen exactly what that Elder Titan can do with those punches. It just he's quite literally the embodiment of One Punch Man in Dota 2 right now. But Quantum, they need an answer to the sort of all-rounded line that DMS have put forward. They need a strong mid laner, and I do not think that neither this Phoenix or this Bounty Hunter should be going down the mid lane. But I mean, anything, you know, just catching teams by surprise is also an effective strategy in Dota. But I will have to say that the onus is going to be on Quantum to be making things work. And it's going to be the Queen of Pain who's coming out for Quantum. Of course, you have a lot of burst potential, but again, it's doubling down on all of that burst, but you don't have an answer for that Shallow Grave, right? Even if the cop comes in with that Sonic Wave, that Dagon that's going to be coming out, but it all depends on whether or not that Dazzle will be able to get his Grave out. As it is going to be a Sand King mid lane, problems until the end going to be the support. So it's actually going to be the Dazzle laid up on that bot lane, the Dazzle position 3. So it is going to be that sort of core Aghanim Scepter build where you have that instant refresh, and that makes it all the more dangerous for Team Quantum, right? Because you now have a core Dazzle. It's all the more difficult to disable that Dazzle. So this is essentially we're seeing the landscape mapped out in front of us. We know that Quantum need to be disabling the Hawk, or otherwise their team fight is going to crumble. They do not have a response to the Medusa Stone Gaze once it comes out. You need Fezor to get his Phoenix Egg up. Otherwise, if the Phoenix Ebb doesn't go up, if you botch the arena, then that is a recipe for disaster. So we will really have to see. Quantum really have to play, I would say, close to perfection upon that early game if they want to be transitioning this forward. Because remember, Shigetsu, the Medusa, one of the strongest late game carries, buffed up in this patch, or I would say that buffed up in the previous patch, it's 7.37 patch. So Quantum, it's time is not on their side. But again, they did manage to win the last time they went up against DMS, and we're going to see what Bashka can do on that Morphling as well. Will he be able to outcarry the Medusa, or will Quantum just crumble against the pressure as we are going to head into the game early on? I don't believe that there are going to be any clashes, and of course up on that mid lane you do have that Sand King, right? Melojoule, he's probably one of the more seasoned mid players up on this lane. He, of course, is a very seasoned Sand King player as well. But against the Queen of Pain, I have to say the Sand King, despite being one of the strongest laners in the game, there's not a lot of kill potential against the Queen of Pain, right? Because the current Queen of Pain build with that masochist facet is just going to be spamming out the Scream of Pains to get that farm up, to get that Dagon up. So there's not a lot of kill potential there. What I'm hoping to see from the Sand King is essentially rotate as soon as you can, get that early Blink Dagger up, go towards the other lanes, and just disable that Morphling. Because if you're Quantum Esports, if you're the Morphling, right, if you're the Dire side, if your Morphling goes down, you have no late game strategy. Right, so if you're Quantum Esports, you want to be making sure that your Morphling stays alive for as long as he can. You want to be making sure that your Morphling is getting that farm up. You want to be making sure that you put the pressure onto DMS so that their Medusa can't farm. It's just quite a lot of win conditions. If we look over to the side of Team Quantum, they're the odds, I have to say, from their lineup stacked against them. But of course, it's not all about lineups. We will have to see how they exactly choose to play this game. And if you talk about, the separate lanes, it is going to be the Medusa going on that bot side, Shigetsu, and this is probably going to support him. Again, or it could even be the Elder Titan who goes to support him. Really, they can choose to spend either support, and I have to say Dahak with that Tuskar has so much skill potential up towards that top side. Against the Morphling in particular, against the Poison Stings that are going to be spammed out, against the Drinking Buddy's movement speed and the attack damage that it gives you, Morphling is going to have a particularly tough time, right? You don't have a lot to support the Morphling with. You don't have a lot of heal. You don't have a lot of reverse potential. You don't have a lot of kills. So Bashka is going to be struggling on towards that top side if things should go as expected. And we will see if he's able to farm up. Meanwhile, if you're the Dire side, how exactly are you going to disable the Medusa's farm? Sure, you have the Mars and you have the Phoenix, and Phoenix is one of the best heroes to push out the opposing team's safe lane carry, right? So I think that should things go their way, should their positioning be correct, should they perhaps contest that Lotus, they're able to get that Lotus, they're able to plant some vision, some aggressive vision, then they could potentially shut down that Morphling, or rather that Medusa. Of course, you have the Hawk, right? So that potential for a TP in Shallow Grave is always there. That's not the ideal situation because you'll be taking your time away from the off lane, right? In particular, you want to be farming up that Aghanim Scepter. So we will see exactly how both of these teams choose to play this. The onus is really going to be on the Queen of Pain, on to Rise. Whether or not he's able to come up with those rotations. Once he hits that 6, that's going to be the time to go. And I would say the Medusa is going to be your primary target, right? You need to be disabling that Medusa to be giving the Morphling enough space to farm up. A few pauses coming out, but come on, guys. Like, these teams need to be ready. It's a bit of a revenge arc. Team DMS are bracing for the hurt that they want to be inflicting on towards the other side, because they have a lot to prove. The season team losing out in the Dream League Open qualifiers, not a good look, right? But Team Quantum, they have something to prove of their own. They're a relatively new team. They haven't played that many series. I think they've only played 3 or 4 series so far. So they have a lot to prove on that group stage. And what a way to prove it would be to come out flying in this group stage, getting that first win on day 1 of the Series 4. It would definitely be interesting to see. I'm actually looking at some of these items that they've chosen to go for. Kolya has actually picked up 3 gauntlets of strength. No regen up for him. It's going to be interesting. Perhaps he's probably going to be getting that those tangos up early, as soon as you get those 2 bounties up. Probably going for the stacking up on those bracers. I don't think he's going to go for 3 bracers, but you never know. If for some of you guys who don't keep up with those patches most frequently, so those starter kit items, right, the bracer, the wraith band, and the null talisman all got nerfed. So at minute 25 they don't double up on their bonuses, they stay the same. So you're less incentivized to actually keep those bracers up for yourselves. But on strength heroes, I have to say the bracers just provides so much value, right? HP, 50 HP, provides the regen as well, provides the strength. It's a really good item when you're on that off lane. Of course, having a few problems reconnecting back into the game. Does have that drinking buddies facet. Medusa obviously going for that venomous volley as well, providing that slow. Melojule will have the... Oh, in fact, Melojule didn't go for the following Sandstorm. He actually went for the invisibility Sandstorm, and that's where the Bounty Hunter is going to come in handy. 1 track and that facet gets nullified. Dazzle going for that Poison Bloom. Definitely very standard facets overall. Morphling also standard facet. The shuriken toss through and through coming out for the Bounty Hunter. Queen of Pain going for that Masochist.
Just business, nothing personal.
Phoenix going for that Dying Light. So very standard facets we're seeing, apart from, I would say, the Sand King facet, that Sand Shroud. I'm not very used to seeing that build. Let's see what Melojule has in store. Let's see what he can do with this, particularly against the Bounty Hunter. I do think it's a situational facet that perhaps is not the best against a hero that can detect you. But of course, you'll probably be going for that Lotus Orb. You'll probably be going for that Eul Scepter anyway to disable that. And I believe that Observer Ward was spotted out. So DMS, they placed it later than Team Quantum placed it. So it will probably be getting dewarded. We might be coming on to a early clash. As Somnia was looking to secure that rune, but won't be able to get it, as 2 and 2 are going to go for both of these teams. Rise taking a fair bit of damage. Does have that tangos. Does have those tangos. And to be very honest, like we were talking about, we can come back. Since the game was paused, we did a lot of theory crafting. Let's come back a bit. Let's discuss some of these lanes for a second. Again, Queen of Pain versus Sand King. I won't go into too much detail there because we've already discussed it. Queen of Pain, not a lot of threat to her life, right? Will be steadily getting those levels, will be steadily getting that farm up. But when we talk about that bot side, the Medusa with the Elder Titan, now this is where things get hairy, because you want to be disabling that Medusa up, but how do you do that against that Elder Titan who can just push you out of the lane? So Team Quantum will be doing their best to be securing the will be doing their best to push the Medusa out, but it's going to be an uphill battle. As Medusa looks like, just from the lineups, looks like he will be able to get his free farm up towards that top side. Of course, you have 3 heroes. Bounty Hunter is on that top side, but Problems is able to get out thanks to that Ice Shard. A failed gank coming out. A lot of space, I would say, for that bot side. Medusa probably was able to secure an entire creep wave. 5 creeps up for him. And it's interesting how Queen of Pain has just run out of mana. He had 435 mana, so that means he just used his Scream of Pain thrice now. As Problems getting tipped across the board, this definitely means that he's able to use the Ice Shards to his maximum advantage. And I have to say, Melojule is doing an incredible job at zoning the Queen of Pain out. Of course, the Queen of Pain does have that bottle up, so, and that level 2, and he's actually going towards maxing that Shadow Strike. Perhaps he's thinking that melee, he's against a melee hero, so that Shadow Strike should be doing a lot against the Sand King. Now, I have to say, I don't quite remember what the fade time for the Sandstorm is, because it used to have fade time, but I'm not sure if that facet keeps it the same or if it's instant invisibility. Because if it's instant invisibility, then the Shadow Strike won't be that effective, and you really need sentries up on that mid side to be getting that Shadow Strike off. But again, if it isn't instant invis, then you can potentially land those Shadow Strikes as well. This problem is just going to start stacking up those Ancient Caps, that triangle immediately for that upcoming Medusa, or even for that upcoming Sand King. Morphling doing a pretty good job at securing those creeps, and meanwhile, a pretty static game overall. And it's interesting to see Dahak actually struggling to be getting much done towards that top side. He only has 5 CS to his name. He has a lot of denies, and it seems like he's not really prioritizing those last hits. And I'm not sure what the reason for that is. Of course, the Lotuses did go the way of the Morphling, so that should give him a guaranteed surviving potential. Because, you know, when you're low on HP, when you've converted your Agi, your strength into Agi rather, that Lotus will just probably heal you into full. So it's one of the heroes that benefits the most from that Lotus. Very standard. I have to 7 creeps now for the Dazzle. I'm not sure why he's struggling to be getting these creeps. Phoenix, very slow attack projectile. I suppose the Morphling has 82 base damage because he's chosen to stack up on that Agi, only 450 HP to his name. But Dazzle has 70 damage, so he should be getting a bit more done. Still the end, quite low here. Bounty Hunter Somnia trying to spot him out. He does have that Janada available, is inside that Shadow Walk, and he also has a Blood Grenade. So till the end could potentially fall over here if he's not careful. And oh, Rise getting pushed out completely from that lane. I haven't really seen a ranged hero get punished this hard by that Sand King. I mean, of course, it is possible, but Queen of Pain is supposed to be a lane dominator, and he's just getting dominated, really. Has chosen to go for that 2-1-2 build, so he's maxing his Shadow Strike, which is not really working out, right? Because the point of the Shadow Strike is you zone the other mid laner out, and if you're not really able to do that, then there's no point getting that Shadow Strike. Because remember, if you're maxing your Shadow Strike, or if you're not maxing your Scream of Pain, then your rotational potential is not that strong, right? Because that level 6 rotation or that level 6 rotation relies on your ability to burst the other team down. You can't expect to Shadow Strike the Medusa and slowly chip away at him. He has so much sustain that there's going to be a counter initiation. As Dazzle has recovered up on his farm, 21 CS now, but Melojuice actually on 46 last hits. Queen of Pain is doing a pretty decent job securing those last hits, considering the fact that he has maxed out on his Shadow Strike. Now, of course, the 6-minute rune, it went the way of the Sand King. Oh, Fezor in a bit of trouble, does not have the dive, will get it just now. Oh, but actually he might just be ending up falling, and that might have been first blood, but the fog of war, and now the first blood on to till the end. The Elder Titan falling to the sonic wave of Rise, going the other way, as that was a very close call for the Phoenix. Somnia level 3 now at the level 7 mark, not really doing all that well. The later the track comes online, the later your rotational potential is going to come. But I have to say that first, as soon as the Queen of Pain hit that level 6, he was able to get that clean rotation off, was able to secure that first blood for himself, should be able to get that lead ahead. It is, since we are seeing a 4 protect 1 strategy come out for both of these teams, we are going to see a pretty static game apart from those apart from when we transition into the mid game. But it's actually, if we look towards the triangle, it's not going to be either the Sand King or the Medusa taking those ancient stacks. It's actually going to be the Hawk. So what seemed to be him struggling on that CS is going to entirely be made up for by the fact that he's going to be farming up all of these ancient creeps thanks to his facet, thanks to the Poison Bloom. So he should be on his way towards getting that early scepter up. Of course, Bashka is able to get that farm up. He's up 3k, but the problem is the Medusa is just farming uncontested. You were able to use the Shadow Strike, and now another engagement on towards till the end. You managed to get the pause 5, but that's a 4-man rotation. Where is your engagement onto the Medusa? They're trying their very best. They are going to be able to apply a lot of pressure towards this tier 1 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But getting the position 5 with a 4-man rotation, I think DMS are going to be happy about that, because that it allows the Sand King, it allows Melojule to continue to farm. Meanwhile, your Medusa is safe. And Quantum are expending a lot of resources to get things done. But meanwhile, Tuskar Problems is here in the middle of it, facing the brunt of that Sunray, as Shigetsu is able to provide some cover. The Medusa is quite simply just too tanky for him, as the Phoenix is going to be turned upon by Melojule. The kill going towards Problems. 2-2 now for both of these teams. As Melojule is quite content not going for that. I believe he's queued up his Bloodstone, so he's not exactly going up for that Blink Dagger. I do think that he should, in my personal opinion, because you have that, once you get that Blink Dagger, you have a way to engage upon that Queen of Pain. But of course, I think he's recognizing the fact that this game is going to go at least towards the mid to late game, right? So you have this window, right? It's not going to be a regular transition into the mid game where you reach the mid game by that, I would say, 14 to 15 minute mark. It's going to happen much later. So you can choose to forego that Blink Dagger currently in favor of that Bloodstone, because by the time Team Quantum are coming online, you'll have the Bloodstone up and ready, and then you can go for that Blink Dagger. But oh, Rise spotted out. And again, they're trying to go for that Medusa. Shigetsu needs to be careful. Already has that Yasha up. he's doing very well for himself, as Melojule's actually halfway done, almost halfway towards that Blink Dagger, or rather towards that Bloodstone. As Somni is also prying towards that mid side. Melojule, oh, Burrow Strike on towards that Queen of Pain. The Walrus Punch up as well, and the Mars Arena going to try and counter out this aggression from Team DMS as they dive right into the tier 1, as it's going to be quite a problem for the Tuskar. But that's again a 4 to 5 man rotation. The Mars Arena used up just to get that support. Sure, it is Team Quantum are doing a good job at keeping DMS at bay, but it's not enough. You want to be getting some of these core kills off. You want to be getting some kills off onto the Sand King, or ideally the Medusa. Now the good thing for Team Quantum is that the Morphling is continuing to farm unabated. He has that Vladimir's up, should offer quite a bit towards that team fighting potential. So perhaps the Morphling is going to come online towards that mid side. Perhaps it's not going to be a very late game oriented Morphling, as Fizzor is going to be going for that vessel, should provide a nice little counter towards that Sand King. But we're seeing a situation where most of these towers are healthy, apart from the tier 1 tower down towards that mid side. We will see just when it falls, but oh, DMS, they have their eyes set towards Bashka. As Melojule, the smoke is going to break, but the Elder Titan is going to give him that vision. Where's the Burrow Strike? It's not going to come out now, but the Sonic Wave is actually going to clean the Elder Titan up. As a botched initiation, a botched smoke up from Melojule, as he's going to be forced to TP away. They weren't able to get that Morphling up, and Team Quantum did a very good job at keeping that Morphling alive. He's now gone back to farming. The Queen of Pain Sonic Wave used yet for another kill. Of course, again, it was on that position 5. So these kills, they don't do a lot for your team. The good thing is, though, the Cop is now 2-0-2, so he's quite close to his Dagon. And once you get that Dagon, you have a lot of burst potential added on for yourself. You have that 400 damage magical nuke, and once you count that 15% spell amp that you naturally have thanks to that facet, it's more like a 450% damage for yourself. The Hawk is quite close to his scepter up, and I have to say, once this Dazzle gets his scepter, I'm not sure what the response is going to be from Team Quantum, because they have so many targets that they ideally want to be bursting down. You want to be taking down the Sand King, you want to be taking down the Dazzle, and you want to be taking down that Medusa. But it might not be possible. There's another team fight engagement on towards that top side, where Somnia is going to end up paying with his life. But it's interesting for both of these teams. These supports, they're constantly getting caught in the crossfire, falling for the over aggression of their own team. As the first tower is going to end up falling, Raizo in fact going to go in for that Sonic Wave. This might have been a mistake, as he's falling quite low. Will manage to blink out at the edge of it, as the Elder Titan Splitter not managing to find him. But now they've used everything up. The Phoenix is going to get popped up on a 3-man Burrow Strike by the Morphling, but it's not going to do anything. In fact, it was by Melojule as well, and now Bashka, the epicenter going off as well. Bashka's in a lot of trouble. The Elder Titan falling very low, as the Queen of Pain is going to stomp them all, with a 2-man Queen of Pain going to clean up Melojule and the Elder Titan. As a team fight was initially going in favor of DMS, has quickly turned around. Now Medusa, no more mana up for him, and that's going to be a track kill. But the Shallow Grave is going to keep him alive for now. But will it be enough, as Shigetsu nowhere to go, no HP or mana available for him, as he's going to end up falling too. Aggression after over aggression. As DMS, they became quite cocky with their support up, and I have to say, this Rise Queen of Pain is working wonders for Team Quantum. He's just completely outmaneuvering the other team, recognizing the limits of his hero so well. that despite of the fact that he fell so low, he was able to blink out at the cusp of death. And he was able to come back in with that Scream of Pain to clean them all up. It's a situation that Team DMS simply can't allow to happen time and time again, because Scream of Pain can snowball pretty hard. And in fact, it does cause problems. Constantly in a debacle. He's constantly finding himself in these awkward situations.
Radiant are scanning.
A 2k net worth lead up for the other side, but remember, Team DMS, this game, it's impossible for it to swing massively in favor of the other side, because you have to very late game carries up for both of these teams. You have that Morphling who hasn't quite fallen, right? And meanwhile, the Medusa did fall. But despite of that, he's has significant amounts of net worth to his name. 9,000 available for him. And oh, Dazzle engaged upon by Kolya. The Sonic Wave going to finish him off as well, as Dazzle, no way to get that Shadow Grave off. The debut of the Blink Dagger going to happen in a spectacular way, as they're probably going to be able to transition this into more objectives. The snowball problems, nicely timed. The trigger finger there, very quick, but it might not be enough as the Dagon sprays him to death. And now Quantum are going to be focused on transitioning this into that tier 1 tower. They really do need some map control. It's a bit lacking for them, as DMS have taken the 2 towers from Quantum. But DMS, they really don't want to be giving this away. The tier 1 tower's fallen really low. Heroes coming up back online. The Mars Arena not at the ready. The Sonic Wave isn't there as well. And that's essentially going to force Quantum back, buying a few minutes of more time for DMS's tier 1 tower to stay alive. And that's going to go a long way. But I have to say, Quantum are able to quite simply outmaneuver in a lot of these team fights. That burst potential that we were talking about that needs to happen in a perfect way has been working out for Quantum so far. Or will they be able to keep up this pressure? Will they be able to continue with those perfect initiations for as long as, I would say, for as long as, you know, as we're moving forward into this game, is really a question that time will tell. I would like to point out that it gets harder as time goes on. As I am strongly of the opinion that time is against Quantum Esports. They need to be transitioning a lot of these kills into these objectives. Sure, they have that tier 1 tower down towards bot, but they need more of these towers. Take that tier 1 tower, which is so low, down towards that mid side. As Quantum have managed to actually gain a lot of map control with the Morphling, with Bashka farming up out towards that mid side. But oh, Mellow Jewel? Bashka actually waveformed himself inside towards that mid tower, trying to take it down. Will Manta style himself to safety, as those TPs have come in now. And that tower, they're really trying to keep it alive at any cost, but they will deny it just now. So it did buy them 2 minutes of time. The Queen of Pain is going to be going for that scepter. I do think it's a decent enough counter for that Shallow Grave, right? How many, you can only Shallow Grave once, even if you have an instant refresh on it. Or a near instant refresh now. Ascolia or Kaban, has his Mars Arena up. He has the Arena of Blood, and he's thirsty. Looking for just about any kill that they can find. Of course, DMS are smoked up towards that mid side, but it might be another initiation on towards that mid side. The Mars Arena going to get popped up as well, as Mellow Jewel stuck inside with the Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave is going to finish him off again. Mellow Jewel just not able to do anything. That Bloodstone is not able to help you out. Or in fact, he didn't actually go for that Bloodstone. He has that Blink Dagger, so it didn't help him at all. As Rise, he's able to counter initiate so well. He's just able to clean them all up. And now only 600 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter. And I have to say, this Queen of Pain is playing perfect. even though they have so much of this burst potential, they simply, and even so many saves, right? You have that snowball, which, and problems is one player that I expect this from, right? That capacity to save your team from that sonic wave. You can essentially snowball and dodge out all of that damage, but it does require a blink dagger. And as a struggling Tuskar, because he has been the recipient of quite a few pickoffs, is going to be quite a few. It's going to be quite a few minutes where, or rather several minutes, where he's able to get that blink if he's even going for that. Tormentor now cleaned up for both of these teams.
Are scanning.
Or in fact, actually, the Radiant Tormentor is still up, as DMS were trying to go for that sneaky little Roche play, but now Quantum has smoked up, and this looks like the beginnings of a team fight. It's perhaps going to be the first team fight where Medusa
Dire's bottom tower
is
under
actually
attack.
has quite a bit of farm, where he might just be able to contribute quite a lot. But Team Quantum, they have their egg, they have their arena, they have the sonic wave. Will it be enough? Shigetsu has placed himself towards that front line. The Fire Spirit is going to reveal the fact that Quantum are up. Melojoul priming up that epicenter, will initiate on towards that Phoenix, but the egg is going to come off as well. As Shallow Grave going to buy the Sand King some amount of time, but DMS, they're now struggling. The Mars Arena going to come out as well on the Melojoul. That's going to be a dead position too. And DMS, they've lost their mid laner, and now they're trying to turn it on to Rise again. He's falling pretty low. The snowball, the double kill from the Medusa, and now it seems like Quantum, since they've used all of their ultimates, they have no more juice left in the tank, as they're simply just going to get cleaned up by the Medusa. And that will mean the Roche is going to go in their favor as well. But Rise, he's not done just yet. He's managed to clean up the Tuskar from towards that backline. The Bounty Hunter is not making his way over here. Observer Ward going to get taken down, but it seems like without the support available for the Queen of Pain, it won't be enough for him to do anything against this Roche play. And I have to say, it seemed that fight, it seems surprising how DMS were able to turn it around, considering the fact that Melojoul was entirely shut down. It didn't seem like they were able to do much. But oh, Rise, he has that scepter up. This Aghanim scepter from the Queen of Pain just does so much damage that Sand King really needs to be careful now. But the question is, DM4 Quantum Esports, is that this Medusa has now farmed up. So how exactly do you stop this Medusa? We saw a double kill come out from Melojoul, and that's essentially going to from Shigetsu, and that's essentially going to stack up. And it looks like they might not be able to do anything against the Medusa for quite a while, as he has that 5-minute Aegis. Rise in a bit of trouble. Bounty Hunter Somnia going to give his team a lot of information as to where DMS is.
Under attack.
It might not matter, or it might matter a lot, as Team Quantum, they've chosen to go for that smoke play.
Scanning.
Man smoke up, and oh, Rise, the arena going to come out. The Dazzle will get cleaned up, but in fact he managed to get his grave up as well. The Queen of Pain going to get headshot, will manage to blink himself out for safety, as Fezor is going to clean up the Hawk and manage to blink himself out. Or rather, I imagine he dove himself out to safety, as an arena was expended to get the Hawk. And despite of the fact that he got his grave up, it didn't seem like DMS had any sort of potential for that counter initiation, and that's a problem. When you have a Sand King on your side and you're not able to counter initiate and punish the other team from just coming in willy-nilly and taking out your Dazzle, taking out your position 3, that's a problem. And you have a guy named Problems on your team. You have a lot of problems. Not just one, but two. Shigetsu is going to be going for that Silver Edge. Perhaps he wants to be using it on towards that Morphling. But in fact, I don't see a perfect target for that Silver Edge. That break mechanism not really working out against quite a lot of heroes. Of course, you can use it on the Mars. It still provides some decent amount of breakthrough potential for your team.
Dire's top tower
The question
is
is,
under attack.
what items is this Morphling going to be going for? As though, well, yeah, forced to expend his BKB. And it looks like it's going to be a very haphazard chase across the board as the sidelines of Team DMS are slowly getting punched in. I believe we call this a pincer play. But I don't believe
Dire's middle
anyone
tower
but
is
me
under
calls
attack.
it that. But coming back to this game, Rise of course going for that Sanj and Kaya, and we're seeing a lot of power spikes come out for both of these teams, right? We're seeing the Medusa picking up that Silver Edge, will be going for that BKB. If you look towards some of these other items, the Sand King is finally able to focus in on that Bloodstone, should be getting it around that 30-minute mark. We're seeing the Tuskar having completed his Silver Crest, and the Dazzle going to be going for that BKB. And those BKBs are going to be crucial for your team, provided that you can get the vision up, right? Because if you get initiated on by that Mars Arena, then that BKB might not be able to do a lot for you. But if you are able to activate your BKB in time, then of course you have the potential to be turning those team fights around. But when we look towards the other side, we have the Fezor who's going to be going for that Heaven's Halberd. You're just wanting to disable that Medusa up at any cost. The Bounty Hunter has that Solar Crest available as well, and you have the BKBs up for both the Morphling and the Mars. So we're coming on to the where both of these teams are hitting critical mass, where you have everything at the ready, and now it's just going to be a matter of execution, where one team fight can potentially change the course of this game forever. And I know that sounded very dramatic, guys, but it is what it is. And in fact, it's going to be Somnia who's actually going for that halberd as well. Is this going to be a game where you want to perma disable that Medusa, just not allow him to hit anyone at all? Because that's definitely one way to go about it, right? I remember, I don't know if you guys remember, we're diverging a bit for just, just a little bit of a fun conversation. If you guys remember that meme Blade Mail build against the Keeper of the Light, where each and every hero goes for that Blade Mail, and as soon as Keeper of the Light launches his wave of light, you just 5-man Blade Mail into his death. And speaking of deaths, Melojuel, that position to Sand King, just dying instantly. I don't believe that he had a chance to be making out alive. But now Medusa, she gets in a bit of trouble, but of course has that Dazzle towards that back line. And as long as that Dazzle is up and ready, there's no way you get the jump onto Medusa. But of course, Quantum, 6k net worth lead, able to break the Sand King, tear the Sand King apart. And as long as the Sand King doesn't have that Bloodstone up and ready, he's just powerless to do anything. You have that pipe, which essentially, 425 shield is essentially just a Sonic Wave. Or rather, just a Scream of Pain away from just getting chipped away. Right, you have the Shuriken Toss as well, that does 310 damage. You have the Adaptive Strike, you have the Mars Spear, all of which will pop that shield away. So Somnia, he's given so much vision for his team, and it's going to be an initiation, a Mars Arena. But even with that BKB, Cabal's forced to get back as all three of Team DMS are in that arena. Now it's going to get popped off. A Phoenix Egg onto everyone. DMS forced to back away, but the egg is going to get popped as Rai is going to get a kill onto that Sand King. The Medusa has no more HP up, but Queen of Pain, Rise will be able to get away. Just bottle himself that illusion rune, and Medusa solo. The DMS can't do anything anymore, and he's just going to get cleaned up with an ultra kill for the Queen of Pain. full team wipe coming out for TMS. It looked like they stood no chance because the bounty hunter was able to spot everyone out, enabling the Mars to get that 3-man arena off, enabling Rise to get that perfect sonic wave off, and it seemed like a very overconfident DMS just quickly got ran over. It seemed like a bulldozer came and without any warning and just took away your home.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Queen of Pain 15-0-7, guys, this is starting to look like my pop games, right? Like this is what happens up on that 6 to 7k bracket where you have that Queen of Pain and you look at that Queen of Pain with the nickname of Rise and you go like this. Queen of Pain is dominating us 15-0-7, it makes sense. Sanjin Kaya up and ready as well, and even with the Hex up, he has a full Octarine core. Those Shadow Strikes are going to be doing so much damage. You have the Facet up, the 100 Scream of Pain damage up, and suddenly this Medusa, this Silver Edge build, I really did not want to comment on the Silver Edge. I did say that the break mechanism doesn't do a lot this game, but really, that Silver Edge comes at the cost of getting that Skadi up, for example. And if we compare the Skadi versus the Silver Edge, you simply lack the survivability. You want to be amping up on that mana and the survivability, and you want to be amping up on that slow. You have no lockdown. You are able to disable the Queen of Pain for a few seconds, but the Queen of Pain just simply gets away scot-free each and every single time. You've come close, but never been able to snatch the prize. Rotations coming out from Quantum Esports. They're trying to find someone here, but Shigetsu, he's Silver Edged up. He's going to actually reveal himself. And that might not be the play here, as they're going to go inside till the end, going to quickly fall away. And no, Shigetsu, you have used your Stone Gaze up. You will use your BKB, and okay, that's not as bad. You were able to TP out, but you did use that full 9-second BKB up for it. That was a very unfortunate break from that Silver Edge. Oh, as Metal Jewel, he might actually just be getting solo killed by the Queen of Pain. Nowhere to go. Just one or two more hits, and he's actually going to end up getting denied by Shigetsu. There's no hope whatsoever. It's like The Walking Dead, guys. It's where you get away from the zombies. Shane, I believe it was, he shot when he went to camp to get Carl his medicine supplies. He had to shoot his, I would say, partner up to be able to survive, and that's exactly what not exactly, but that's kind of what DMS did just now. That's kind of what Shigetsu did. 9-23 now, 14k net worth lead up for them. This Morphling is looking scary and scarier. Of course, he didn't go for any damage items, but now he's going for that MKB. Now he's going to have a response for that Butterfly, and once he gets that MKB up, it really does not seem like Medusa will be able to survive. Of course, things can change for DMS. The problem is they don't have a strong enough frontliner, and I don't see that changing. The Sand King is simply fallen too far behind. He's 15,000 net worth. Similar net worth to Dazzle. And that's simply, you lack the frontlining ability, you lack any sort of sustain as well from your team. The Sand King still does not have that Bloodstone up and ready. And it looks like it's going to be go time. With that Aegis up for Bashka, it looks like he's going to be nearly unstoppable. As how do you kill him not once, but twice? Of course, Epicenter up and ready, and it's going to be botched as the Morphling. Bashka is just going to simply get away. Shadowgrave is going to keep the Elder Titan alive for now, but problems. It looks like he's going to be the one falling. Phaser with the double kill. Both the supports are now down. Double buybacks coming in, but will it be enough? As Mellow Juice fallen solo, the Phoenix Egg is going to come out as well, but it looks like it's just going to get cleaned up. He's going to end up falling. The Hawk's doing everything that he can. This fight's so scattered as Rise again managing to make it out alive. Bashka will just TP himself away. This is the Aegis did get expended, but you used 2 buybacks. And Quantum are doing such a good job and not staying in one place, and that's exactly what you have to do against the Medusa. You do not want to be fighting on the same plane. You do not want to be fighting on a level playing field. You want to be scattered. That's what the Queen of Pain offers. That's what the Phoenix offers. That's what the Morphling offers. And sure, DMS were able to hold off on that siege by even with the Aegis, but it came at the expense of 2 buybacks. Now, will they be able to hold them off again is the question. As next time around, Morphling is going to be coming with that MKB. They have the halberds up and ready as well. They have the refresher available for the Mars. So how exactly are they going to choose to play this? Of course, the Morphling is coming across his level 25 talent pretty quickly. The Queen of Pain is going to come with it as well, and I don't think this is a game where you go for that Blink Dagger cooldown reduction. I think you should go all into that Sonic Wave damage. Just go all in that damage output. Just simply give no room for DMS to even think about how they want to counter initiate.
Dire's middle tower is under
There's quite a lot of discrepancy. And something that's quite interesting is the fact that the win percentage is not that high. And in fact, if we look at the win percentage, it's a dead even 50-50. But if we look at the game, this is why I'm not afraid of AI, guys. This is why I think that AI is, there's not going to be a Terminator scenario happening in our lives, because there's no way this game is 50-50. Still waiting for that level 25 for that Morphling. Has that Disperser up and ready. So definitely another bit of slow. That Poison Touch is not going to be slowing him down at all. He can just disperse himself away. And of course, the Disperser did get nerfed up quite a bit, right? So your allies don't get the same effect from the Disperser as you do when you put it on yourself. Right, the allies just simply get 40% slow resistance, which is not the same as 100% slow resistance, of course. But Team DMS, they're now entirely boxed in, and now with Kaban having his refresher back up, they're going to go towards this again. Tower slowly getting besieged by Quantum. Rise did go for that blink cooldown reduction. Thanks to that Octarine core, that's going to be an obscene 3-second blink for him.
middle tower is under attack.
Quite literally, or quite nearly impossible. Quite literally nearly impossible. Let's put it that way, to get the Queen of Pain down. Both teams going for that smoke. DMS having only managed to get 10 kills. But oh, Quantum, they do have that high ground potential. As Somnia is going to reveal everyone out, but again the arena on to 3, on to 4 rather, as 2 of them are just going to get cleaned up entirely. The Medusa nowhere to go this time around. You can't BKB out as a full team wipe. DMS crumbled at the pressure of Team Quantum. The Phoenix Egg didn't have to get used either, as I'm at a loss for words. Medusa, one of the tankiest heroes in the game, just simply got obliterated instantly. There's no buyback available for 40 seconds for both the Elder Titan and the Tuskar. Of course, you do have the buyback available on that Sand King, but only 10 seconds to go, and you really don't want to be using it. The Glyph will buy them enough time, but a 30k gold lead for Team Quantum, just no, they don't even get a few seconds to respond.
Radiant's middle
As Team
barracks
Quantum are able to
under
rain hell down upon DMS.
Radiant's bottom
I have to say, I was wondering what strategy Team Quantum had up their sleeves to be able to defeat Team DMS earlier on, and I think we're getting the answer to that. It's just quite simply outplaying them. It's Rise with that phenomenal mid lane.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
As two lanes are now down, 40 minutes in, you have the, the Ultra Edge
Radiant's
comeback,
top tower has fallen.
or the, I would like to say the Hero Siege version of Dota, where you have the Medusa up, so the mega creeps don't really all matter all that much outside of not being able to push out your lanes,
Dire are
but
scanning.
it's a worrying tale. As we all know how Hero Siege ends, there's really no way to actually win that game or win that map. I don't know if you guys remember Hero Siege, but some of the custom games are really fun to play.
Radiant are scanning.
Of course, they're not as fun as when it used to be in the Warcraft game, but still quite fun nonetheless. As DMS are on their last legs, going to go for that desperate smoke play. Perhaps they want to fight outside of their base, but all ultimates up for Quantum. Bashka's feeling invincible. 6 started now, still has 5.5k net worth or gold up. Initiation onto Kolya, but a reverse arena onto Mellow Jewel, just quite simply not having anything to his name, will get graved up, but he has nowhere to go as DMS are quite simply running away, or in fact chasing after Bashka, who they simply can't kill. But another arena on towards the backline, going to clean Dahak up, and now the Medusa's in a lot of trouble. Will get saved momentarily from that snowball, but it's taken them so far away. Buyback from the Dazzle, but both the supports are now down. 3 versus 5. DMS, they're crumbling. Mellow Jewel, but he's not done just yet. Trying to get the kill on to Rise, but it's not happening as he's going to get cleaned up as well. 4 heroes now down as Shigetsu is going to be the last one to fall right as soon as that GG call comes out. What a game, what a performance by Quantum. 50k net worth to top it off. It's one of the largest net worth leads that I've seen. 38 kills to their name. Rise just absolutely destroying the other team. He's 21-0-16. How do you? This was a pub stomp, guys. This was Team DMS getting absolutely demolished. This was the Hawk up on one of the strongest offlaners in this series, getting just hammered by the opposite team. This was Sand King, one of the strongest mid laners in the game, just getting completely outmaneuvered. This was a very dominant performance by Team Quantum. This was a very strong reply to my question, where I was wondering what Team Quantum did to win their previous match against DMS, and we just saw it. It was just playing a phenomenal game of Dota, just playing to their strengths really well, and even the fact that they recognized their timing to take out that Medusa. They had perfect item progression as well. They had perfect map control as well. They didn't exactly take towers on time, but they took control of the opponent's jungle. Despite of the fact that they didn't shut down that Medusa earlier on, and I do have to point out that I don't think that Silver Edge item from Medusa that third item, Silver Edge, was all that useful. Had you gone for that Scotty, perhaps some of those earlier team fights may have gone differently for you, as you had no survive potential. And we saw how synchronized Team Quantum were. But guys, that was game number 1. I really do hope that Team DMS are able to come back from this. I really do hope that they go for some of the conventional plays. Don't go for that dazzle anymore. It doesn't work. I mean, of course you can make it work, but it has, I think, fallen from the meta of quite a bit. Go for the Dahak Beastmaster. I mean, sure, it was banned, but then go for the Dahak Mars. We all want to see it. Go for the Dahak Tide Hunter. I want to see that. Me personally, I want to see Dahak going for those playmaker off lanes. None of this sissy shallow grave my team up, or none of this sissy let's put out those infinite shallow graves. Just go for those playmakers. Go for that all-in aggression, creating space for your team and just dominating from there. But guys, that was game number 1. I really do hope that DMS are able to come back from this, and I really do hope that we go for a game number 3. I think DMS have a lot to offer, right? And I'm quite glad to see Team Quantum coming out ahead. I don't believe they were in the previous series, but this was, I think, if I remember, this was their debut. They don't have a lot of series, but I'm glad this was a phenomenal showing. Each and every series, we're seeing teams get better, and it was very refreshing to see. It was very exciting to see. But guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back for game number 2 between DMS and Quantum right after a short break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are falling. Dire's turret has been destroyed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, guys, from what was a stellar performance by the Dire side. It was, I mean, Team DMS, they got rolled over on. Let's be honest. And I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this from Tahak. I was not expecting this from Shigetsu or Metal Jewel or from the support duo of Problems and till the end. But it is what it is. You know, at the end of the day, I don't think that it was a problem of the draft. I think it was a certain itemization mistakes, particularly from the Medusa. And I do think that overall, the Dire side, they just simply played a better game. Quantum, they were simply their rise on that Queen of Pain was simply unmatched. He went without a single death, and that really goes to show that there was a very big gap that was simply unabridged by Team DMS. But hopefully this time around they can go back to some more conventional Dota. Don't go for that Dazzle position 3. Like, who asked you to go for that Dazzle position 3? Like, I want to see, I mentioned this before, I've been seeing Dahak play an absolute star-studded role on that offlane in, Series 1, Series 2, Series 3, and now in this Series 4, I don't want him to change his style of play. I want him to be going for that Beastmaster, to be going for that Mars, and perhaps to be going for that Tidehunter. I'm kind of nudging them quite a lot for that Tidehunter because I really want to see what they're able to do with it. But in fact, they're actually going to go again for that ban onto the Invoker, and this time around a ban for that Sand King. So we won't be seeing that Sand King come out for DMS. And meanwhile, for Team Quantum, they're going to be banning out that Batrider again, so similar ban from last game, and going to be again a respect ban on towards the Hawk. So he won't be able to get that Beastmaster up this game either. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Naga Siren ban from DMS this time, and the Shadow Demon Dan. So quite literally, all of these heroes were banned last time around as well, right? Apart from the Sand King, which was picked up. So like literally nothing has changed apart from that one pick. We will see exactly what sort of picking strategy these teams go for. Quantum, their Queen of Pain was so, I would say, disgusting. With the way that he played, he curb stomped DMS. So Rise definitely, he's the player to be focusing on. And if I were DMS, I would focus on shutting Bashka. I would focus on shutting the Rise down if I were them. But just a quick heads up, guys. Faced a few problems with his connection. I believe he had some connectivity issues, and so won't be joining us this game. This time around, it's going to be Kaisko, as he's going to be standing in for DMS, their registered stand-in player. I'm interested to see what he's going to be able to do for his team. Of course, that does put DMS at a disadvantage, but again, they do have their core heroes, their core roles the same, right? So let's see what they're able to do. And again, Quantum going to go for that Bounty Hunter. I do think it's going to be, again, a support Bounty Hunter for them. And with this support Bounty Hunter opens up the possibility of that flashy playmaker mid hero. I do think that a Bounty Hunter is paired very well with heroes that have a lot of burst potential, like we saw with the Queen of Pain, right? Because you're able to get that that track gold off in a guaranteed way, right? Even if you pick a hero whose entire kit revolves around just bursting down one hero. But DMS, they're going to go for their Tuskar. Obviously, of course, it was Problems who played the Tuskar before, but looks like they're going to go for it again. So it seems like Kaisko must probably be as good of a Tuskar, and it would be quite the pleasant surprise if he's actually a better Tuskar. Imagine that. But guys, Furion ban out again. It seems like these guys, they're literally content. I feel like Dota bans are now like kind of, when you're old, you're stuck to your ways, you don't want to change. So I feel like the Dota ban list is the same now. So you have those meta bans and you ban those heroes out each and every single game. But now it looks like DMS are going to ban out their Morphling. Again, a respect ban for Bashka, as they don't want to be faced up against the Morphling. Now, I don't think that... Sure, Bashka played a phenomenal game, but I don't think it was a situation where the Morphling pick itself was the reason that DMS crumbled, right? Because there are ways to shut heroes down, and you simply were not able to do that. You did not have a halberd of your own. Quantum came out with 2 halberds against the Medusa, and DMS chose not to respond to that. Where was your own halberd? But anyway, DMS, they're going to actually be going for that Phoenix. That's actually going to be interesting. A Tuskar Phoenix combination is actually, it's a classical combination, I would say. you do have that ice shard available as well, right? And you have two slow kind of diving mechanisms, right? You have the snowball which slowly goes in, and then you have the phoenix dive, which is not so slow, but it also slowly goes in. But meanwhile, that phoenix egg, and of course, not to mention, you can protect that phoenix egg by those ice shards. But you do have the Shadow Fiend up and ready. Now, it's going to be interesting whether or not the Shadow Fiend is going to be on that mid lane, or whether or not he's going to be a safe lane Shadow Fiend. But both scenarios, though, Shadow Fiend, since time memorial, has been that one hero that can get shut down very easily in that early game. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tuskar faces up against that Shadow Fiend, whether or not he's able to come out with those quick rotations, those quick and easy get in and get out kind of kills on towards the Shadow Fiend. Because you do have the Phoenix as well, so those fire spirits will essentially be stopping the Shadow Fiend from doing what he does best. So it might be a situation where Quantum are going to be going for that magic damage Shadow Fiend build, right? Getting those raises up, which might be the play to go. Right, and you have the Marcy up, which is a good enough counter against the Phoenix, right? So that Unleash should be enough to take out that egg. But will DMS allow it, as they have the frontline tank known as the Dragon Knight, and actually going for the Visage as well. So they have that frontline tankiness, they have that pick-off potential, and they have those that neat little ultimate, that neat little egg wrapped up quite nicely. So 4 heroes picked up for them. Their carry is still missing. I don't believe this Dragon Knight is going to be going for that carry. And meanwhile, let's see how Quantum chooses to respond to this. Visage actually does quite well against the Shadow Fiend, if that's what Quantum are, if that's what DMS are predicting, whether or not Quantum is going to send the Shadow Fiend down towards that bot side in that safe lane. And even if they send him down towards that mid lane, DMS can just simply choose to send the Visage down mid. So definitely we will see. Of course, one thing is for sure, I don't think that DMS are going to send a Dragon Knight down towards the mid side against the Shadow Fiend. So there's a lot of versatility at play here. There's a lot of mix up that you, I think, would have to do considering these lineups. One of the weaknesses of the Shadow Fiend mid, of course, is the fact that you can come up with those rotations. Both the Phoenix and the Tuskar can choose to rotate in. Visage is a hero that can hold his own if you leave him solo for a few minutes. It's really not a problem. He gains so much movement speed because he's just able to sap it and run away, right? And you don't have a lot of early kill potential outside from that Bounty Hunter. But of course, you're going to be going for that Brewmaster. It's a good hero if assuming who you're going to be prioritizing for that whirlwind up. Will it be the Phoenix? Will it be the Dragon Knight? Will it be the Visage? So we will see. Of course, I would imagine it's going to be the Phoenix, right, in the earlier stages of the game. And then as soon as you transition forward, where Dragon Knight has that Daedalus and you have that absurd amount of damage, then the Brewmaster might think about sending the Dragon Knight up. Of course, 4 heroes up and ready for both of these teams. So we will see what exactly both these. Of course, I think, if you're Quantum Esports, yeah, they do have their frontline, but they don't have that initiator up unless you're going for that Brewmaster Blink Dagger, right? I haven't seen Brewmaster Blink Dagger in quite a long time. Usually now the build is going for those auras or actually going for that Radiance, but then you have that Shadow Fiend greed because you need to pull in as many resources of your side of the map as you can into the Shadow Fiend so that your team is able to transition forward, right? And if you're DMS, you have a guaranteed farmer, the Dragon Knight, very difficult to shut him down. You have a guaranteed farmer in the form of the Visage, very difficult to shut him down. You have the pick-off potential, the rotational potential. So definitely, I think I'm getting a bit this is a bit reminiscent of last game where I did say that I favored DMS's draft a bit better. And I have to say that DMS certainly do know how to pick a draft, right? But Quantum Esports, I quite prematurely suggested that their draft was not as good as DMS's last time around, and they proved me completely wrong. I have no problems admitting when I'm wrong. And Quantum Esports, Rise with that Queen of Pain was able to just do so much, so it's going to be interesting to see what hero he goes for, considering the fact that Queen of Pain is now banned out. Of course, the Storm Spirit is up at the ready. The Void Spirit and the Pug both banned. You could be going for that Ember Spirit, does do well against the Visage, right? Those familiars. You can stop the Tuskar from snowballing with those Searing Chains, and you can actually hold the enemy down so that your Marcy is able to unleash the Fury on anyone. Your Shadow Fiend can stack those raises up. So quite a few ways to play around this if you pick up the Ember Spirit. Of course, you're going to be... Not of course, actually. I did not expect them to ban the Weaver. So the DMS are in fact missing their carry. So it's quite expectedly not going to be the Dragon Knight going towards that mid side. Towards that top side is going to be the Dragon Knight going towards that mid lane. But if you're Quantum, which mid laner do you go for? You have the Storm Spirit up and ready, but in fact it's going to be the Timbersaw. So they want to be breaking that Dragon Knight. Does very well against stat-based strength heroes, right? Those tanky heroes. And in fact, in particular, you have a kind of natural Silver Edge builder in the form of that Shadow Fiend. And in fact, DMS, they're actually going to be going in for that Storm. They want to be going in, zapping in, taking out that Shadow Fiend. Or in fact, they want to be zapping in and taking out that Brewmaster before they can. So I have to say, the early game physical damage from DMS is lacking quite a bit. It's reminiscent of game number 1 where they didn't have quite a lot of damage, right? So how exactly they're going to be taking out this Brewmaster or this Timbersaw is something that only time will tell. I don't particularly, it's quite difficult to tell. But one thing is for sure, right? The Storm Spirit pick is very good for taking out that Shadow Fiend, right? You have Kaisko on that position 4. You send he's going to be towards that bot side, or towards that top side rather. And then once that Storm Spirit hits that level 6, you can Phoenix and come in from that outpost, or even just TP in. You have the Visage who can deal an absurd amounts of slow on towards Bashka, and that's a recipe for a very quick kill, I have to say. So the onus is going to be on them, and not to mention, Quantum don't have enough save mechanisms. They have a lot of tankiness, a lot of frontline, but just not enough save. How does the Timbersaw save the Shadow Fiend? Or how does the Brewmaster save the Shadow Fiend? Apart from the blue whirlwind that he can send out. Of course, we're going to be talking about if the mid side is going to be Mellow Jewel versus the Timbersaw. The Storm Spirit does very well. So does the Timbersaw, really. No sort of kill potential there, particularly as you transition out of the early levels, past the level 4 or level 5 mark. It doesn't seem like either of those heroes can get the kill. But I do think that level 5 or level 4 is when the Storm Spirit is most vulnerable to the Timbersaw. So Mellow Jewel has to be careful not to get chained down. But as soon as you hit level 6, both of these heroes hit their, I would say, their sweet spot where they're able to come out with those rotations. So it will be a question to see who's able to rotate down first, who's able to get that 6-minute rune. And if we talk towards that top side, it is going to be the Hawk on that Visage with Kaisko on that Tuskar. A lot of kill potential there, particularly with that Drinking Buddies, will give him a lot of... Oh, actually, he went for that tag team rather, not the Drinking Buddies. Somnia in a bit of trouble. Taking a lot of damage. Will Fall end up giving first blood to the Hawk? They did expend 2 sentries and an observer ward for this, so... But definitely, that first blood, 400 gold going in favor of... Or rather, 350 gold going in favor of the Hawk, with the rest being split up. An early start for him. That top side does definitely have scary amounts of kill potential. Considering you're against Bashka, who does not have a lot of, I would say, survivability, right? You have the snowball save as well. You have the tag team to stack up. And Fizzor does not have a lot of save apart from Dispose, right? Apart from the Dispose, where you just pull your Shadow Fiend back. But apart from that, there's not a lot much you can do.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Towards that bot side though, if we do quickly look towards the lanes over there, you are in fact playing the Dragon Knight carry with the Phoenix. I would have... Well, I mean, you don't have any other hero that you can send carry, so I would have preferred a different carry hero though. But as I say that, Bashka's able to actually get a quick kill on towards the Hawk. Very unexpected considering Somnia revealed himself thanks to that courier kill, but it seemed like DMS still chose to stuck around and play aggressive. Coming back towards that bot side, you do have the Panda with... Actually, the Panda is actually alone right now. He's not with anyone, but eventually he's going to be with someone. So decent amounts of kill potential there, but none whatsoever on towards that Dragon Knight. So perhaps that's why they're chosen to keep the Dragon, to not rotate that Bounty Hunter down just yet. We're back in 2018, guys. We're back towards that tri lane. Of course, I'm only kidding, as there has never been such a thing as a safe lane tri lane. Not that I can remember. I mean, I've been watching and playing Dota since the first international, and I have never seen a safe lane tri lane come out. Bot side, fair bits of aggression coming out onto Kolya or Kaban, as he's just going to get zoned out away. Phoenix, again, like I mentioned in the previous game, one of the best heroes to zone someone out. And oh, Bounty Hunter, it looks like he's going to end up falling, but it's going to be towards the neutral creeps, as Marcy is going to end up taking a lot of damage. I'm not sure why they did not chase down Somnia, but DMS are actually doing an extremely good job at playing against this tri lane. And this is... It goes to show that Quantum are actually especially scared of Bashka getting shut down earlier on.
Dire structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, towards that mid side, you do have equal amounts of CS coming in. 18 CS for that Storm Spirit, make it 19. And 3 denies. Versus the Timbersaw 16. So again, quite expected. Both of these teams are going to be not a lot of things can happen on that towards that mid lane. Not a lot of unorthodox things can happen outside of, you know, perhaps that Storm Spirit gets out of position, or perhaps there's a Bounty Hunter rotation coming in before that he hits that level 6 mark. But you have no stun, so it's going to be very difficult. I have to say this is an unfortunate game for this Bounty Hunter. He just simply does not have not a lot of room. I mean, where does he go, right? He can't exactly trade hits against the Phoenix. He can't exactly go towards that top side. But oh, Pezor trying to get towards that Storm Spirit, but Kaisko is going to come in with that tank team, and Bounty Hunter is here as well, as Kaisko is going to end up falling. Nice ice shot to try and buy himself some amount of time, with the Rise is just going to finish him off with that Whirlwind. Oh, Metal Jewel. Oh no, that's not where you want to be. Giving a second kill to the Timbersaw. You knew he was there. You knew the bounty was there. You knew the Marcy was there. And there's just no excuse for that. You got away and you chose to go back in. But now engagement onto Bashka. Tag team up and ready, as well as Bashka. He's going to end up falling down. No hope for him. So DMS are able to get a return kill, and that's certainly good for them. Shutting that Shadow Fiend down is probably the most important thing that you can do in this game. But you have to stop making those mistakes on towards the mid side. Somnia just rotating everywhere across the map, finding as much as he can. Oh, when Kashka is going to end up falling again, he TP'd in and he's just dead. Despite the rotations coming in, sure, you lost your Tuskar, but that's completely worth it if you're DMS. As Shadow Fiend is going to force to walk towards that lane. 2 deaths up for him now. And if DMS are able to continue to sort of pressure on towards that Shadow Fiend, they're going to be able to transition this very well towards the mid game. As Melojuice hit his level 6, in fact has gotten that regen rune, one of the best runes you can get for the Storm Spirit. You can choose to play this of 2 ways. You can choose to go in for that rotation and be nearly unkillable because you do have those zaps up, right? And if you're quick enough, you can essentially keep that regen from being broken away. Or the second way is that you farm up completely. But it looks like Melojuice is actually going to try and kill off Rise over here in the mid lane. Will he be able to successful? Rise will dodge out that static remnant. Fezor is there. Somnia is there as well. 1 hit from the Bounty Hunter will temporarily disable that regen rune, but it looks like Storm Spirit just going to get out of there. The regen rune is probably going to heal him back up to full HP, but Storm Spirit is going to end up going back in. Will Magic Wand himself to full HP back up again. And now Rise, no more mana. He's falling really low. The Rise is going to fall. Melojuice getting that kill. And it looks like it might just be a second kill onto the Bounty Hunter. Double kill for the Storm Spirit as soon as he hit level 6. The first rune making a big impact, as that's exactly what DMS need. Somnia's struggling quite a lot to get anything done in this game. It's not a good game for this Bounty Hunter. As we're approaching the 7-minute mark, I do believe the Wisdom Runes have been taken. But oh, Brewmaster has his ultimate at the ready. Is going to get popped up now. Till the end, will be able to manage to actually dive himself away, but will end up getting taken out anyway. And now all eyes onto the Dragon Knight Shigetsu, trying to make his way out, but he's on top. There's 4 heroes on top of him, but Melojuice is going to come in for that reverse potential, going to zap inside, finishing off the Bounty Hunter, and will be able to stop the aggression on towards that Dragon Knight. And meanwhile, the Shadow Fiend falls for a 3rd time as Kolya's in so much trouble. Fizor is going to buy himself some time as Rise is going to come in with that whirl of death, getting that double kill. And now Storm Spirit, Melojuice not enough mana. Will he be able to zap himself to safety? But the Timber Saw is there. The chain not hitting though. And that essentially means that Storm Spirit has the capacity to run out. Fezor's chasing after him, will dispose himself back, and that's going to allow Rise to finish him off. A triple kill, near perfect rotation coming out for both of those teams. But sad to say that the Storm Spirit is very mana dependent, and he just simply ran out of fuel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The good thing though is that they managed to kill Bashka for, I believe, what was the 3rd time. So the Shadow Fiend, he literally just has power treads now. At minute 9 of the game, they can continue to amp up the pressure. There's no incentive for DMS to back away. There's really no save mechanism for Quantum either. And that's exactly what DMS are banking on. But this time around, Bashka, he has a response as he's going to finish off Kaisko. The Vis's familiar is going to get taken out as well. DMS, again, a recipe of overconfidence, as they chose to go in without that Storm Spirit, and you simply can't be making those errors. You need Melojuice to be contributing to those kills on towards the Shadow Fiend. He offers so much damage, those remnants. 280 damage up and ready, but you're not utilizing that. But oh, zap in. Phoenix Egg at the ready as well as Rise. He's going to end up falling. The Mars is going to end up falling down as well. And now Shadow Bounty Hunter, 4-man rotation, but getting 3 heroes down. 7 charges up for the Storm Spirit. As they're probably going to be looking to transition this into that tier 1 tower. A very early tower up for them. The tier 1 tower towards that top side got taken down as well. So they're amping up the pressure as we're transitioning outside of the laning phase. It looks like Storm Spirit's actually not going to be going for that Witchblade. It's definitely an item that I would prefer to see in this game, or maybe even an Orchid, right? You Orchid up Panda and you just stop him from using his ultimate, and meanwhile your team can come in and choose to get that, and try to get that kill. But he's actually going to be going for that Kaya. He wants to be...
Radiant structures are fortified.
He wants as much mana as he can so that he's able to continue that sustained team fight earlier on. Dragon Knight has that armlet up and ready as well, and it looks like with this armlet up, he's probably going to be joining his team as DMS is going to be amping up that pressure. This is their strong point right now, where Shadow Fiend has no items of his own. Quantum are going to be forced to play this 4v5 as another zap in from that Storm Spirit, not going to be doing anything as Bounty Hunter has hit his level 6, will provide that track information. So that Storm Spirit is not going to be able to go anywhere for quite a few seconds.
Dire are scanning.
Ryze positioning himself away. Both these mid laners have that Kaya up. But it looks like it's going to be another initiation. A zap in by Melojule, taking out Somnia. And now Kaisko is in a lot of trouble. He probably get taken down by one raised. Brewmaster ultimate gets popped off as well, and an immediate disengagement from DMS. But it looks like the Phoenix is going to be caught. He does have the egg available. Not choosing to pop it as he sees no kill potential. The Tuskar buyback going to stop Quantum in their tracks, and now that buyback reinitiation snowball onto Cabal. His ultimate has just get stopped off, but now the Storm Spirit is falling so low, he's going to end up falling to Ryze. The egg is popped as well, but it looks like it just might get taken down. DMS, they botched their initiation, they botched their timing, and it looks like they're going to pay very heavily for this as a dieback before the Tuskar comes out. A double kill for Bashka from that botched initiation, and a Shigetsu who was nowhere to be seen for the entirety of that team fight. I have to say, you have that armlet. Dragon Knight, you're not being particularly knighty for your team. You're supposed to have shiny armor on, but instead you just let your team die. And 12 and 15 now. That Storm Spirit unfortunately fell the way that he did. Dragon Knight, it looks like he's not going to be going for that Bling Dagger. It looks like they're very content in keeping that, I would say, initiation up to the Storm Spirit. The downside to that is, sure, you don't have a lot of lockdown for Quantum, but as we saw previously, the burst potential from Quantum is so high that if Storm Spirit gets shut down even momentarily, the Timbersaw is just going to finish him off. The Shadow Fiend is just going to finish him off. Another zap in. But it's like they don't want to be chasing up towards that high ground. And in fact, that Storm Spirit zap perhaps wasn't even close to the Bounty Hunter. Tier 1 tower down towards that boss side, so Quantum do have that extra map to play around with. Shadow Fiend can farm up there, and it looks like he's going to do exactly just that. It's reminiscent of last game, where Quantum chose to take the tier 1 tower down towards bot, left the mid and top tier 1 towers intact, and they just continued to farm up the enemy jungle, making their way towards critical mass before eventually strangling DMS.
Let the fun begin.
And I really like this play from Somnia, where he's just giving so much information. By keeping the track on the Storm Spirit at all times, you're able to make sure that there's no initiation that you won't see coming, right? Because there's no dagger up for the Dragon Knight, so there's no way that you can get caught off guard. DMS, though, they have control of their own neat little portion of the enemy jungle. A full Manta style up and ready for Bashka. He's going to be making his way towards that Dragon Lance, and I have to say, once the Shadow Fiend gets big, there's not a lot that DMS have. The Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes that if you're able to amp up on that damage, then there's no hero there that can actually withstand that effect. Even the Dragon Knight. Because sooner or later you're going to be having that break mechanism. "16 minutes in now, we're going to be transitioning out of the mid game, and I have to say that Quantum have done a pretty good job at that comeback, particularly Bushka, or rather Boshka, who, despite being 3 deaths down, he was able to come out ahead. And now, engagement onto Melojule, but the Phoenix Egg is going to protect him for now. Guys go in pretty deep. The Brewmaster's ultimate going to come out as well for this. That was a bit confusing for me, guys. I'm sorry for that slight hiccup, but I did not expect the Brewmaster to be expending his ultimate there, particularly because you just had the Tuskar inside your tier 2. So now the Brewmaster split is going to be down for a whole 110 seconds, I believe, right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dragon Knight's still nowhere to be seen. His content farming is going to be going for that Sanj and Yasha, as has actually completed it. So probably going to be either going for that Blink Dagger or going to be going for that BKB. And once he gets those items, he's probably going to be joining his team for some of these team fights. And we spoke a lot about the fact that a lot of damage is missing from DMS. We're seeing a lot of initiations come out, and right now the Visage Soul Assumption is enough to get some of these skills onto these support heroes. But once that Shadow Fiend gets tanky, right, it's going to be pretty difficult. Timbersaw has that Aghanim Scepter up as well, so he's nearly unkillable for the duration of his reactive armor. The Brewmaster, of course, during that split, you don't have a lot to stop the split coming out because you haven't gone for that Orchid. The Storm Spirit is going to be going for that Witchblade. I definitely would have preferred it the other way around. I would have preferred the Storm Spirit going for that Witchblade before the Gaia, right? Because it gives you a lot of kill potential. It gives you a lot of damage that you're currently missing out on. But, overall, even if he gets the Witchblade right now, it's still good enough. Of course, eventually he's going to have to go for that Blink Dagger, or rather, sorry, I don't know why I said Blink Dagger. He's eventually going to have to go for that BKB, which I have to say DMS desperately need. This Shadow Fiend is going to be amping up on that damage. Once that Requiem of Souls comes online for him with his own BKB, it's going to prove to be really troublesome. We're going to see a pause come out, guys. And we're going to see an unpause come out just as quick, in fact. Aegis taken by DMS now. They do have the Aegis on the Storm, and I believe it's one of the best heroes to give that Aegis to because you come back with full mana. Problem is you don't have a BKB, but the good thing is you don't have a disable mechanism. So outside of a near perfect dispose, which I don't see... I don't think there's a dispose that's quick enough to stop the zap out from the Storm Spirit. But so this is the ideal opportunity for DMS to be going forward for some of these towers. Pressure those tier 2s, force Quantum to respond, and try and take a team fight. If you're able to win on 1 or 2 of these team fights, you're able to position yourself ahead of the other side. You're able to come out ahead. And it looks like there's going to be initiation. There's going to be an engagement on towards that mid side. But as I say that, Phoenix is actually TP'd himself towards that bot lane. So he's not actually going to be present for this. As a full 4-man smoke up, a double damage rune. Of course, it is going to be picked up by that Timbersaw. Not the most useful. Oh, Phoenix till the end is going to be quite cornered. It's interesting to see how he became cornered in the first place, but there's no way he is going to make it out of here. A shuriken toss is all that is going to be needed to finish him off. 30 seconds down for him, so they can choose to pressure this tier 2 tower. The wave is in their favor as well, but as I say that, DMS are at the ready. Quick finish off on the Somnia. Reactive armor now popped out. The Tuskar is going to end up falling as Shigetsu is just going to melt by that spirit vessel. The Timber Saw is going to whirl him away to his grave as 3 heroes instantly falling for DMS. That Aegis not coming in handy. I mean, what do you do if you're just taken out so quickly? You need your BKBs up if you're DMS, but you're just not able to get it done.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, again, dispose. Oh, that is a quick kill onto the Storm Spirit. Of course, the reincarnation from that Aegis is going to allow them to take out Fezor, and now on towards the Bounty Hunter. He's going to end up falling as well, but Meloju is going to need to be careful. Somnia rather, still alive. Shigetsu's now here. Dragon form popped out. Brewmaster forced to get back from those Brewlings. They are going to expire. Are DMS going to amp up any more pressure?
Just what I've been waiting for.
Of course, the Dragon form is going to be up for quite a bit, as both teams are going to disengage. Happy enough that they took out that Aegis onto Melojoul. The problem for DMS is that they're so squishy. The Storm Spirit gets taken down initially, instantly, and keep in mind, guys, there's no stun for Team
Radiant's courier.
on the side of Team Quantum, so they're able to just simply the burst potential within a second or two, just take out the Storm Spirit or even take out the Dragon Knight is just too much without a BKB. Oh, oh man, that is what do I say, guys? I have nothing to say. Just yeah, just business, man. Like nothing personal, but I mean, I would take that personally. if I was in, I would take that very personally.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just Storm Spirit, he has 60% HP. He just melted. Of course, he will hit that level 15.
Is under attack.
Once he hits that level 15, he will be going for that plus 250 HP. Should be able to provide himself with that
Radiant are
additional
scanning.
survivability. Whether or not that's going to be enough is something that only time will tell. He is going to transition, going to go for that BKB, but it won't be up anytime soon. He requires at least 4 to 5 minutes of farming, or at least 3 to 4 minutes of farming before he's able to get that BKB up. We're already transitioning out of the mid game. In a few minutes now, the Dire side, they're going to be knocking on your door, on the door of your tier 2s. And what do? Sure, they haven't taken their tier 1s, but the Shadow Fiend has so much damage that they can choose to take the tier 1s at any point. The Shadow Bashka has that BKB up and ready, and with this BKB, he's actually unkillable. Thanks to that Marcy lifesteal, thanks to the sidekick, it doesn't seem like DMS are in a good position right now. Sure, you get that BKB up, which is probably coming for that Dragon Knight, and with that BKB you have additional survivability, but Melojoul is just not in a position where he's able to take any sort of sustain. He can zap in Vortex, Remnant, and then he has to zap out. As Somnia spotted the Phoenix out, and because of these movements, oh man, this Bounty Hunter does so much. Last game around, he provided so much information for his team, and this time around, absolute genius of a rotational player where he's just able to spot DMS out time and time again, wasting away the 5-man movement from DMS right now completely. $6K net worth up for Quantum.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Storm Spirit is doing his best to apply some sort of pressure on towards those side lanes, but let's be honest guys, he's a terrible tower taker, right? Storm Spirit is not built to take down towers. Tier 1 tower taken down now by Quantum towards that mid side. 7k net worth up for them. And it looks like the next Aegis is going to be very heavily contested. I don't think Quantum are just simply going to let it go. And in fact, I'm not sure how DMS can actually take out the Aegis. But in fact, Rise is going to go in. The Phoenix Egg, it might just get popped down by the Unleashed. 2 heroes down now. Both the supports getting taken down. Reminiscent of previous game where both till the end and the end problems were taken down instantly. It looks like it's going to be the same thing again. Storm Spirit forced to back away. No mana of his own. Shigetsu being body blocked. BKB now activated from him. Going to try and turn things around, but they're just going to disengage as Quantum. They're in prime position. Melojule is back and ready. He has the mana for this. Is he going to choose to go in? Zap forward on towards the Shadow Fiend. He's trying to go make something happen, but just forced to back away. This is the problem. They don't have any sort of burst potential. The BKB is up for the Dragon Knight, and Walrus Punch on towards the Brewmaster will be able to take him down, but the Timber Saw will clean everyone up, will take out Melojule from that Timber Chain. As the Dragon Knight, the only one alive, and they're actually diving into tier 4. The Storm Spirit buys back to buy himself some time to try and punish his over-aggression, but a dieback for Melojule. He's taken out down now. Triple kill for Rise as Pashka nowhere to go. The Walrus Punch will stop his TP away. But, oh man. Quantum did. It's okay, Quantum. Sure, you lost 4 heroes there, but a dieback for the Storm Spirit, a dieback for the Phoenix. You forced the buyback out from the Tuskar. There's just simply so much going their way. They can simply choose to reset, simply choose to go for that Aegis, and then just go back. And once the Shadow Fiend completes his Silver Edge, which he's going for, that Dragon Knight, he's just going to melt as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A recipe of disaster for DMS. 21 and 27 now. The scoreboard does not reflect the state of the game, guys, because most of the kills on DMS have been pickoffs from that Storm Spirit onto the supports. Shadow Fiend, who died 3 times in the first 5 minutes of the game, has only died once since then. Since then, it's been uphill for him. Since then, he's been free farming. Since then, he's been getting kills across the board. And speaking of kills, it looks like they want this Brewmaster. Will be able to take him down fairly quickly. The Marcy's in a lot of trouble as well as the reactive armor from Timbersaw. His Rise is going to come in, but he's taken a lot of damage. No more mana up for him. The Phoenix Egg is going to push Quantum back, forcing the Timbersaw back as well. And he's separated from the rest of his team. Rise nowhere to go. Shadowfiend Requiem now out as well, but it looks like Rise is going to fall. Somnia is going to die as well. 4 heroes down for Team Quantum. And a 5k net worth lead swinging the other way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It looks like DMS. They said enough. They said, we've had enough of your disrespect. Enough of your tier 4 dive-ins. We're going to take you down, and we're going to take Roche as well. I have to say that's very convenient for DMS and very well played by them. Because of this rotation, because of this risky maneuver that they chose to go on the Brewmaster, and were able to finish him off quickly. Now again, Aegis on towards the side of DMS. This time around is going to be the Dragon Knight. Of course, Storm Spirit does have that BKB, or in fact, he actually still is. I expected him to have his BKB. Forgive me, guys, but he's still a few minutes away from his BKB. A double damage rune for the Shadow Fiend? Question mark? Oh man, if this Shadow Fiend takes this double damage rune, with that Silver Edge. I don't believe he has it, but they're waiting for someone to come in for this. And in fact, it's actually going to be the Timber Saw up and ready. Shigetsu's going to get spotted up, hexed up as well, and it looks like they're going to try and finish him off as well. No more HP for the Dragon Knight, nowhere to go. Aegis is going to get popped off. He does have the BKB up and ready. Will they be able to utilize it? The one of them is up in the air. Fezzer's going to get taken out as well. A turnaround by the Dragon Knight, a triple kill. The Shadow Fiend Bashka is going to end up falling pretty quickly. They overextended Team Quantum. They became overconfident
Radiant are scanning.
as they ended up paying for it, and now an entire 10k net worth is nullified, or rather is going to be nullified by the death of this Brewmaster, which seems quite inevitable. Difficult one, guys. 29 and 28.
Tower is under attack.
DMS have done an amazing job at turning things around. Of course, Rise does have that hex up, so they chose to go on the most difficult target to get. They did manage to get him out, and I believe that they should have disengaged after having popped that Aegis. But it chose to stick back in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
BKB up and ready for his Storm Spirit, so he's actually going to be, I would say, fairly confident in some of these fights. He's going to be able to get those kills off, and I in particular want to see a Scepter come out from the Storm Spirit. You know, get that Scepter up and ready with that Phoenix Egg and with that splash damage from that Dragon Knight. It's a very potent combination because you do have a lot of melee heroes, and in particular all of the Brewmasters spawns, or I would say Brewlings, would you know, get caught in that Scepter Vortex. So it's definitely an item that I want to see from coming out from that Storm Spirit. But DMS have positioned themselves for the first time. They do have the net worth lead in their advantage. The scoreboard is nearly even now, or in fact is dead even now, 29 and 29. I wonder who's going to get the 30th kill. There's a 4-man smoke up from Team DMS, and engagement on towards the quick engagement on towards the Timber Saw. They've managed to finish him out, but Meloju is going to end up being the one to fall. Bashka will manage to bring himself to safety as both teams are going to disengage. Of course, it is a bit of an even trade, save for the fact that you lost your Marcy. Oh, but in fact, yeah, that's not an even trade, as you do manage to get Somnia down. 2k net worth lead up for them. The state of the game exists in a way that where whoever gets the initiation off is able to burst anyone down. It doesn't matter. No one is tanky enough. And I wonder though if this Timber Saw might just choose to invest in that Aeon disc. You know, guys, that Aeon disc should be
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
you should be able to transfer it to an ally hero. You know, if there is anyone at Valve watching this, that's an update I want to see. You know, kind of like the Lincoln Sphere. You transfer the Lincolns to someone, you should transfer the Aeon disc to someone.
Dire's
Tier 2 tower down
Dire's bottom tower
for
has
Team
fallen.
Quantum. And it looks like a Tormentor is going to go down as well, as the Timber Saw is dead. There's no way that Quantum can fight without that Tormentor. Level 25, almost at the ready for that Dragon Knight. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he goes for that AoE Dragon Tail. Definitely something that might be worth considering. Or he can even choose to go for that tankiness. That plus 12 armor should definitely help against that Shadow Fiend.
Radiant are scanning.
Regeneration.
Swift Blink up and ready. Daedalus up and ready for him. He has this absurd amount of damage. No buybacks available for anyone except for the Visage. Of course, the Phoenix is going for that Aeon disc. Does not want to get bursted, making sure that he can get his egg off. Definitely the right decision, as both teams are going to smoke up. I am not sure if DMS were spotted that smoke out. But now Rise on towards the Storm Spirit does get hexed up. The Storm Spirit will be able to get the BKB off. He manages to get it off, and now the counter initiation from DMS. Melojuice is zapping in and out, and Timber saw nowhere left to go. Rise is going to get finished off. The Marcy instantly falling down. The Requiem not hitting anyone as Bashka is choosing to go back in. But Melojuice, he's right there. He doesn't have the BKB anymore. Bashka, you have nowhere to go. The Monte style are going to buy yourself just a minute of time as you're going to end up falling. 4 heroes down now. No hero falling for DMS, and it looks like DM is going to be DMS's game to take as they're staring down the barrel of the tier 3 tower. No way to stop them. And without the buybacks, this might just be mega creeps. 50 seconds. No way to stop anyone. The Shadow Fiend doesn't have the buyback, and neither does the Timbersaw. They might actually just choose to go Throne. But in fact, they're going to choose to play this the safe way around. Brewmaster, no ultimate available. There is just simply no way that you fight against DMS for those 30 seconds. Guys, I remember, you know, when I started the second half of today, I mentioned how we're seeing more 2-1 series come out, and I'm really glad for this. You know, in particular, I recall the playoff stages of the international having mostly 2-0s. And I'm glad that the tier 3 scene is at, or tier 3 or tier 2 scene is at a point where there's loads of 2-1s. There's loads of back and forth, because if you go back 15 minutes from now, it was Team Quantum's game to take. And now Team DMS have suddenly turned it around, having an 18k net worth lead up for themselves. And in all likelihood, the probability that they're going to end up winning this game and the probability that we're going to be heading towards that game number 3 is quite high. If we talk about Dota Plus, it's 91% likely that DMS are going to be taking this game. Shadow Fiend simply does not have the survivability. He does not have the butterfly up, nor does he have the damage output to be taking out that Dragon Knight. And it's an impossible task, right? You want to be getting that Solar Silver Edge hit off on the Dragon Knight and to be having enough disable. You don't have the stuns to be able to do that. So your window to get some of these kills off is very small. Storm Spirit, zap onto the Brewmaster, instantly finishing off Kolya. 60 seconds for the Brewmaster, no buyback available for him. And without the Brewmaster, that's a very potent ultimate that you don't have. You won't have that whirlwind up. You won't have the ability to separate one person from the team fight. And it looks like there's going to be no way that you stop these mega creeps from happening. Hex up onto the Storm Spirit, but just simply nothing to stop him. BKB up, just going to quickly finish off Rise. He's going to end up falling. Boshka, even if you activate your BKB, it's not going to help you. Mega creeps now on the horizon. As Team Quantum, they have crumbled. In fact, dominoes have fallen. The fate of the game is sealed by that GG call. 1-1 now, guys. DMS, they managed to bring themselves back from the cusp of defeat, from the cusp of a 2-0, and what a phenomenal way they made it happen, despite of the fact that they were so down, despite of the fact that not a lot of things were going their way. The Storm Spirit had a BKB at 30 minutes. The Dragon Knights just simply did not have enough damage. They simply came together as a team and found those initiations. I have to say, those smoke plays, finding those pickoffs at the right time, finding those opportunities, being able to separate Quantum from the rest of their team, that was phenomenal. And doing that under a high pressure scenario, that takes guts to be able to make those plays, because one mistake at those in that late game, one mistake in that mid to late game, I would say, where your smoke play does not work out, you get team wiped and your base gets run down. And of course, let's not forget the fact that Quantum did choose to dive the tier 4 tower, right? I mean, sure, they did get quite a bit of a prize for that, right? A dieback on both the Storm Spirit and the Phoenix, but essentially you did lose your Shadow Fiend there, and it seemed like that was the point where everything seemed to go downhill for Team Quantum. But I have to say, both of these teams, they're so evenly matched, right? So I'm really looking excited for game number 3. I hope all of you are excited for game number 3 as well. Will DMS finally be able to get their revenge? Will rise up on that mid role? He did so well on that Queen of Pain, did incredibly well on that Timber Saw as well, just not exactly stomping the other team as he's quite used to. But who's going to be taking this best of 3 series? It's going to be a pleasure to watch. It's going to be a pleasure to cast, and I hope for you guys it's going to be entertaining. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back for game number 3, the decider match, right after a short break.
shall come.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, guys, after what was a nail-biting second match where both teams went at it with their best, and it seemed like Team Quantum were going to finish the series off in a 2-0 fashion, but Team DMS, they still had a trick up their sleeve. They managed to make a comeback in a phenomenal fashion, and they managed to bring this into a game number 3, closer towards their revenge story, closer towards showing Quantum who's boss, who's the bigger dog, towards showing them why they're one of the best teams in this tournament. But now is the moment is here. It is the final frontier. Only one team is going to be winning this series, and we will see which team that is. Will DMS, the seasoned veteran team, be taking this series, or will Quantum, the newcomers up on the block, the new kid on the block, will he be taking the game away from Team DMS? So it's something only time will tell, but something that, you know, we don't need time to tell is some of these bans. I mean, I have to say, both of these teams, they have such unoriginal bans, man. Like, I'm tired of seeing these same bans. I don't know if you guys, for some of you new who have just tuned in, all of these heroes have been banned in the first 2 games, except for the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon was banned in the first 2 games, and now we've seen the Shadow Demon get picked up. And of course, that's not, you know, I was just having a bit of fun banter. It's not these teams' fault, obviously, for banning these heroes. These are the staple bans that we've been seeing since the meta. Since I believe 6.36, we've been seeing the same bans come out over and over again. One thing that is consistent, though, is the respect ban onto the famed Beastmaster of the Hawk. Of course, Quantum are going to double down on towards that Shadow Fiend. Did not really work out for them last game around, where Shadow Fiend got shut down pretty hard, and it looks like this time around is going to actually be worse, because Shadow Fiend is actually faced up against the Shadow Demon. So I'm not sure about this pick at all, but it seems like Quantum must have some they must be thinking something about this for sure. They must have some plan in motion. But one thing is for sure, the Shadow Fiend cannot be a magical Shadow Fiend, because you have the Shadow Demon, you have that instant save mechanism against that Euse Requiem combo, right? So it's going to be a carry Shadow Fiend. And so this early on, once you've revealed the carry Shadow Fiend, it's going to be interesting to see, because DMS have so many ways to counteract this. You can essentially go for the Queen of Pain earlier on, that instant burst potential. Once you hit that level 6, you can just continually keep on killing that Shadow Fiend. That Dagon Scream of Pain combination is just too much before that Shadow Fiend gets that BKB up. But of course, DMS, they can choose to play this in different ways. They can go for that Ursa. They can go for those, you know, heavy, very snowbally physical DPS carries, like that Ursa or that Troll Warlord or even that Phantom Assassin. You know, heroes that the Shadow Demon typically counters, except you have the Shadow Demon on your side. Not to mention that Shadow Demon, once you replicate the Shadow Fiend's illusions, it does so much damage. But, you know, anyway, that's enough about just one or two of these picks. One thing though is, of course, since there is a resurgence of the Mirana coming back, so, and you know, I don't know if you guys remember, this was like really old, right? You would have this combination with Shadow Demon Mirana set up into the Arrow. Of course, ideally it worked with the Bane, but it can work with the Shadow Fiend. Of course, Invoker is banned, so you don't have any Sunstrike shenanigans going to be coming out. Dragon Knight banned by Quantum. Both of these teams are very careful. Both of these teams respect each other to the point where they're going to ban out a lot of these heroes. We'll see the next pick come out as well, and it looks like it's going to be a Tuskar from Quantum. DMS picked Tuskar up 2 games in a row, and this is going to be the first game where they don't have the Tuskar up for themselves. And I have to say, I have to point this out, guys. DMS were playing with a stand-in previously, and they're still playing with that same stand-in, and I thought it would be a disadvantage because you're not playing with your main player. But shout out to Kaisko. He did a phenomenal job up on that Tuskar last game around, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do again. and Ogre Magi coming out for DMS. Definitely a hero that can buff up your physical DPS carry should you be going for that Bloodlust. Not to mention a very stable offlane player, offlane hero as well should you be going for that. And oh no, it is Dahak. You're going to be going again for that Dazzle position 3, aren't you? I have a feeling this Dazzle is not a support. Oh well, guys. I mean, you can't really unpick a hero. I just wish him all the best for this pick. Of course, you have a second shot at it. That infinite shallow grave up, and not to mention, it is a good counter against that Requiem, right? Particularly another solid counter against the Magic Shadow Fiend. Should Shadow Fiend have been thinking about it, now it's completely out of the question, right? That Shallow Grave will be saving anyone from the Requiem of Souls. It is going to be interesting though, because they don't have an initiator, so it's most likely going to be an initiator in the form of the mid laner. So DMS are probably going to be going for that Storm Spirit again. At least I would hope so, because they need that initiation. Meanwhile, Quantum, how will they choose to respond to this? They need some sort of quick burst potential that they've had in the game number 1, where they just went all in towards taking out those heroes quickly. And they had that Queen of Pain the first time around. Queen of Pain still open for Quantum should he choose to go for it. Of course, does well with the Tuskar too, but it looks like they're going to be content going for that Mars again. Alongside that Dark Willow. So, Quantum missing their mid laner. Will be interesting to see who they go for. And of course, Quantum did very well playing that Mars against that Dazzle, right? Dazzle just not able to get that grave out. And time again, I don't believe I saw a single time where Mars missed his spear combination, spears into arena combination. And oh, DMS managing to snag that Luna up, who went uncontested in the ban phase. I believe Luna is probably the strongest carry in the game right now. Once you hit that critical mass in the form of that Khanda, that 3rd or 4th item, you come to a situation where you're just spamming your Q and you're able to take a lot of these heroes out. And the only way to play against the Luna who manages to make that Khanda is through that surprise initiation factor, which Quantum do have. They do have the Mars. So again, it's very reminiscent of the first game around. Will this dazzle us all with his Shadow Grave? Will he be able to keep that Luna alive like he was supposed to keep the Medusa alive? If they're able to do that, DMS have that potential recipe for success. And if Quantum are successful in disabling this dazzle, if they're successful in getting off that arena, getting off that Burning Spear combination into that Requiem, then it looks like it's going to be their recipe for success. Keeping in mind the fact that they have a Shadow Fiend, so you have that additional combination to go alongside that Requiem, right? And not to mention the fact that once that Shadow Fiend has that Dragon Lance, and it's an item you get usually early on into the game, you can essentially stand outside of the Requiem, right? The fight's entirely divided. You have your backline made up of your Shadow Fiend, who's just going to be dishing out that auto attack damage inside of the pit from outside the pit. Both teams, let's see what mid laner they're going to wrap their lineup with. Storm Spirit and Queen of Pain, I have no doubt that one of these heroes is going to make it. And of course, Quantum put my doubt to rest in a disgusting way. Shame on you, Quantum. But they did ban out the Queen of Pain, so we won't be seeing the Queen of Pain come out. Of course, it's going to be interesting to see if DMS actually ban out that Storm Spirit. At this point, I think these guys hate me. But let's see what they do. Of course, you do have that Ember Spirit, you do have that Void Spirit, but you need an initiator, right? You're missing out on that initiator, and of course you do have that OD up as well. Not exactly an initiator, but can choose to start up a fight by force stopping himself inside. But other than that, you have the Void Spirit, the Ember Spirit. You can perhaps pick up that Earth Spirit for yourself. Oh, okay. It is going to be a Pangolier to wrap neatly their lineup. Pangolier, of course, that Rolling Thunder should be able to do quite a lot. I mean, you can essentially just roll yourself out of the arena, and if that once that Rolling Thunder gets going, you can essentially stop the Shadow Fiend from actually dishing out that damage, but constantly just barrel rolling him sideways time and time again. Okay, so I was right, guys. I mean, give me some credit. So you do have the Storm Spirit coming out, and I'm sure if Quantum did not ban out the Queen of Pain, that we would have seen a Queen of Pain coming out as well. So we're going to see Melojoule in the form of the Pangolier going up against the Storm Spirit of Rise, and we've seen what Rise can do. We've seen Rise on that unstoppable Queen of Pain without a single death, 16-0, or actually 21-0 and 16, right? We've seen him on that Timber Saw. He did amazing on that Timber Saw as well, despite of the fact that they lost. And now we're going to see Rise on that Storm Spirit. So let's see what he can do. Of course, the Storm Spirit versus Pangolier matchup, I believe it's a very staple matchup. It's a very classic combination up on that mid side, where you have not a lot of kill potential. Again, it all depends on your positioning. If you're not careful, then you can get caught out quite easily. But outside of that, once you hit your level 6, that's really when you get going. That's when both of these heroes hit their kill potential. That's when you start your rotations in. Now, if we talk about that safe lane over towards, it's going to be Shigetsu with that Ogre Magi. So again, a very staple combination. That Ignite works in similarly to the Phoenix, except you don't. Okay, that is a very interesting Storm Spirit skin. But coming back to my point, guys, the Ogre Magi Ignite is able to zone the opponents out, is able to provide that Luna from the much needed farm for DMS, who are going to be playing the Radiant side for the third time in a row. Of course, they are going to be faced up against the off lane of Kolya on the Mars and Fezor on towards with that Tuskar. Fair bits of kill potential for Quantum if you're on that bot side. So Luna has to be careful not to get caught out by that burning spear. Ogre Magi has to make sure to constantly keep that ignite on towards the other side. So he needs quite a lot of mana to make that happen. Of course, he has gone for that learning curve. So that's going to be a bit... I mean, level 1 is where you're going to be the most vulnerable, right? Where you cannot support your Luna at all. So that's definitely going to be the mark where Quantum are going to be focusing all of their damage. And I believe that much like the previous game where Somnia go for that tri-lane on towards that safe lane, I believe Somnia is actually going to go for that tri-lane on towards the bot side. Just making sure that the Ogre Magi, while he does not have those skills up, is able to get as much done. Perhaps even a first blood on towards that Luna if they're not careful. If we talk a bit about that top side though, it is going to be, of course, it's going to be the Hawk on that Dazzle and that Shadow Demon who's going to be supporting him with that position 4. Kaisko though, I'm interested to see what he's going to do. I will say that is an absurd amounts of overtime damage that they have. That Shadow Poison stack alongside that Poison Touch, that is disgusting. Bashka is going to have a pretty difficult time upon this top side. Not a lot of save potential as well, because Somnia, I mean, what exactly is Somnia going to do to save his Shadow Fiend outside of the Brambling Maze, which can be kited if you're quick enough? That's going to be the mid lane. That's going to be the lineups for both of these teams. Of course, the ideal condition is for DMS is that they're able to get that farm up for that Luna. And once you hit those level 6, whoever gets that rune will be at a massive advantage. Because if it's a good rune, if it's like a regen rune for the storm or double damage rune, then that's going to be the potential for that rotation towards either side. Of course, apologies for the pause, guys, but I promise you that the game is going to be worth it. It's going to be action-packed like we saw in the first 2 games. One of the interesting things this game around, though, is that Team DMS are lacking the kill potential on towards Boschka, or rather Bashka. I don't know why I keep saying Boschka. I think I'm too used to Miposhka. But, you know, Boschka is going to have a better time in the earlier game this time around than he did in the last game. So that means he's essentially going to farm a lot faster, right? And then you have the Storm Spirit Rise, who's going to be constantly creating space for him.
Lost in the woods, are ya?
Fear my presence.
30 seconds to battle.
We're going to see absolutely nothing in this early game. I believe despite the amount of posturing that both of these teams are going to do, they're going to walk away with 2 bounty runes each and nothing more, outside of perhaps a Burning Spear play from the Mars to snag a bounty rune for his team, but it's not going to happen. He's taken the Rebuke rather than the Burning Spear. And I'm interested in seeing where Somnia is going to actually go. Because of the fact that he has his Shadow Fiend as his carry, he can't go for that Trillion shenanigan quite yet. So it's going to be a fairly conventional start towards what is going to be the final game in this best of 3 between both of these teams. Of course, mid side, like we talked about, no way to stop each other from farming. Both of these heroes have to be careful about their positioning, as Rise has taken quite a lot of damage on towards this side. Of course, his bottle is probably going to come out now. He needs at least a few more creeps to be able to get it done. Melojul, though, of course, he's going to be getting a bottle of his own, will be able to get it up quite quickly. And in fact, it's going to be Fezor who's actually rotated himself towards top for that tri-lane, making sure that Shadow Fiend is able to at least get those first few waves out, making sure that the pressure is not that high. And that essentially means that the Luna can actually farm up, because you had that sort of vulnerability where Ogre Magi simply had no spells to cast, so Luna was very vulnerable in this early phase. So it's interesting decision making for both of these teams, where they chose not to punish this facet take from till the end. But now Somnia's back, but Ogre Magi has hit his level 2, and with that he's going to have 2 points up on Ignite, a level 2 Ignite, and Somnia is in a lot of trouble. He might actually just end up falling. Blood Grenade onto him, but it looks like it might not be enough, as till the end's going to get pushed towards that bot side. He's fallen extremely low. He might actually just end up dying. One more hit required onto him will get that Ignite off onto Somnia, but the first blood is going to go in favor of Quantum. Somnia, I believe that he did have some sort of chance. Of course, both these mid laners are able to get their CS up. Storm Spirit making sure that the lane is pushed towards DMS's side, so he can choose to secure some of those runes. And of course, he can choose to go stack on some of those creeps. But Rise needs to be a bit careful here. One more hit, Fairy Fire to save himself, will buy himself some amount of time. But Pangolier,
Radiant structures.
he might actually just choose to go in. Will Melojul be able to get himself up? He has that barrel roll forward, but a TP in from that Tuskar will be able to secure Rice's safety. But now a snowball inside. The vortex to drag him back, and Melojul is going to actually pay for his overextension.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Of course, the bounty rune is up at the ready for him, and it's interesting why Rice didn't give his bottle to the Tuskar to secure the bounty rune, and then the Tuskar could have brought the bottle back. That would have been a very neat and convenient way to give Storm Spirit some of the regen that he required.
Got it.
Absolutely not.
Four minutes now. Both of these teams, both of these heroes should be hitting their level 6 now. Oh, in fact, actually, because Melojul died, he's still stuck on level 4. Meanwhile, that means Storm Spirit is actually going to get a very quick level 6. And because of that, he's going to have an earlier rotational potential onto the other side. Ogre Magi till the end in a bit of trouble. The maze up, the blood grenade up, going to slow him down as well as till the end's falling pretty low. The snowball in from the Tuskar, but not quite dead just yet. The Ice Shards is going to finish him off, as Fezor is going to be the return for Shigetsu.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But meanwhile, towards that mid side, Rise is going to fall as well. So while I was talking about the fact that Storm Spirit is going to get that early level 6, it seems like Shigetsu was able to come out just a bit ahead of him, as Somnia is going to end up falling. Luna off to a very good start, and it might just end up being a double kill for him. One more hit required. Scratch that, is going to be one more Lucid Beam to finish it off. A double kill and a killing spree going his way. This is going to be a very...
Is under attack.
I mean, this Luna is going to be a monster in that early game. Keeping in mind that Luna, I believe, comes online a bit quicker, a bit faster than Bashka will. Oh, till the end. He's in a lot of... Yeah, there's just no way he's making this out. Storm Spirit should have his level 6 up at the ready. It's going to be insane if the Ancient Cap gets this kill. Oh my lord! Oh no! Oh man, that's a... I don't even know what to say. I take full responsibility for that. I mean, I don't... Oh man, that's very unlucky, considering the fact that Storm Spirit had to rotate in as well. That's a botch TP in from that Storm Spirit. And I can't even say that Ogre Magi outplayed. I mean, I don't know. That was an act of God, honestly. For Shadow Fiend will also continue farming up quite nicely, but if we look towards the last hits, Dazzle is actually on 61 last hits, 22 denies. He's forced Bashka out from the lane entirely. He's going to be getting an extremely early Aghanim Scepter. The Luna's farming, free farming as well, not to mention that he has 3 kills on top of that. If Quantum are not able to disengage from this pressure, then it's going to be a disaster for them. Will be able to get that kill onto Tuskar, but
Dire's top tower
That's not the worst of it. And now a return on towards the Ogre Magi till the end, falling very low. But Shadow Demon's going to buy till the end a lot of time by imprisoning Rise. And now Somnia in a lot of trouble. Meloju is going to finish him off with a killing spree of his own. Shadow Demon is here as well, but Shigetsu with the Eclipse. Finishing off the Storm Spirit, he had no chance. And Bashka, you've come to the wrong place, buddy, as yours is going to end up falling for nothing. And it looks like Fezor is going to be the last target, as I believe Mars is the only one that was alive. I'm glad he didn't come towards this bloodbath, as the tier 1 tower is going to fall as well. DMS 6k net worth lead up for them. They just simply should not have played it that way. Stratofiend should not have come up there. And another disruption to save the Ogre Magi. Storm Spirit is going to zap back in, but is this the right play? He doesn't have a TP. Are they going to chase him? Is there going to be a TP towards that tier 1 tower towards top? It looks like there's not going to be one. I have to say, Rise really knows the limits of all of these heroes that he's playing. He knew his limits with the Queen of Pain, edging out at the brink of death with those blink outs, and now with these zaps. And DMS, if they're not careful, if they don't give this, remember guys, game number 1, Queen of Pain had, you know, if you combine the kills and the assists, he was involved in around 40 kills, right? And you cannot let that happen in this game with the Storm Spirit, because Storm Spirit, once you get snowballing, there's just no way to stop him. Not with this lineup, because you don't have a lot of stuns. You have the Ogre Magi, but apart from that, apart from eventually when the Melojule gets his Skull Basher and his Abyssal Blade, which is, you know, a very long time from now, you won't have much. Of course, 10 minutes now, Storm Spirit's still quite a long time away from his Witch Blade. Once he gets that, that should give them a lot of kill potential. If we look towards the other side though, Pangolier already almost has his Diffusal Blade at the ready. Once he gets that Diffusal Blade though, there's going to be a lot of kill potential. There's going to be, I would say, a lot of rotational potential, right? This Shadow Fiend who is not going to be safe anymore because he has nothing. He has a Power Treads to his name. Not a lot of wealth, and sure, you're able to farm up on towards those that jungle, towards that side jungle, as I like to call it, towards the edge of the map. But once that Diffusal Blade comes online, you're able to make your way towards that part of the opponent's team. And considering your tier 1 tower is still standing for DMS, Quantum don't have that sort of opportunity where they can utilize the opponent's team's jungle to farm up there. But a 4-man smoke from Team Quantum. A Mars Arena start things off right now. Catching out Melojule will be able to finish him off instantly, as Kaisko is going to be the next target. He's going to end up falling. Ogre Magi till the end. Where did you go? Blood Grenade to slow him down, and 4 heroes of him till the end. 3 heroes down now. Of course, Shigetsu was not a part of that fight. And that was a debut, or rather not a debut actually. Olia actually just ran inside with that Mars Arena. It's still a 5k net worth lead, or rather a 4k net worth lead for DMS. Still quite substantial, considering we're only 12 minutes in, but we're going to be transitioning out of the, I would say, laning phase, because you've taken all 3 tier 1s if you're DMS, right? So you have so much map space. So it's the ideal time to go. You have your Diffusal Blade up. You want to be going in on towards the other side, but in particular, you want to be shutting down that Storm Spirit. But that Storm Spirit, he's just too quick for you. A mega kill streak going his way. 800, 900 gold going his way, and that's essentially his Witchblade completed up. Of course, though, it's not going to be without consequences. As DMS, they're actually going to go in for that. Mars will be able to finish him off. But that's quite worth it. Of course, you do manage to slow down that Blink Dagger. He almost had it, but now that's done for him as well. But the team fight is just not over yet, guys. Double damage was still up for the Storm Spirit. He's going to make it out to safety towards that high ground, but he has no more mana up as Meloju's chasing him down. He has that Diffuser Blade. Will he be able to stop him before the Shadow Fiend is able to come out with that Requiem? The disruption is going to stop the Requiem in his tracks, and now Bashka in trouble now. Snowball is going to buy him a lot of time as it's going to be a turnaround onto DMS. Dahak is going to end up falling as Kaiska is going to be the next target. But now the Eclipse is going to come out from towards the backline. Shigetsu is going to clean the rest of them up with a double kill. And it looks like Fezor is going to be the cherry on top, finishing it off. Another zap-in from that Storm Spirit. Of course, this is going to be an Ogre Magi, but you want to be stacking up on those charges. But a quick turnaround onto the Mars as Storm Spirit is forced to just run away. Of course, the Mars has completed his Blink Dagger, so it's now time to go for Team Quantum. You want to be playing this as a 4 protect 1 strategy now, where you allow your Shadow Fiend to farm Bashka. He really doesn't have quite much. He's the lowest net worth core in the entire game, standing at 5.7k net worth. That's around 500 net worth per minute at this point. My maths is horrible, guys. I'm a doctor. I'm not a maths guy. But in Aegis going in favor of DMS, and now Luna doesn't have his BKB, so essentially, I believe this Aegis should be used to free farm for around 5 minutes, get those next power spike items up, right? Because he can be bursted down quite easily, particularly because you have that Witchblade up. Mars Arena, though, being popped towards that backline, not finding anyone, and without the Mars Arena, Quantum really need to be backing away. Shard is going to block off 2 of their heroes as Rise. He has the shield rune up, the Requiem Souls being charged up right now, going to get popped off, going to land on everyone. DMS, they're now scattered. One hero, Ogre Magi, going to fall quite quickly, but the trade-off is going to be on towards that Tushkar's Bashka. He has nowhere to go. He's going to end up falling. 3 heroes down now. Storm Spirit, the only one who managed to get away. Ascolia is going to be the next casualty. Another triple kill for the Luna. 13k net worth. This guy has 13k at 17 minutes of the game.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why they chose to take that team fight against that Aegis. Perhaps they became overconfident because of the fact that they had. Oh, I can't believe, guys. This is. I take responsibility for this. I was talking about overconfidence from Team Quantum. Meanwhile, Rise chooses to go in 1v4 against DMS. Yeah, I can't understate the amount of confidence that Team Quantum have, because it's quite literally working against them right now. Without any way to stop this Luna, it's difficult. Rise, though, level 1 zap
miss my reflection.
Forced to buy himself these mangoes to be
Radiant's
able to
bottom
make
tower is
to make
under
sure that he
attack.
can actually get away.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Shadow Demon though, Boschka in a lot of trouble. Mellow Jewel, this is the worst place to be, but the snowball is going to buy him a lot of time, but Shigetsu is there, and with the Luna here, there's nowhere you can go. Fezor tried his best to save his teammate, but another double kill coming out for Shigetsu. This is a monster of a carry. He is a beast right now with 16,000 net worth. Storm Spirit being caught out as well. No mana for his TP. Will he be able to make himself towards safety? He does get swatted out by that tower, and oh, Rise. Onage call coming out as well as Team Quantum. They're crumbling. Mars not able to find much. 14k net worth this early on into the game. It usually goes one way, guys. And there's a reason why Luna should be banned in each and every single game. I would just ban Luna from competitive Dota right now. It's just very difficult. He has the phylactery up and ready right now. He's going to be making his way towards Icanda. Holding that top, Mellow Jewel rolling Thunder forward. Mars getting snowballed inside. He does have the arena, will get popped out right now, but she gets to activating his BKB. There's just no way to stop him. Rise, having utilized all of his mana, is forced to get back, and Willow is going to be the casualty. And in fact, it's going to be Fezor as well who ends up falling.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And now Team Quantum, they're confined to the insides of their base. They're confined to their high ground. And that's not where you want to be at 20 minutes in the game. You don't want to be at a 17k net worth advantage. This Luna is going to eat up the map. Can just send the Manta illusions down towards one side and just farm up the other side. Meanwhile, your Pangolier and your other heroes can continue to farm up. You have the Poison Touch as well, the Poison Bloom. So you can essentially farm up all three lanes, farm up the jungle. Shadow Demon can even farm. Look at this. He's sending his disruption illusions down. This net worth lead is going to amplify and is going to quadruple, in fact.
Stupendous.
17k net worth, and I believe it's going to be time for the next time they go in is going to be that towards when they have that Roche, when they have that Aegis on towards Luna. I don't particularly think that they need it, but it's good enough. It's a very good insurance policy. And meanwhile, Luna has just completed up his Kanda. He has a full BKB to work with. But holding that thought, Pangolier going to go in onto Rise is going to finish him off again. 22 minutes in now, Storm Spirit with just a Witchblade. There are very few ways you can come back from this. A 93% win probability for Team DMS this early on. The DMS are going to need to make a lot of mistakes for Quantum to come back from this. Shadow Fiend does not even have a BKB up yet, and even if he activates his BKB, he has a single Yasha to his name. Mellow Jewel has that Bling Dagger up. Solar Crest for the Shadow Demon, Glimmer Cape for the Ogre Magi, Scepter up for the Hawk. They have so many big items that the odds are stacked so heavily against Quantum.
Dire are scanning.
They will try though. They're gonna try their very best till the end. Till the end, in fact. But a grave up is going to save the Ogre Magi, and meanwhile, Luna's gonna come in from the sidelines, gonna clean everyone up. The arena's not gonna stop him. As Rise is forced to back away, and now a 23k net worth lead at 23 minutes in. The Mars down, no arena up for them. No way to stop this incoming high ground push, and it's a Luna, guys. Your high ground is going to melt.
Dire structures are fortified.
But it looks like they're not even interested in going towards that high ground. They're interested in actually taking out that Shadow Fiend. A beyond godlike streak for Shigetsu.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, you don't have a TP. You don't have a TP.
Dire's bottom
Midrax
tower
down
is
now
under
for
attack.
Team DMS, 27k net worth lead, and I do not see any incentive for them to stop this onslaught. A full satanic up and ready for the Luna.
Interesting.
Roche is up now as well towards that bot side. DMS can simply just go towards that Roche. I don't see a way where Quantum can even contest this. Of course, I do think that they have to contest this because they do have the Mars and they do have the Requiem. But I mean, if you can't kill Luna, then I'm not sure where you go from there. Nighttime now. Roche is going to teleport towards the other side of the map.
Radiant are scanning.
The Roche shout out is going to go up now. So Team Quantum know that they're going for this, but in fact there's actually just no time for them to even stop this.
Roshan has fallen to the
Rise trying to making a desperate attempt for that Aghanim Scepter, but there's I mean, I don't see a way where he can get this in time. Meanwhile, Shadow Fiend does have his BKB up. That should give him some amount of sustain against DMS, but the problem is Luna with the Khanda just does so much damage.
Dire's top
As
tower
Quantum
is
are
under
going to make a
attack.
desperate final
Dire's
attempt,
structures
or it
are
might
fortified.
looks like it might just be a final attempt. They're going to try and target backlines of DMS. Somnia is going to reveal till the end out. Melojul though, in with the Rolling Thunder, is trying to go on towards anyone that he can. Boschka is actually channeling his Requiem, but not actually finding anyone. Luna's still at full HP, not even having to use his BKB. 2 buybacks now from Quantum. As Shadow Fiend, he won't be having his BKB up. He does have the TP at the ready, but there's just no way to stop this team. Just no way to stop this onslaught. They don't even need Mega Creeps. They don't even need to wait for anyone. As Quantum, they're just simply out of options now. As no choice but to call in that GG. As I don't believe Luna died a single time. Actually, okay, I'm wrong. Luna died once this game, but that's an acceptable amount of death. I do believe. Of course, the record for that does in fact go to Rise as he went unkilled in game number 1. But guys, we have the answer. DMS came out with their revenge. The last time these teams went at it, the other team did manage to win. Team Quantum did manage to take that game away from Team DMS back in Dream League Open qualifiers. However, this time around, Team DMS came around to show Team Quantum who's a top dog, and it was quite a convincing win. Despite the fractured start of game number 1 where DMS got rolled over by Team Quantum, and despite the fact that it looked like it might have actually been a 2-0 by Team Quantum in that game number 2 as well, but Team DMS were actually able to come out ahead, make a comeback in that game number 2, and then eventually towards this game, this was an absolute curb storm. This was a show of dominance, a show of force, a show of this was a reckoning by Team DMS to show them that they're in fact one of the stronger teams in this tournament. Of course, Team Quantum did have a I would say a very impressive showing of their own, right? They haven't played that many tournaments. They're a relatively newer team, but they're debuting in this for the first time in this CCT. In fact, they weren't there in the previous series, and like the other teams, they were able to improve. And I definitely think that they do have the potential to be actually making it towards the next stages of the game. But guys, that was the third game of today, but we still have one more best of 3 to go, right? We still have Passion UA versus Bushido, and it's going to be we're going to come towards that next game. Our Passion UA, of course, they've been with us throughout the first 3 series of the CCT, and I do believe Team Bushido is a bit newer to CCT compared to Passion UA. But guys, don't go anywhere. That was a thrilling best of 3, and I hope that the next one is just as entertaining for you guys. So we'll be right back for the last and final series of the day right after a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back for what is going to be the final game of the day. And I hope you guys had a decent enough time. I hope you guys, in fact, I hope you guys had an amazing time. I sure did watching some of these games. It was, I believe, a 2-1 in the first game, a 2-0, which I believe Dragon Esports were going to lose that second game, but they managed to come out ahead in 2-0 fashion. So, and then in the third series, which I was there for, DMS versus Quantum Esports, that was again a 2-1. And fingers crossed, guys. I hope this next series is a 2-1 as well. I hope the better team wins. Obviously, it's going to be Passion UA versus Team Bushido. And if we talk about a bit about both of these teams, Passion UA has been with us or has been with CCT since the very beginning, I believe. They played most of their series, right? But they have not yet managed to find their footing. But if we look at which group Passion UA is in, it's going to be Group B, and they're faced up against Team Level Up, who currently have 3 points. Team Nemiga, uh, who have played one game but they haven't managed to win quite just yet. And then, of course, there's Team Bushido, their current opponents, and there's Palianitsia. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing that their name incorrectly. But of course, may the better team win, and I hope Passion UA have better luck, because time and time again they've struggled to make their way into the next stage. They've been eliminated from the group stage each and every single time. But if we take a look, if you just remind ourselves where the Group A standings are, we will see that it's actually going to be Dragon Esports, who's I believe in having won their game. Is going to be 3 points up for them. And again, this is a refreshing start, because Dragon Esports, I believe, were also eliminated last time around and did not make it to the next stage. But I hope they do this time around. And Team DMS, of course, I believe they've managed to make it towards the second stage of the tournament every time. I could be wrong. I do know that the second and third series they did manage to make it, right? But then you have Team Quantum, who, despite an impressive performance, particularly by Rise, their star-studded mid player with those flashy plays, those flashy blink-ins, did not manage to squeeze out that win against Team DMS, despite their former success against them. So they're down. They have -1 points, but they have still plenty of games remaining. And meanwhile, you obviously have Matrishka, who played Dragon Esports earlier in the day, who also lost both of their games. But guys, keeping in mind, in this group, you have a titan. You have, I would say, the elephant in the room, even though I know I'm using that proverb incorrectly, but it is going to be Team One Move, who is arguably one of the strongest teams in this tournament, who are, in fact, a team that actually started this year, I believe, but they made their way all towards the internationals. So the most prestigious event of the year as far as Dota is concerned, and in fact, as far as esports is concerned. So I'm particularly interested in seeing which team actually is able to stand up against Team One Move, if any of them are. But meanwhile, let's look at the roster for Team Passion UA. It is going to be Yovai on that position 1, is going to be Niche on that position 2, Bodhi on that position 3, it's going to be Fernandes and Flacco on that position 4 and position 5. These names are certainly recognizable from the previous series. Of course, we're going to see how they manage to do. I do think that this particular team has a lot of potential, right? They have the players to make it work, and they have the teamwork and strategy to make it work. So, but we'll see how they do against Team Bushido, whose roster we're just going to be seeing right now, because I could not find a lot of information on them. But hopefully this will make it easier. It's going to be Otaker on that position 1, Dodron on that position 2, Kovis 9 on that position 3, James, whose J is a small letter for some reason, on that position 4, and it's going to be Max on that position 5. I love James here, by the way. I am a fan of this guy already, right? But it is going to be Passion UA versus Team Bushido. I again, like from the previous game where Team Quantum were relatively unknown to me, at least. I'm a bit new to the European circuit. I try to do as much research as I can, but I could not find a lot of information on Quantum. Similarly, I could not find a lot of information on Team Bushido. So we will see how exactly both of these teams fare against one another. Of course, Passion UA strategy, it is a similar strategy to what most of these teams employ. Get that farm up and then transition into all-out aggression in towards that mid phase. And in particular, Bodhi is definitely a player that you want to watch out for. And in fact, if we talk about a bit, I know time and time again, and it's a trend in Dota where you don't give a lot of love to the supports, and it's something that is unrecognized, I would say, or under-recognized, and it's something that we should make a habit of rectifying. Fernand and Flacco are an amazing support duo, right? I love seeing them play last time around. In particular, I'm not sure which one it was. It was either Fernand or Flacco with one of their Jakiros. It was an absolutely stellar performance by that Jakiro. So we will see if they manage to replicate it this time around. I believe it was 2 series ago where they had that performance come out. But of course, we will see how Bushido choose to play. We will see what their play style is like. Of course, anything can happen. Their hairstyles definitely seem to think that they're here to play some serious Dota. But we will see. Lots of theory crafting can happen. Of course, the meta is pretty stable right now, so not a lot of maneuverability as far as the meta goes. You are probably going to be seeing the same picks, are probably going to be seeing the same bans come out, but it's the way that you play, it's which players are there to look out for. Those are the things that really matter in the game. And in fact, it's the comeback potential, as we saw in the previous game where Team DMS were mounted a very significant comeback. I believe it was an 11k net worth lead that they came back from against the other side, against Team Quantum. So anything can happen, right, in Dota, and I do think that this meta has a decent enough chance for that comeback potential. So we're probably going to be heading into the game sometime soon now, as I believe it is started. But coming back to Team Passion UA, I believe they missed out on qualifying for the next stage by just one game, and so that was particularly unlucky for them. And they were up against some of the powerhouses of their own group. So I'm hoping that they have some better luck. And if there's a trend to be seen in the CCT, it is the trend that teams are constantly improving, right? Even DMS, they improved quite a bit. They had a lot more synergy, and their ability to play under pressure improved. And I believe that Passion UA with their lineup, it is definitely a situation where they're probably going to be doing a lot better. But of course, the game has started, so we will see. We will be moving on towards that in just a short while. Don't worry, guys. Like, I am not tired of looking at these faces. I hope you guys aren't tired of looking at these faces. They're very handsome. But anyway, I know that there's going to be a while before we actually can show you the draft phase. I can talk about it right now, but considering the meta right now, considering the bans, there's not really a lot to talk about, considering that there's going to be literally the same heroes that are being banned up. So before we get to some of those picks, right, is really when the momentum for the drafting starts to build up. So no one's really missing out on anything, I promise you. What's going to be interesting is what sort of playstyle their drafting is going to reveal for both of these teams. Passion UA and Bushido, of course, James is the captain of Bushido. And one thing though is some of these newer teams have been doing quite well, right? You had Team Quantum, who I simply did not expect to be doing that well against the other side, against team like Team DMS, and in particular against Meloju, Shigetsu, and Dahak, despite of the fact that it seemed like in game number 3, Shigetsu turned off his game face and just simply destroyed everyone. But we're going to be talking about in specific about Passion UA's strengths, right? You have Bodhi, who's I believe a phenomenal offlane player, if I'm not mistaken. He does play offlane. He has a phenomenal Darkseer, a hero that we're not used to seeing quite a lot. So once he and then they pair that Darkseer up with neat little combinations like the Jakiro that we have seen from them previously. So they can potentially, their AoE combination and their synergy with their heroes is quite high. I believe it's one of the highest. They synergize. This support combination synergizes one of the best in the game. Oh, there we go. There's a draft, right? So, like I promised you guys, didn't miss much. We saw a Shadow Fiend last time around, and we're seeing a Shadow Fiend now. Like, really nothing has changed apart from the logos. I haven't changed. My face is the same. So we will see a Shadow Fiend come out, and this is interesting how we're seeing a Shadow Fiend come out such early on, because it's a hero that gets shut down very easily towards that early game phase, right? And when you reveal the Shadow Fiend so early on, you give so much room for the other team to think about what they want to do, because there's only the mid lane and only the safe lane that you can play your Shadow Fiend on. And in competitive Dota, playing the Shadow Fiend up on that mid side is very dangerous. But of course, you have the Primal Beast who's picked up, again, a hero that's obviously going to be on that core position, but you don't know whether that Primal Beast is going to go mid or towards that off lane. But you do know that you have that sort of frontline tankiness ability, regardless of which role that Primal Beast is going to be playing. And in particular, Primal Beast is actually pretty, I would say, decent against the Shadow Fiend as well, particularly when he gets that Scepter up, not to mention the Pulverize ability. It does wonders. Morphling banned up for Team Passion UA, and it's interesting to see why they banned the Pugna. Perhaps they want to be going for it's either going to be a very heavily physical oriented lineup. Of course, you have the Shadow Fiend, so it does point towards that, or it can be a very mana dependent hero, because you don't want that Nether Ward draining you out or being providing a blockade towards your efforts. Team Bushido, though, they certainly do have their options at the ready. The Dragon Knight is open for them as well. They can just choose to maximize on that. They can pick up the Tiny too, but with that Marcy ban, it seems like they might just be going for that Phoenix pick, or they might just be baiting Passion UA to pick that Phoenix. I mean, who knows? But of course, you do have that Tuskar in as well, another form of initiation. So Bushido have multitudes of ways where they can choose to play this. Not to mention that Drinking Buddy's movement speed on that Primal Beast is going to be going to do a lot, because that Trample, it's very movement speed or it's very unit dependent. So assuming you have more movement speed, then you can dish out that damage quicker. So it's definitely a buff to that particular ability. Something that Passion UA really need to be thinking about is survivability. They really want to make sure that the Shadow Fiend can survive, and one of the ways to do that is picking up that Bristleback. So you have that frontline mechanism, but I would imagine something like a Dazzle could potentially work over here, making sure that Shadow Fiend stays alive. But is there actually going to go for that support Batrider? Not sure which hero they want to be lassoing up exactly, but Batrider is one of the most banned/picked heroes in the current meta, or in fact, even in the previous patch, he was the most picked banned hero then. And I'm surprised to see how the Batrider made it out. Combined with the Firefly, with the Bristleback Quill Sprays, it might be a lot of damage coming in. Of course, it's all physical damage from the Quill Spray, plus the Shadow Demon's physical damage. So I believe the Crimson Guard has become an absolute certainty, an absolute necessity for Team Bushido. but it's, and of course Bushido need to be going for that silver edge builder, that natural silver edge builder, or even if they go for that phantom assassin, it won't be that bad because you can just choose to get that shard up. But in fact, it's going to be the Luna. How do I miss this every time? How do I not notice that the strongest carry in the game, in the current meta, is not banned? But of course, Team Bushido have managed to snag that Luna up for themselves. It's going to be a difficult Luna game though. She might be the strongest carry, but you're faced up against the lasso, you're faced up against the bristleback. So how do you, what exactly are you going to do? Of course, you do have the option to be going for that silver edge, but something like a Dragon Knight mid pickup to go for that silver edge would be a lot better for Team Bushido if I were them. We will see which mid hero they go for. And in fact, something that I forgot was that Passion UA can actually choose to send the Batrider down mid, you know, because you have the lasso available for them. Utilizing that Batrider on the position 2 role might not be the worst of ideas, because you want to be getting that farm up, then you can potentially be able to get that lasso down onto the Luna a lot more easier. The more items you have on the Batrider, the more effective you take the Luna down, the stronger your fight becomes. But a Treant Protector providing that much needed save mechanism for that Luna, alongside the frontline mechanism that they already possess in the form of that Primal Beast, it's looking like a very complete lineup for Team Bushido. Meanwhile, Passion UA, they're actually going to go for doubling down on that frontline as well, picking up that Razor and that Bristleback. It is a good I would say counter if you can make it work with your positioning with that static link on towards that Luna. You know, that Khanda is not going to be doing as much damage if that Luna's damage, or if that Luna's physical damage is sapped away by the Razor. Of course, the Razor is going to be going towards that mid side. The Shadow Fiend is going to be on towards that carry role, and meanwhile Bristleback is going to be towards their top side. So rarely do I see a support hero being left for that last pick, but you know, we're there. And meanwhile, for Team Bushido, we are going to see whether or not this Primal Beast is the off-lane or the mid hero for them, as they do require a mid lane hero right now. And again, the spirits are still up. You can go for that Storm Spirit. Does do well against the Razor. Does do well against the Batrider as well. I mean, assuming your position is correct, right? Because I'm also assuming that this Treant Protector will be able to give a lot of vision to his team, will be able to provide them with the information necessary for the Storm Spirit to zap in and out as he pleases. And of course, having the ability of the Storm Spirit to be able to go in. Oh my lord. Okay, they banned the Storm Spirit. I am disappointed in myself, honestly. But you know, it seems like Bushido is thinking that Passion UA are missing their mid laner, and I'm not exactly sure why. I don't see how. I don't see how either from Shadow Fiend, Bristleback, or Razor any of these heroes goes support, and you do have the Earth Spirit, who I am guessing is going to be a support Earth Spirit on that position 4. But those are two very greedy support heroes for Team Passion UA. Both the Earth Spirit and the Batrider need those items up. The Batrider needs a blink. The Earth Spirit is most likely going to be going for that Vessel build against the Primal Beast. That living armor, you need to negate it somehow. Meanwhile, for Team Bushido, let's see what mid laner they choose to go with. You have the Void Spirit up. They banned the Storm Spirit, which is a bit unfortunate. I would have hoped to see them pick up that Storm. But let's see. You do have the Sand King available, but in fact, it's going to be the Queen of Pain. And I have to say the Queen of Pain is not that effective as compared to any of the spirits, because you can only blink one way, right? You don't have the instant way to get back from the fight. So one wrong misstep, one wrong blink, and you're going to get lassoed up. And not to mention, you don't have a lot of survivability, right? Outside of the living armor being put on you, if you're in a position where you get lassoed up, the Queen of Pain is not able to get the ultimate off, is not able to land some of those spells, then your team fight essentially just crumbles, right? Because then you're just reliant on the Luna and Primal Beast to make things happen. But on the other side, if you're able to play to your strengths, if you're able to make sure that the Primal Beast goes in head first and your Queen of Pain follows suit with the Luna, then that's a potential, that's a lot of damage coming out from them, and I'm not sure that even the Bristleback will be able to survive. Of course, one of the key requirements for this for Passion UA is that they're a very greedy lineup. You have the Razor, you have the Earth Spirit, who's in fact going to be playing the mid lane. So Flacco's actually going to be playing the support Bristleback. I haven't really seen I've never seen a support Bristleback, but let's see how it works. I'm not sure of the points in favor of the support Bristleback, but perhaps it can work out for them. Mid lane, though, it is going to be the Earth Spirit versus the Queen of Pain, and it's not a bad combination. The Earth Spirit can hold his own against the Queen of Pain, has a lot of HP, 700 HP to start off with, will get that bottle up, has a lot of rotational potential as well. The Queen of Pain, of course, if he maxes the Scream of Pain, should be able to get that farm up quickly as well. So not a lane where there's a lot of kill potential, because you can always just blink out. The Earth Spirit can just rolling boulder himself away. And if we talk about the safe lane of Team Passion UA, it is going to be Yawai on that Shadow Fiend, being supported by what I believe is a support Bristleback. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works, because they're against a Tuskar and they're against a Primal Beast. So I'm not sure how you survive, because Shadow Fiend can't exactly get raises off against a incoming snowball, or raises off against the incoming onslaught from the Primal Beast. Towards that mid side is where things look up for the other side, is where things look up for Bushido. Their Luna plus Treant combination essentially means that the Luna will be able to free farm away. Not without cost though, because you have to make sure that your positioning is correct. The Razor can quickly stack up on that damage, and the Firefly alongside of that can quickly prove to overwhelm your HP.
Come and fight me.
Oh wow, that is an interesting strategy. Primal Beast and Tuskar already halfway towards level 2, taking out that wave quite early on. So they're probably going to be focusing up on all of these denies, managing to get one deny off. So they're essentially going to be level 2 a lot quicker than the other side. Again, top side, there should not be a lot of kills happening outside of someone making a mistake with their positioning.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid side though, of course, it's going to be a while before we see any rotations, but really both of these heroes have their targets set, right? Because you have this sort of 4 protect 1 strategy for both of these teams. Oh, I missed that. I'm sorry, guys. James fell towards that bot side, and it looks like towards that top side, Treant Protector is going to fall as well. So both of these lanes not really going that well for Bushido right off the bat, as both supports are going to end up falling. The first blood going in favor of Shadow Fiend, so that's going to be a very good start up for him. Interestingly though, it is the support Bristleback that made it happen with that nasal goo. Max though, Treant in a lot of trouble. It looks like he's going to end up falling again, leaving the Luna alone because he's not going to be able to TP himself in. Down now for 50 seconds. And this leaves Luna so vulnerable. Meanwhile, Train Protector has to go back. Luna's probably going to miss a few, like at least 1 or 2 waves of last hits because you don't want any sort of kill potential. You don't have regen of your own. You just have a magic wand to your name. So you don't want to be losing on a lot of life before the Train Protector gets there. Of course, mid-side, there's no way to stop Dodrin from getting those last hits up. 19 CS up for him versus the Earth Spirit 16, who's holding his own. And meanwhile, Shadow Fiend has the 14 last hits and the 5 denies, so he's doing particularly well too. Oh, Onslaught inside, but it's going to quickly get cancelled. James, though, is facing quite a lot of raises. Flacco trapped up quite a bit over here, but this is just posturing, guys. There's no, I mean, outside of a lack of positioning, like we're just seeing the Luna come out with 1 more hit required. He's going to end up falling. It's a very nice start by Passion UA. The Shadow Fiend getting that first blood. Meanwhile, you've just disabled the opposing team's carry. This greedy lineup by Passion UA might just end up working out after all.
Got it. Denied.
Luna did choose to go for that boots of speed. Normally we see the gloves of haste come out first, but you really do need the boots of speed against the Razor static link and against the Firefly and the sticky napalm. But engagement on towards the Shadow Fiend again, but it might not be enough as Costline, he's going to end up falling, but manages to onslaught himself away, leaving James all alone, who's forced to TP himself away. I have to say I had my doubts about this support Bristleback, but if this is a position 5 where all you're supposed to do is make sure that your Shadow Fiend is able to get his farm up, then I'm all for it, as he's able to provide so much value thanks to that nasal goo.
Radiant structures are fortified.
James is of course back towards that lane, and meanwhile towards that boss side it's going to be Kovis9, who's found himself between a rock and a hard place, and he's just going to end up falling. Yowai, second kill for him now. James will shard himself to safety, but things are not looking good for Bushido. 5-0 now for Team Passion UA. 2k net worth lead up already, and it seems like the Queen of Pain is the only one who's doing well. Has hit his level 6 now, so he should ideally be rotating towards some of these lanes. It really depends on who gets this level minute 6 rune, and it actually depends on which rune it is. Oh, Queen of Pain, Dodrin has managed to get himself that amplified damage. That, I mean, it provides magic amp now as well, right? So you can go in on the Shadow Fiend, and that's what I want to be seeing from this Queen of Pain right now. Dodrin really needs to be going towards that bot side. You do have the stuns available, at least a mini stun in the form of that snowball, and the disruption in the form of that onslaught. But it seems like Passion UA recognize this. They don't want any opportunity. They don't want to let any opportunity on towards that Shadow Fiend. But again, an onslaught on towards the Shadow Fiend, the Queen of Pain. Dodrin is going to be TPing inside, but it gets disabled. And that essentially means the Shadow Fiend, he's able to turn it around. He will eventually end up falling, but it's not going to be without cost. Getting that kill onto Kovestein before falling down, and that's going to be completely worth it for him. As Fernandes has managed to get himself that second kill. And Luna, Otakar, in trouble now. He's going to end up dying too. Max going to be the next target. The onslaught is going to take the return on towards Fernandes. Flacco's in a bit of trouble as well.
Dire are scanning. Dire's
As he's going to eventually fall. 9-3 now. Oh, solo kill by the Queen of Pain. Dodrin getting that kill onto Niche. That's going to be completely worth it.
sound of your death.
As that was much needed. I mean, that was a brilliant stop by, of course, the camera was focused on the more necessary team fight, but what essentially happened was Queen of Pain was trying to TP in to help the Primal Beast to go onto Yawai, but Earthspirit recognizes and he stunned the Queen of Pain, stopping that TP coming in. And that essentially means that the team fight was turned around. And now Queen of Pain. He's back towards that bot side. No Bristleback to help the Shadow Fiend currently. Max is here as well, and they really want this Shadow Fiend. Who's actually teleported himself towards that top side?
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I have to say, Shadow Fiend, very good start up for him. Dragonlance up and ready already. And Yawai has such good map awareness. He's managed to make himself to safety each and every single time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gold is a great conductor.
Queen of Pain probably going to be going towards those ancient stacks. Of course, it is only the small camp that is farmed up, and it is going to be Primal Beast who's actually going to clean those up, and that is a lot of damage thanks to that, thanks to those drinking buddies. They really want this Queen of Pain, but oh, Queen of Pain blinked himself out, but will probably manage to get that blink, or will he end up falling? A desperate attempt at a sonic wave to try and buy himself some time just simply did not help him. As Team Bushido, they're falling left, right, and center. Razor's continuing to free farm. Shadow Fiend's continuing unabated.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And it doesn't bode well as we're going to transition out of the laning phase with Bushido having nothing to show for it. The Queen of Pain ultimate is down for 60 seconds now, so you can't go on the Shadow Fiend, who has a lot of safety to his name. Now, Passion UA are going to take control of the opposing team's jungle. They're trying to come onto the Luna. Otakar has no survivability mechanism, only 1 point in the living armor, and they managed to sort himself out. As soon as Nish reaches the high ground there, he's gonna see Otakar. The Eclipse is trying to buy himself some time, but the illusion rune from Otakar is going to soak up most of the damage, and that is a dead position one from Bushido.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There's no hero that's safe. There's no corner of the map that's safe for this team right now.
Radiant's middle tower is
As
under
Razor's
attack.
just farming. Razor is just content on just farming. Razor is their insurance policy. And I have never seen a Shadow Fiend take part in team fights this early on, but you know, we're seeing it happen right now. 12 kills already. It's 1 kill per minute for this team. Of course, Flacco did end up falling. So Bushido do have this sort of comeback potential, right? At the end of the day, guys, they have this Luna. At the end of the day, there's still a lot of map to cover, a lot of resources to acquire, a lot of farm to be had. The problem is, though, that Passion UA are going to hit their power spikes, right? Batrider is going to be getting that Bling Dagger up and ready. The Razor is going to be getting his BKB up and ready anytime now. The Shadow Fiend is making his way towards that Manta side, and there's currently no way to stop the Shadow Fiend from being able to do that. Sure, you have the Blade Mail up and ready for the Primal Beast, but there's not a lot more that you have. The Queen of Pain, Dudley, requires at least 3 more minutes before he can get his Dagon. And even with the Dagon, even if you're able to burst one hero down, Passion UA have such synergized team fight. They have the control mechanism that even if one of their heroes falls, the rest of their team can clean the opponents up. And sure, suppose your Shadow Fiend falls, your Razor is just as valuable of a hero in this current time of the game at 13 minutes in, even at 20 or 30 minutes in. So unless you're taking out both the Razor and the Shadow Fiend, you're not winning those team fights.
An exceptional find.
Of course, another engagement going to come on towards Niche this time around. Niche not going to have any chance, as the Eclipse is going to make sure that he goes down. Passion UA being punished for their over-aggression, as the Queen of Pain still has the ultimate up and ready. Flacco taking quite a bit of damage, but now the Batrider going to go in. The lasso not coming out quite just yet. James going to snowball to buy himself some amount of time, but it's not going to matter. He's just going to end up falling to Yawai. Another kill going his way. Manta style going to be up at around the 15.5-minute mark. Of course, you still have the Bling Dagger, which was revealed upon the Batrider. You still have the lasso, so you can choose to go back in because Nisha's respawned. Luna. I mean, the opposing team's carry has a near Manta style at the ready, and meanwhile Luna's still not made his Manta style, so that's a very worrying state of the game. You really do need those items up on the Luna, and Team Bushido should be doing more to create that space up for him. You have the Queen of Pain ultimate, which is not being used, and it looks like we might just come onto that. Overgrowth stopping Passion UA in their tracks. Is there going to be a Sonic Wave coming out? Not just yet. The Queen of Pain is going to blink out in the face of the BKB. There's not much you can do. As Batchuk completely unstoppable right now. He has 1600 HP. The safety bubble to give himself that 100 HP buffer. As Lasso coming on from the side, but his Fernandez is going to get melted, punished for that blink in. And now the Queen of Pain, Dodrin, is confident enough that he wants to be taking some of these fights. And now a Sonic Wave onto Nietzsche might just end up finishing him off, but he's still alive. Dodrin taking a lot of damage. The Requiem of Souls comes out as well, helping Batchuk. They want to make sure that both of these damage dealing cores stay alive, as Yawai is going to take out Covis9.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A good enough initiation for the Queen of Pain, because you now have the Dagon up and ready, so you have that burst potential.
Radiant's
Problem
middle
is
tower
that
under attack.
both the Razor and the Shadow Fiend have stacked up on that HP. And meanwhile, through all of that, Luna was continuing to farm, so that's definitely it's not all that bad. Bushido is still very much in this game. Meanwhile, there's going to be a Roche play happening. As I don't think that since the Queen of Pain expended the Sonic Wave to get that kill onto Niche, there's really not going to be an opportunity for them to contest this Roshan. It's going to go entirely in the way of Passion UA. The Aegis is going to go in favor of Shadow Fiend or towards Shadow Fiend. And once they have that Aegis, they can start looking to push towards that those tier 2 towers. Of course, by that time, Luna will be able to get that Monta style up, will be able to dislodge that some of those Earth Spirit abilities, though that Nasal Goo, those Quill Spray charges, and in fact that Shadow Fiend raise slow. So that Monta style is going to be providing a lot of value for that Luna. However, they really do need to hold on to some of these tier 2 towers. They need to put up a solid defense of these towers when the time comes, because it's going to come knocking anytime soon. Oh, Fernandez has actually been taken down, and I'm not sure what the game plan is here, because Batchik has a full BKB up at the ready, so you might not be able to take him down. Queen of Pain doing a good job at sidelining some of these heroes, taking a lot of HP away from Flacco, but it's not going to be enough as they're just going to back away.
Dire are scanning.
Shadow Fiend, though, he needs to be really careful. But in fact, he's actually, oh my lord, he's so confident taking a man fighting up against 3 heroes of Bushido.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The gold lead is, the net worth lead is still not in favor of either of these teams. Sure, you have that Aegis and you have a lot of pushing potential, but you have a lot of burst potential as well. You have the Eclipse and you have the Sonic Wave. You have the Pulverize as well. And with that, you simply can't underestimate the amount of damage that Bushido are able to put out. So, when you're pushing these tier 2 towers, you have to be careful in the meanwhile. And it looks like there might be an engagement on towards the side. Oh, Fernandez. Not where you want to be again, but he manages to get the lasso off onto Corvus 9 and actually keep himself to safety. The Corvus 9 now in a lot of trouble, stuck between 3 heroes. Meanwhile, the Chain Protector also ends up falling. Pulverized onto the Razor with the BKB, but a Sonic Wave is going to finish Batchik off. Meanwhile, Requiem of Souls on from the sidelines is going to ensure that Otakar has nowhere to go. Drinking Buddies is going to provide him with a lot of movement speed, allowing him to get away. And meanwhile, the Queen of Pain actually finishes the 4th hero off. They've just kited around the Shadow Fiend, finishing the rest of the team, realizing that they don't actually need to take the Aegis down. As UI needs to be careful. The Overgrowth is ready, and he has no teammates to help to support him right now. Queen of Pain is making his way towards that Shadow Fiend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Corvus 9 does have that Blink Dagger up too. So Bushido, they're still very much in this game.
Dire's top tower is
Tier 2 tower now going to be besieged as well as Corvus 9 trying to make a cheeky play, but he's just going to Blink Dagger himself out. First Tier 2 tower is going to fall.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The Passion UA have a lot more room to play with. They still have a full 1 minute and 30 seconds on their Aegis, so they can actually choose to go in towards the other Tier 2 tower, at least force a glyph out. Sonic Wave not online just yet. It will come out in about 10 seconds.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And with that, they might just choose to go back in.
Tribute to pain.
If they're able to take some more of these team fights where they're able to keep the Luna alive and the Queen of Pain alive and take out 4 heroes of Passion UA, even if they don't get the Shadow Fiend, that's still a recipe for success. That's still them meeting their core objectives. And this Luna just has completed his BKB, so he can hold his own while fighting. And it looks like they want to be fighting right now. A Requiem of Souls
Radiant's bottom
going to land onto Dodron, and he's going to end up falling. And without their mid laner, they simply can't fight anymore. So it's going to be a tier 2 tower at the very least,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
with a dead James as the cherry on top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I want to see this. I want to see Corvus9 do more with this Primal Beast, but it's so difficult when meanwhile Otaka actually activating his BKB and keeping himself out. 2 heroes dying instantly, full 9-second BKB being utilized as Primal Beast was just watching his team falling. But again, it's not his fault, right? Because Primal Beast does need that BKB before he can fight. They're trying to buy as much time as they can.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Corvus9 in a lot of trouble,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
trying to TP himself out, will manage to make it out. This Luna, once he gets to that Khanda, is going to be a very difficult game for Passion UA. Suddenly, these dives are going to become a lot more dangerous. Meanwhile, you of course have the Queen of Pain who has the Eels up and ready. It's a very good counter against the Batrider. If any of your allies gets lassoed up, you can essentially use save them. Bro, Earth Spirit, Blink inside, silence onto the Queen of Pain. The Ooze is there as well. The Pulverize coming out. Sonic Wave onto 3, but a Requiem from the side is going to latch on to the Tuskar. That's going to be a dead James in a little bit, and now they're all stuck inside over here. Dodrin has TP'd itself towards that high ground. Luna's trying to man fight himself, but he's all alone as Max won't be able to provide anything. No frontline mechanism available as they've lost their Primal Beast. Luna really needs to be careful. Oh, but a lasso to stop that TP away. And that's going to be a dead Luna. It's these very dangerous plays that Team Bushido are making that they really do not need to be making. Right? You don't have the BKB up and ready by Primal Beast, which he ideally needs, and you only have one frontliner, and that is the Primal Beast. So allow him to get that BKB up and then go fight. Otherwise, you're going to be in a situation where you just lose a sustained fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
"24 minutes in now, 6 minutes goal lead."
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Tormented to being taken down now is going to go towards the way of Fernandes, and I mean, it's not all that great. You know, if the Bristleback got it, that would have been really good because that would have been an AoE nasal goo essentially.
Dire are scanning.
And meanwhile, you have an 8k net worth lead, and I don't see why this Luna is just running around the map instead of farming. You have a lot of space still available on your map, right? You have the opponent's team's jungle, you have the triangle, you have those side lanes. So if you're not utilizing that farm, then when the time comes, you're not going to be ready. Still quite a few ways away from that Khanda. You absolutely need it. The Shadow Fiend has that butterfly. They've not stopped farming. Passion UA are constantly getting their items up. The good thing though is the BKB is ready by the Primal Beast. So they can at least fight from there, right? The Phylactery ready for the Luna as well. Queen of Pain making his way towards that Shivas. Should have it soon in about 500 or 600 gold. And once they get those items, they can defend their high ground very well.
Radiant's middle tower is
It
under
really
attack.
depends if they're able to take out this Shadow Fiend or not.
Radiant's middle
He's
tower
10, 1,
has
and 4
fallen.
now, not having died after that first death in that laning phase.
Is under attack.
And he absolutely hits like a truck. A butterfly available for him. You can't really man fight him. You rely on your magical damage to take him out.
Radiant's bottom tower
But then you
is
need
under
to
attack.
make sure he doesn't have the support, right? Because there's going to be a lasso incoming. There's going to be an Earth Spirit who's going to be diving in as well. And you have that Bristleback who's going to be giving him that Solar Crest. The Roshan's Banner.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are they going to use this to besiege
Dire's
the
top
tier
tower
3
is under
tower?
attack.
Oh, that tower takes so much damage.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Glyph forced out as well. The tower just a few HP away from falling down, and it looks like they want to be going in from the sideline. Batrider though is going to spot them out. Primal Beast not choosing to activate his BKB up yet, but Covisnine is losing so much HP. The starting link up at the ready is now, and the Pulverize goes in on towards the Razor. He's going to end up falling, but he's still alive. Batchuk, he managed to make himself out to safety.
Dire's top tower
With the Batrider being the only casualty in this entire team fight, the BKBs are now all expended over on the side of Bushido. 2 heroes down now.
Dire's
The
top
Aegis
tower
is still
has
up.
fallen. Dire's
It
top
it
tower
was a
has
botched team
fallen.
fight. Primal Beast simply should have onslaughted himself way on towards that high ground and not chosen to take that fight, as they lost their racks. And I'm not sure why Bushido chose to go from that high ground. You really only need the Primal Beast to go in from the side. Keep your Luna up on that high ground. Keep your Queen of Pain up on that high ground. Don't go in 5 heroes from the side lanes. But they've been punished heavily for this. And now a 13k net worth lead up for them. The Aegis is still 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So there's another potential for a high ground push coming in. It doesn't seem like Passion UA are going to relent anytime soon. Oh, jump in. Covis9, pulverize onto the Razor. Batchik though, BKB himself to safety. Razor is such a difficult target to get. But Yowai is actually going to end up finishing James off, but the Luna, he's falling so low, he needs to get out, but he's actually going to end up falling. Otakar down now as well, down for 80 seconds without a buyback, and that looks like it's going to be another high ground push, and without the Luna, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to stop it. That Luna just absolutely melted by that Daedalus of the Shadow Fiend, and it looks like it's going to be a dead max too. Just nowhere to go. 50 seconds now, enough time for them to actually go for that high ground. Of course, Shadow Fiend is on towards that tier 2. But now he's made himself way on towards that mid side. No way to stop this 2v5. You need all of your heroes. It doesn't matter if you glyph. I mean, it's a situation where if Passion UA were to be going for that throne, it might not even be all that bad of a decision, to be honest.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're at least going to take these tier 4 towers and probably back as Luna comes online.
Dire's middle tower.
But you know why? He wants to force us. He wants to force an engagement. But oh, Corvus9, he's just simply melting from that Shadow Fiend, unable to do anything, just going to get absolutely demolished. As the Queen of Pain's trying to make a miracle happen by a Hail Mary play, but he's just going to end up getting devoured as well. Luna dying for a second time, and there's the GG call. Bushido just simply unable to do anything from the get-go. It seemed like nothing really worked in their favor right from the start of that laning phase, where they gave the first blood away to the Shadow Fiend, then they lost their second support, their position 5 up towards that top side. Even considering the fact that Passion UA have had these incredibly greedy supports in the form of that Batrider, had these incredibly greedy cores as well, because you paired up your Razor with that Shadow Fiend as well, but you still managed to get that farm up. And Passion UA definitely seem like a team right now that are a very strong contender to be going towards that second stage of the tournament. And Team Bushido certainly seem to be, I would say, they had a bit of a weak performance, right? They're right from the laning phase. They were making all of these mistakes, and then when Luna had the opportunity to farm, Luna chose to be going in for all sorts of these lackluster rotations, and then Corvus9 was simply unable to make any sort of initiation happen on towards the Razor or the Shadow Fiend itself. I believe the Shadow Fiend only died once, and that was during the laning phase. So then there was all of these sort of haphazard plays and these mistakes that eventually culminated in a defeat for Team Bushido. But obviously it is a best of 3, guys. We have seen stomps happen and we have seen teams come back. It is they do have another opportunity to take this to a best of 3. They have an opportunity to still win this overall series should they choose to as well. But that was game number 1, guys. We're going to be I'm actually looking forward to game number 2. I hope you guys are as well. But before we come on to game number 2, we're going to be taking a short break.
bottom tower is under attack. Has fallen.
Welcome back, guys. After what was a curb stomp by Passion UA onto Team Bushido to really put the hurt onto them. But we're going to dive right into game number 2, where anything can happen. We have seen quite a few comebacks already in day number 1 in series number 4, and I'm hoping to see another one unfold before our eyes in this last series of the day. Of course, Passion UA are going to be going for that bristleback again. And while it is quite unconventional that position 5 bristleback, it did seem to work out for them quite well. That nasal goo attack, like the armor reduction, combine that with the Shadow Fiend raises, it just seemed to be too much in that laning phase. Of course, the Shadow Fiend is banned up by Bushido now, so Passion UA are going to have to play this a bit more differently. But you can also still utilize some heroes that do very well with that physical armor reduction. Perhaps you can go for that Weaver, would be particularly nice to see. But Bushido are actually going to go for that Centaur War Runner, a similar hero to the Primal Beast that they took earlier on. I do hope that their Blink Dagger timing on this Centaur is a bit faster. They did lack a bit on that initiation potential last game around, so that's definitely something I would hope to see improve in this second game. Of course, the Luna is now banned. Thank God for that, because this Luna carries are just absurd once you get that Khanda. But of course, Luna did not end up winning the last game around. Batrider still up for grabs though. Of course, it's still the ban phase, so I'm wondering if Passion UA are going to end up banning that Batrider. Centaur Warrunner plus Batrider combination can potentially prove to be a bit overwhelming. We'll see what exactly is in store for both of these teams. Of course, Bushido have revealed their position 3. It is an overall well-rounded hero, so doesn't give too much information away. You know that he's going to be, you know what build he's going to be going for, you know what they want to be doing with this. But meanwhile, Passion UA have banned out that Pugna, rather. So perhaps wanting to avoid that Decrepify, perhaps wanting to pick up a physical DPS carry of their own, something like the Ursa, for example, does very well against the Centaur. Particularly that in Rage, the Centaur War under damage return does nothing to the Ursa Warrior. But of course, at this stage of the drafting phase, it's all just mere speculation. We will see what Bushido choose to ban out. The Shadow Demon is banned from their side. And of course, quite a few carries banned out from them. And I'm seeing this trend where the Wind Ranger and the Lina are not picked quite often as they used to be. In fact, I remember a time where Lina was the most banned and picked hero last patch. And I don't think there's been a lot of significant changes onto the Lina, correct me if I'm wrong, that would make the Lina fall out of place. Of course, we're still yet to see that Tide Hunter come in. I mean, I doubt we're going to see it in this game, but it still would be interesting to see how teams choose to play with that Tide Hunter, given the fact that he was buffed in this 3-7D patch. It's going to be Bushido's pick after having banned out the Alchemist. It looks like they're actually going to go for a Hoodwink. So very stable combination. You do have that break mechanism. Of course, it works if the Bristleback is being played as a core position, but I don't think Passion UA are going to run it as a core, considering last game. I still do think the Bristleback should be a core, but all of these conversations just give me a headache, honestly. Meanwhile, Passion UA are going to be going for that Pangolier. So definitely, it's interesting. You don't want to be stacking up on too many melee heroes, so you do want to be picking up that a range support at least, or in fact, be going for that ranged carry, because the Hoodwink does very well against melee cores, right? So you don't want to be stacking up against the Hoodwink that way. Not to mention the Stentor Warrunner, Hoof Stomp can be coming in. So that combination, that Centaur plus Hoodwink combination, it does do very well. Not to mention you had that a lot of rotational potential, right? You simply just need the Centaur, Warrunner plus the Hoodwink to be rotating around the map. Meanwhile, you have that Rubik picked up. Of course, I do believe it is going to be a support Rubik, right? You're not going to be sending the Rubik down mid when you have that Pangolier up and ready. But that obviously, it is a bit of a threat. So you don't pick, once you reveal that Rubik, you don't pick up a lot of heroes, which I would say, like have a lot of ultimates that you rely on, because you just simply just don't want them to be stolen away. Because the Rubik is now buffed up, right? Rubik is quite strong, honestly, thanks to that AoE increase. The puck picked up from Team Bushido. Definitely another hero that does very well with the Hoodwink as well. So Bushido's lineup is actually looking pretty strong right now. It's going to be interesting to see which carry they pick up for themselves, right? It should be a carry with some sort of break mechanism, but they instead go for that support. Elder Titan should work very well in the lane. Of course, I wouldn't say that you send the Elder Titan down against the Bristleback, but of course, it's going to be the position 5 Elder Titan alongside their carry. So it's most definitely going to be a range support, right? I would hope. I mean, could be a Drow Ranger. Not the strongest of carries in the meta, but definitely strong enough considering their lineup. And meanwhile, Passion UA, we'll see what exactly they have in store for this, considering who are they going to send up against the Puck. Now, you have the Storm Spirit, you have the Queen of Pain. You should be going for a hero that one has mobility in the form of either his spells or high movement speed. And of course, you get the Void Spirit, which fulfills that combination. So the question is if this Void Spirit is going to be going for that Orchid, which is something that I definitely hope to see from him. Just shut down that Puck. Once you shut down that Puck, then you can take team fight from there. But if you're unable to shut down that Puck and the Puck is simply, gets that Witchblade up, gets those items up, and is able to just come in and out of those team fights, then you don't have the sustain on your team to be making something like that work. Not to mention the Puck is a pretty good counter against the Pangolier. You can't exactly activate your ultimate inside of that Dream Coil. And you can't exactly use your Swashbuckle either against that Dream Coil. Of course, both of these lineups, Bushido are missing their carries, so it's going to be interesting to see which carry they go for. And meanwhile, actually, both teams are missing out on their carry, and they instantly ban out that Weaver. I would have hoped to see them pick the Weaver up for themselves, but they need some sort of hero that does that excels in the form of when there's little armor or damage reduction. Could potentially go for that Phantom Assassin as well. If you have that Orchid, that blink in onto the Puck could just prove to be too much, but then that would be doubling down on too many melee heroes. You'd have 4 melee cores, so I don't think you should be going for that. Medusa ban coming out now. Perhaps a Drow Ranger isn't out of the picture just yet. Perhaps they can go for a Drow Ranger, or in fact, Team Passion UA can actually go for that Razor as well on that safe lane. It's not bad right now, looking at all things considered. And meanwhile, for Bushido, you could potentially go for that Monkey King, considering the fact that you have that Dream Coil. So if you are confident in your Dream Coil, then you can potentially disable Passion UA from exiting a sort of level playing field where you can put the Wukong's ring down and then you can take the team fight from there. Because this Puck Coil is able to disable so many of these spells. It's able to disable the Swashbuckle and the Rolling Thunder, is able to disable the Void Spirit's Astral Step, is able to make sure that Bristleback can't chase you that far, right? So definitely a lot of spells, a lot of value being given by this Puck. Dragon Knight banned out by Team Bushido. Let's see. Perhaps they could also choose to go for a sniper, but the thing that makes the most sense for me right now for Bushido is, or actually for both of these teams, is that Drow Ranger. You know, even if you go for that Drow Ranger on, oh, actually, the Drow Ranger, I just looked over there. Drow Ranger is actually banned. I'm not sure why Passion UA are banning heroes that are good for them. The Drow Ranger, the Weaver, but not a lot of options left in the field right now, right? Shadow Fiend, Medusa, Alchemist, Dragon Knight, Weaver, Drow Ranger, Morphling, Luna, all banned. So you're actually down to, I would say you have the Wind Ranger left, you have the Lena left, right? You can choose to go for those safe lane heroes, and in fact, they're actually going to go for that Enchantress. So are they going to be sending this Bristleback down towards that core position? I would imagine so, right? This Void Spirit goes down mid. Bodhi is actually playing the position 3. Okay, so this Bristleback is in fact going to be a core. It's going to be on that position 1. And in fact, as soon as they recognized this, as soon as they saw the Enchantress pick this, they picked up that Phantom Assassin for themselves. This is excellent. I believe Bushido have actually drafted very well, all things considered, because you now have that break mechanism, you now have the puck to keep everyone in place, and if that Phantom Assassin is allowed to farm up, if that Phantom Assassin reaches the mid-game mark, has that Battle Fury Desolator BKB up, and gets that shard up as well, I don't see a way where Bristleback is able to survive, even with the Bloodstone. You just disable the break up, you just break the Bristleback's passive up, and then suddenly you're not able to fight anymore. But we will see how exactly it requires a lot of execution to work. Of course, you require the puck coil to come out, and if you're not able to get that done, then your team fight might be able to crumble, because team Passion UA have a significantly more sustained team fight. You know, they have that Pangolier who's going to be running around. They have the Enchantress going to be proving a menace in the laning phase. Then you have the Bristleback who, if you allow him to stack up on those sprays, then you might just end up dying. So it really all depends on how Passion UA are, if they're able to shut down the Phantom Assassin and this puck, right? If Niche is able to get that Orchid, if he's going for that item, that's in my opinion the item to go for, right? Because it gives you that solo killing potential onto James, onto Dodron, even onto Otaker. Not a lot of magic magic damage sustain for the Phantom Assassin in the early game as well, before he gets that BKB. So you have this neat little window for Passion UA where you need certain things to come true, where you need to make certain things happen if you want to be transitioning forward into that mid game or that late game. And if you talk about the late game, then that's definitely a place or a time where Bushido will be able to thrive. Of course, all of this speculation assumes that both teams are evenly matched. From what we saw of last game, Passion UA completely rolled over Team Bushido. I hope that does not happen again, but that's something that only time can tell. That's something that I'm not responsible for, guys. I can only talk about the strength of each lineup. I can't talk about which team is stronger. I mean, of course, I can talk about which team is stronger, but I can't predict it beforehand. Of course, Team Bushido do have this sort of pick-off potential where they can go around the map with that Centaur Warrunner and that Hoodwink and just pick people off, or even that puck, right? So Bushido have a lot of room where they're able to give their heroes some space, especially the Phantom Assassin, a lot of space to be continuing to farm up. What they need to avoid is Passion UA from snowballing out of control, because that's something that they certainly can do. If we talk about the mid lane, Void Spirit, puck mid lane, not a lot of kill potential there. The Void Spirit can essentially dodge out on quite a few spells from the puck. Not a lot of kill potential, not a lot of rotational potential either for both of these teams. I mean, you can rotate the Hoodwink down, and you can rotate the Rubik down, but it's not really going to be all that effective. And meanwhile, Enchantress is going to provide that much needed poke on any lane that he goes to. So mid lane going to be fairly static for both of these teams. And meanwhile, if you talk towards that top side, it's going to be the Centaur Warrunner, who's going to be supported by James. Now that's a very deadly off lane. And the only thing that negates that is the fact that there is a Bristleback, so it's a very difficult target to kill. Particularly depending on, but particularly because you have Flacco who's going to be on that safe lane as well, supporting him. So you will have to contest with the jungle creep. Hoodwink
30 seconds.
perhaps might just be getting zoned out earlier on. Once you hit that level 3 mark, that Hoodwink is going to be getting zoned out. So the offlane, despite the threat of the Hoodwink and Centaur Warrunner, is not all that great against the lineup of Team Passion UA. If we talk a bit about the safe lane though, it's going to be the Phantom Assassin plus the Elder Titan, and that's the lane which has a significant amount of kill potential, right? The Stifling Dagger plus the Elder Titan smacks of death, as I like to call them, is something that they need to be careful of. As Pango is not really all that tanky of a hero, just 650 HP to start off with. Not to mention that you have a Rubik, which is not that tanky. So the bot lane is going to be certainly something to look out for. Whether or not the safe lane of Bushido will be able to get a few kills here, because otherwise the rest of the lanes look pretty static to me. I don't think that either of these teams can stop the other team's carry from farming, though, is the question. And of course, Bristleback is a hero that can come online a lot faster than the Phantom Assassin, but these days the Phantom Assassin, all they really need is a Battle Fury and a BKB to come and start fighting. So around that 15-20 minute point, you can just come in with the Phantom Assassin and take part in all of these team fights. Oh, Patrick needs to be a bit careful, as he's going to get whacked down by that Elder Titan. Max not choosing to go inside of that tower just yet. Of course, Bristleback did not go for... Oh, in fact, Enchantress. Flacco in a lot of trouble. One more bounce and might actually just finish him off. Double edge to clean up the Enchantress. That's certainly going to go a long way. If this Centaur Warrunner gets out of control, then it's going to be difficult, because there's not a lot of sustain on the side of Passion UA, right? Once you have that Blink Dagger up, once you start those initiations on, oh, Provis 9 actually going to end up falling here. Going to turn around for that double edge, but nothing he can do against the 4 Nasal Goose stacks of the Bristleback. This top lane seems to have quite a lot of kills happening that I did not really expect. And meanwhile, towards that mid side, it seems like the puck is really struggling. 13 and 9 CS for that Void Spirit versus the puck 6 and 1. Void Spirit has denied 10 creeps. He's denied 2.5 whole waves. And because of this, he's a full level ahead of the puck. If this Void Spirit gets that level 6 before that puck hits that level 6, then the Dodrin can actually just end up getting solo killed here. Enchantress does have that ability to enchant, but not quite using it just yet. Might want to take a stun creep, or even perhaps a frost armor creep. Has chosen to go for that Centaur, so that stun, that's providing added value. That's providing essentially another spell to use against the Nasal Goose stacks, right? And it's a 1.6 second stun duration. So that's going to be essentially, that's another Nasal Goo added with that stun. There's going to be a lot of damage. As Centaur Warrunner, he's again falling pretty low over here, as that Centaur is doing actually a lot of damage. As Enchantress, Flacco's actually zoning everyone out on towards that top side. Puck has managed to recover himself up quite nicely. 14 and 15 CS into. Oh, James, he's in a lot of trouble. Will stick himself to safety, but will it be enough? As James is actually going to end up falling to the centaur of Flacco, and now Gordon is actually going to get dove on. Flacco with the double kill, and this safe lane for Passion UA is going extremely well. Bushido got that first blood from that centaur, but it seemed like Passion UA have turned this around, and they really do not want to be in a position where Bristleback is snowballing, because no matter how strong your PA is in that early to mid game, a free farm Bristleback who's ahead with so many kills will just stomp over your entire team. The good thing is that the Phantom Assassin is able to farm up, is able to get that CS. 24 and 6 CS up for him, despite the fact that he only has a melee hero to support him. His Passion UA, Flacco's just picked himself the Hellbearer Smasher. This time providing a bit of movement slow, not as good as a Centaur, I would say, but you know, you can't exactly leave the lane to go find yourself a creep. You want to be securing Bristleback as much farm as you can, and he's certainly doing a pretty good job at that. With Void Spirit rotating down towards that boss side, he is level 6. Will he be able to find anything here? But in fact, he's actually just content taking the bounty and going back.
Radiant are scanning.
Now Puck is level 5 now. Will the Void Spirit choose to go in onto the Puck? 3 heroes towards that boss side. Taco, or Tacker rather, in a bit of trouble. I have to say, this tri-lane versus tri-lane combination in the safe lane works out really well for Passion UA, because the Centaur Warrunner simply can't do anything against the support, against the Bristleback. And meanwhile, with the Void Spirit here, with Niche here to support his tri-lane, it's going to be 2 dead supports. And an ownage call from Passion UA. 5 consecutive kills and tier 1 tower this early on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bounty.
It looks like they might not be taking this tower. Actually, there is a siege creep, so this tower might actually be falling.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As Batchik is here to secure it as well. So it's going to be a 7-minute tier 1 tower, a 4k net worth lead up. Puck has that Dream Coil, so ideally he wants to be using it, but the Bristleback is such a difficult target.
Healing power.
Signals onto the Void Spirit. They want to be going in for him, but it's very difficult. Silence on to Niche. Dream Coil up as well. The Dream Coil going to get lashed out by that Void Spirit, and now the sleep onto him as well. He has the Astral Subs up at the ready, and he's going to make it out. A 3-man rotation entirely failing for Bushido. And with this, the supports are here to support the Void Spirit, to support Niche. Nice try by Fernandes to lift him up, but it's not going to be enough, as he is going to orb himself away. Oh, that's a solo kill. Yawai just got a solo kill onto the Centaur. He has the Ogre Axe up and ready as well. As this is, I do not know what James and Max are doing, because there is no kill potential, and you've just left your Phantom Assassin alone. Otakar, will he be able to survive from this? As Batchik backs away, so he will be able to get away, but oh no.
Radiant's bottom tower
False
is
sense
under
of
attack.
security is what that is. As Otakar, he thought the worst was over, but the storm was just coming, as Batchik and Fernandes are able to secure a kill onto the safe lane carry.
Dire's
The
middle tower is
off
under
laner
attack.
falls as well. Kovis 9. The only one who's doing anything right now is the Puck, but even then, he simply just does not have as much. His stacks are being taken by Niche. It's Passion UA, they're already so far ahead, and Bushido, they're showing signs of just crumbling.
You suck. Check out. Where are you going?
Illusory Orb.
Radiant's
He'd probably be able to make himself out of safety, but it's not a good look, right? When all your Puck is doing is
Come on, Sprite.
just orbing himself out to safety. Meanwhile, your safe lane is getting destroyed, your off lane is getting destroyed. I mean, courier getting killed as well. How do you kill a courier? What? How does that happen? How? I'm confused. I'm confused, guys. This is out of my pay grade. Is what I call this. I don't know how that courier. You're behind. Like, make sure your courier is safe at least. But it looks like a stampede might be necessary for him to get away. But Yowai, there are 4 heroes on top of him. Is he going to end up falling? It looks like he will. He has nowhere to go. Eventually, he is going to get taken down at the cost of a 4-man rotation. But that's 800 gold going in favor of Team Bushido. Certainly will go a long way, a much needed break for them. But this essentially means that they've opened up so much pressure that Passion UA are going to go all in towards that mid lane tower.
structures are fortified.
Oh, Dodrin. I don't know why I don't know this orb up. It doesn't make any sense. Aziz is going to end up falling.
Radiant's mid
Alongside a tier 1 tower. 9 and 2 now. 7k net worth lead up for Passion UA. No sign of relenting anytime now. Phantom Assassin is going to be going for that Battle Fury, but it's going to be an 18-19 minute Battle Fury, or perhaps a 17-minute Battle Fury, which is not a good look. By the time it's going to be 13 minutes, in the next 2 minutes or so, the Bristleback is going to be getting that scepter, and not even a 4-man rotation onto the Bristleback can stop him once he gets that scepter up. Oh, Max. Cleaning up the ancient stacks as well. Scovis 9. He has that blade mail up. But what do you do with that blade mail, buddy? Like, you need that blink dagger. Your team is desperate for a blink dagger. $9k net worth lead up for Passion UA. 12 minutes in. It's reminiscent of last game where Passion UA just simply rolled over Team Bushido. And it looks like there's going to be no chance for Team Bushido to make anything happen. But as I say that, they've managed to get a kill onto the Enchantress. The Rubik is Dream Coiled up. Will Puck be able to finish the Rubik off? But the counter initiation onto the Puck, the Rolling Thunder. Will he be able to get away? But there's the Orchid that we've been waiting for. And it's actually going to be by that Pangolier. So the Void Spirit didn't go for that Orchid. He went for the Mage Slayer, but it doesn't matter, right? You have the Orchid. In the end, 3 of your cores are leading the net worth chart. Meanwhile, the Puck is struggling, barely matching the net worth of the support Rubik of Passion UA. He's actually committed to the Witchblade, and
Radiant's top tower is
I
under
think he
attack.
should be switching from this and going for that Use Scepter. You need that Use, you need some way to break that silence, and then you need some way to get back into this game. Your Phantom Assassin is going to continue to farm, right? He needs another minute or 2 to get that Battle Fury up, but what my fear is for Team Bushido is that they're not going to be able to get their items in time to be getting some of these towers down. Three and 13 now, 10k net worth lead up. It's difficult, guys. I'm trying to find ways or the silver linings in this entire situation, but
Come on, sprites.
such aggressive board placements by Passion UA, the fact that they're so difficult to punish, you can barely get the supports without losing your life at this point. And it's going to be Dodran who falls again with the hoodwink. James just nowhere to go.
All in a day's killing.
The only hope right now, and it's a decent enough chance, right? You get the Battle Fury on towards the Phantom Assassin, and then you have the Blink Dagger up from the Centaur. Once you have those two items, right, with the puck, you go in with that silence, and you are, theoretically, you should be able to get that Void Spirit down. You should be able to get that Pango or that Rubik or that Enchanter. Anyone but the Bristleback can be killed once you have that Blink Dagger and that Battle Fury up. So Bushido are going to be forced into a position where they have to be playing as a 5-man team, despite of the fact that Phantom Assassin won't have the farm or the items for it. Oh, Stentor Warrunner. Stampede at the ready. Enchantress. Break onto him. Phantom Assassin will make it some safety, but
Radiant's bottom
was that
tower
Stampede
is under
just to keep him alive?
Dire structures are fortified.
UI,
Radiant's
he's
bottom tower
going to have a Bloodstone up and ready in the first 2 minutes. Oh, Batyuk, that's the kill. That's the sigh of relief that we were looking for. 600 gold nearly going the way of the Phantom Assassin. He has his Battle Fury up and ready,
scanning.
and he's actually going for a Sanj and Yasha. Please don't go for a Sanj and Yasha. I mean, I may be wrong about this, but you need a BKB. Okay, another kill on TUD Enchantress. They should be able to find this one. Flacco, though, he has a lot of heal available. There's a Phantom Assassin. One crit, just needs one more crit, but will actually get finished off by Dodran. But the concern for me is Otakar won't have his BKB. How do you fight if you don't have magic, or rather debuff immunity? They have so many disables. As Dodri, he's going to fall for a second time now. But oh, Otakar actually is going to come in from the side and go. They're going to actually manage to clean up both of them.
Scanning.
This is not bad. Oh, another kill. Will they be able to finish him off? The niche dies as well onto Otakar.
Sprites are with us.
Or rather by Otakar. This Phantom Assassin is actually doing quite a bit of work for his team, I must say. He's brought himself to the top 3 in net worth. If they're not careful, this Phantom Assassin could get out of control. 8k net worth lead, so they've actually brought it down
Radiant's middle tower
from
is
what was,
under
I believe, a
attack.
12k net worth lead. So this game is far from over. Passion UA are showing signs of overextension, which this Phantom Assassin has been able to punish so far.
Regeneration!
8 and 18 now. Witchblade up and ready as well, as Dodran is going to be going for that Eels. Oh, that's just 240, 252 gold going for everyone. That's an instant 1k boost to your net worth.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
With this Witchblade up and ready, they can choose to get a lot more kills. Oh, and this Void Spirit, he's found himself between a rock and a hard place. The Centaur is going to finish him off. As without this Void Spirit, it seems like the Phantom Assassin wants to take his chance onto the Bristleback UIs. Bloodstone is forced out. Will they choose to pursue further? As Max is quite stuck right now, he's going to TP himself away. All this Phantom Assassin really needs is that Aghanim's Shard. I mean, they do have the Hoodwink as well, so they have two built-in break mechanisms that they can utilize to try and take down this Bristleback. What's key is how they play around that Bloodstone. You need to force out the Bloodstone, and then you need to re-engage once it's out there, or once it's on CD.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Centaur Warrunner a bit trigger happy on that Stampede. I believe he perceived the threat to be too much. He does have that Blink Dagger up and ready. Going to be making his way towards that Shiva's Guard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 2 tower down mid-side. And it looks like it's the last tier 2 tower remaining up towards bot before eventually Passion UA go towards Roshan, secure that Aegis up on that Bristleback, or perhaps that Void Spirit would be a better hero, because Bristleback is nearly unkillable right now. Passion UA are going to deal another blow to Bushido. They're going to be taking that Tormentor down. It's going to go towards the way of Flacco,
Radiant's top tower
which should give him some amount of survivability, to be very honest. No way to stop this tower from falling down. And Bushido are not even choosing to deal some damage of their own towards the opposite tier 1 towers. All 3 tier 1 towers are in good health over on the side of Passion UA. Bristleback. The good thing is Bristleback tends to fall off, right? You're either so ahead that with that Bloodstone you're able to Fountain Dive and just wipe out everyone, or you tend to fall off, right? And Phantom Assassin is one of the best counters to that Bristleback. And he seems to be doing pretty well right now. 13k net worth almost for that Phantom Assassin. If Passion UA lose 1 or 2 team fights, then Team Bushido are actually dead even with them. And it's going to be very difficult for Passion UA to go up towards that high ground. Of course, it's easier because you have Batchuk with that Blink Dagger on that Pango. So you can just choose a Rolling Thunder inside. You have the Void Spirit who can initiate inside as well, launch up that Remnant, and if you're able to catch someone, then you're able to transition forward. Or, you know, leaving aside all of that, you can just hide behind the Bristleback and let the Bristleback hit the towers. Yeah, I should have led with that. That's my bad, guys. Second Tormentor going to go for Passion UA.
Why did you make an enemy of me? I had no reason to notice you.
Going to go in. It's going to go towards the. It's going to go towards Niche. In fact, surprised it didn't go towards Rubik. That lift up would have been pretty nice. Phantom Assassin. Does he have his shard up at the ready? Otaku, though. Otaku actually narrowly missing everyone. He's just going to go farm up his own team's, the opponent's team triangle. Ideally, Passion UA should be planting some observer wards because they know that the Phantom Assassin is going to be doing this. There's not a lot of map left for him to farm. So with that blur, he's probably farming in the opponent's jungle. That's a thought process that I would be going with. But now is going to be time for the incoming siege. Yowai. I don't think Passion UA even need to engage. They can just simply let Yowai hit the tower and just smack it down. Slowly but surely, it will fall. Solar Crest will be giving him that much needed attack speed. He has the Warpath up and ready as well.
Illusion.
Phantom Assassin should be cutting the wave right now.
Dire's top tower is under
But instead, he's blinked himself back. He does have that BKB up now. No break mechanism available just yet. Probably going for that next.
Dire are scanning.
As UI. 2 minutes left on that Aegis, and then not actually choosing to go in. Perhaps they're still respecting some of the show of force that Bushido have been able to put out. And this is going to allow Phantom Assassin to get that shard up. That Fan of Knives not only does very well against the Bristleback, but it actually does very well against the entire team. It's a lot of damage, right? It's I believe it's near 30% max health damage that you deal, which is I believe pure damage. I'm not sure about the pure bit, right? It's either pure damage or just physical damage, but it can melt just about anyone. It can deal a lot of damage to the Pangolier, a lot of damage to the Void Spirit as well, and it can essentially stop the Enchantresses unstoppable, so you can just burst the Enchantress down in a few hits, or in like 1 or 2 hits.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under
Fortify used. As I really like this play, Bushido are trying their very best to actually stop the creep waves. They're actually trying their very best to skip the creeps. Or actually cut the
Dire's
creeps.
bottom tower is under attack.
And now they've actually forced the Pangolier back. Are they going to try and get some kills over here? The puck is exposed. The lift up onto Dudley.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He has the Ews and he has the
Dire's
Blink
top
Dagger.
tower has fallen.
So this puck should not be dying outside of getting caught out. Oh, an instant roll up. That was a nice attempt by the Phantom Assassin. And he's just going to TP himself out to safety. I mean, these are the plays that you kind of have to make, Otaka. It buys your team time. It particularly allows you to push out those waves. Dodrin can push out the wave fairly quickly. And all you're doing right now is buying time. Buying as much time for your team as you can. Oh, a reverse stampede. But it looks like Centaur Warrunner won't be able to buy as much time for his team as the rest of his team were able to. But the creeps are all pushed out. There's no way Passion UA can push right now. Puck is all the way towards that tier 3 tower. He's going to be skipping the creeps, cutting the wave towards that top side. Has a gem as well, so he can spot out any wards in the meantime. So he knows that he's very safe. Meanwhile, James, excursion on towards that tier 3 side. James is going to end up falling. 2 heroes down now. Phantom Assassin has cut the wave, but backdoor protection is not going to kick in.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks.
As a full lane of
has fallen.
racks just go their way. Phantom Assassin does have that break
Radiant's
mechanism,
middle
and
tower is under attack.
they have to fight. There's no other way around this. And now Phantom Assassin has returned
Radiant's
to
middle
his base. It's going to be a 5v5 team fight. Centaur Warrunner, Stampede inside. The Bristleback is going to end up getting demolished by that Phantom Assassin. And now with that, Passion UA are actually forced to back away. No hope for them. And that is the start of the comeback, guys. That is exactly the kind of motivation you need to show. That is exactly what you need to be proving to yourself. That Bristleback just vanished. in the blink of an eye. And this game is going to start turning. Phantom Assassin now leading the net worth chart. 12k net worth lead. It really doesn't mean anything, right? Because when you have a hero that can burst you down in less than a second,
Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Centaur Warrunner in trouble again. Bristleback has come back into the game. Centaur Warrunner trying to make his way out of this, but it's going to be very difficult as he's just not going to be able to get out. His team's not there to help him. And he really needs to keep himself alive because you need that Stampede and that Hoofstorm to be coming in to allow the Phantom Assassin to come in with that Fan of Knives and to burst down that Bristleback. If you're dead, your team has no initiation mechanism. You do not want the puck to be blinking in because there's a possibility that the puck will get shut down. Oh, Void Spirit in a lot of trouble. BKB activated as well. Void Spirit is going to be safe for now, but he's going to end up getting taken down by Niche, who's going to TP himself out to safety. Only one casualty for Bushido, and it's completely worth it because you've taken down the Void Spirit, and sure, there's going to be a bit of posturing by Passion UA where they're going to be rotating in and out, but
Dire's middle tower is under
without the
attack.
Void Spirit, they can't exactly do anything. I mean, there's no way they push high ground against the Void Spirit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and they actually went towards that top side expecting someone to be there, and they might just come on to the Phantom Assassin. They know that the BKB is on cooldown. They're going to be entering the triangle. Otakar is already on half HP, nearly half HP. There goes the initiation onto the Phantom Assassin. Otakar is going to get taken down, and it looks like their hopes and dreams for this game, they're crumbling as he does not have a buyback.
Dire's structures are
Puck is going to try his very best to skip these creeps by himself that amount of time, but that range creep's going to still be alive. 40 seconds is going to be the time by the time that Passion UA do reach the high ground. It's unlikely that you will be able to save this mid lane of Rax. It's unlikely that you'll be able to save yourself from the mega creeps at this point, to be honest.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks.
Mid lane of Rax gone now. Still 20 seconds up for that Phantom Assassin. No way to buy back into this game. 15 seconds now. His team has to make something happen, has to buy enough time because they can't play against mega creeps, not this early on. 6 seconds now. They have managed to force them back, but it looks like Passion UA are content with this because they will choose to go down towards Roche. Phantom Assassin needs to farm 50